circuit as well, coming up in a couple of months' time. But this is very, very different to that, where GT3s are the top category, and all categories that you mentioned there are in play tonight, which is going to be exciting for us to watch. We're going to have our maths heads on, or at least the guys at the end of the stream are, because it could get complicated. The equation, though, rather simple for the championship leaders. A good finishing position tonight. Their work is already done. They'll be champions if they stay out of trouble this afternoon.
If being, I think, a good point. We have a long way to go tonight, although we've come so far since August the 17th. A full 4 or 5 months ago. The 6 hours of Barcelona powered by TFR LAB to kick off the season, and a full European swing, including the triple header of Italian tracks, 2 new tracks, Misano and Mugello, but a slightly new finale. Traditionally, we've ended the season at Barcelona. Nice to slightly switch things up. Let's talk championship standings, though, and dive into some of those scenarios. And let's jump in at the front, where Grid and Go have been the dominant team in many ways in GT3, but second place last time in the championship. BS Plus still have something left to fight for, Ewan, but Falcon Sim Racing, Simify Esports not too far behind in the fight for second.
Yeah, mathematically it's between the top 3. I would say realistically it's a 2-horse race, and the momentum is very much with BS Plus competition at the moment. They were the race winners from both of the previous 2 races at Monza and Mugello after Grid and Go got off to such a brilliant start at the beginning of this season.
GT4, it is Team 75 Bernard by SimRC that have jumped in front of Grid and Go. Williams Sim Racing Academy had a mid-season slump after switching to the Ford Mustang GT4, but they have a chance, Ewan, still here. 3 teams left in contention.
Yeah, Williams 12 points behind as things stand in 3rd position. I think GT4 probably the most interesting personally, but we'll see how it plays out. And in 992, it's Grid and Go 1 and 2. They're effectively a winner-takes-all scenario amongst teammates this afternoon.
And this is a class in which they have actually just received a brand new car update, and so some changes compared to the rest of the season that they've had to dial themselves in for. And do remember, of course, 992 is not the slowest class, it's the middle of the classes in terms of speed. GT4 is the one that is going to take the most of the abuse, you would say, in traffic. Let's dial in our starting grid then, with qualifying done and dusted, and start with the GT3s, where it's going to be Gabby Montoro for Simify Esports that leads us from the front. At one point, championship contenders, but slightly fell off the wayside. Jonas Rutten for Falcon Sim Racing 79,000 off in second, while Shera Esports, the sole Acura in the field, inside of row 2. The second Simify Ford Mustang lines up 4th, with Sheza Esports and then Altitude 3M rounding up the top 3 rows. Some great starts to 2026 for those teams. Mad Performance, 07 Racing, GridandGo.com, and WSR Esports, your top 10. The first of our championship contenders on row 5, with Maniti Racing BS Plus competition splitting row number 6. Hopefully not unlucky 13th for Grid and Go. They've got a slightly different number, but don't worry, they do not get a penalty for that. The Additus Racing by WSR McLaren rolls to their outside, while M&J down for 07 Racing, the Thibaut Courtois Esports crew, and Impulse Racing by Tam Livery make up the front 18. With just the Hyperion Aston Martin Racing Lab Esports, powered by Ford, and the second Hyperion Aston rounding out the slightly reduced GT3 starting grid. Down to the 992s, where it's winner take all, and they lock out the front row. GridandGo.com start at the front of the field, although the number 1 machine will have a penalty for through the field. In that 992 class, it is Hugo Allen in 7th, Team Checkmate Wallach Group, Wizards Esports, Fast Repair, and Simrace Sweden through the rest of the grid. But it's Impulse Racing, Williams Sim Racing Academy, Bike 500, and Delta Sports Sim Shop that make up the drivers in front of these guys. Let's jump down to the GT4s, where Corentin Gunes, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, late charge to the lead of the championship. Well, they've got Williams Sim Racing Academy alongside that Ford Mustang coming on strong at the end of the season. Altitude 3M Esports inside of Team 75 Bernard's second car, with Zenith Esports, Team Floral by Impulse Racing, Fiercely Forward, Instinct Mechanic, Grid and Go, all the way back in 9th position as they try and fight their way forward, while RD Simsport, GT Unit.de, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, And then Team Checkmate Simline, Delta V Racing, Vulcan Fasteners Glasstech, and Hyperion Racing. It's a field of 48, not the biggest that we've seen this season, and what that does mean, Ewan, is traffic going to be slightly reduced across the 12 hours.
Yeah, slightly reduced, and that will be a small reprieve, I think, because it's still going to feel very, very busy out there on the racetrack. If anything, the previous rounds have sort of had an inflated grid where the GT3s have had almost a lot of traffic to deal with compared to what you might normally expect. There's 21 of them, though, and only 27 of the others, so they are still very much the majority here. And it won't really feel like that, to be honest, to the slower class traffic. They won't really feel that this is a smaller field. It will be just as, especially first time round, as hair-raising as normal.
And we start with the slight darkness. We'll race into the sunlight. And while we've had rain this season, my expectation is we're not going to see much of that through the day. Track temperature, though, is something that not likely to jump too high. We are racing in virtual January, and so balance of the cars not likely to shift around much. Let's talk about this 992 update, though, Ewan, because the big shift, ABS traction control. It's a totally different beast to drive than it was just a couple of months ago.
And yes, one of the great things about a long series like this, we've gone through 2, I think, iRacing updates within this series. Definitely 1, because one of the major changes you just detailed there, it's always the interesting part when you select even what category you're going to enter. And to be fair, normally when you enter the 992 category, you know that, well, at least my car, my manufacturer, compared to the others, isn't going to go backwards. But actually, they have had a change sprung on them. I'm not sure how many of those teams would have been expecting that when they started the season back on August the 17th. But it's something to adapt to, and it's better for us always when the drivers are unfamiliar with their machines.
Although you say unfamiliar, they've had a good month or so at this point to dial themselves in. So you know, sim racers, they'll have taken that holiday period and figured out the nuances. We are ready to go. The final chapter in the return of the 24-hour series Esports Championship. What a season it has been. 6-hour sprints, and it all comes down to 12 hours here at Sebring. Green flag drops. Simify Esports gets us underway. Gabby Montoro flies up to the opening corner, and look at the aggression from further behind. Big send. Oh my goodness. Just about making it work as they slide their way on through. That was James Bowmy going aggressive for Altitude 3M Esports as they slightly lost track of the opening 3. That was close from 07 Racing as they now trickle up through Big Ben. Meanwhile, the 992s get underway and punch the throttles. Remember, that second grid and go car will have a penalty to be served within the opening 90-odd minutes, I think, of the race. But clean start for the 992s as for the very first time they press the brakes, they get the assistance of ABS, and they work through the corner safely. What that means is one final start to get underway, and the GT4s will fly up to turn number 1. Remember, led by Corentin Gunes with one of their championship rivals alongside. And as the 992 class continues to head up towards Big Bend, your GT4 leaders actually already swapped around, and as there's a bit of drama at the hairpin, oh my goodness, Williams Sim Racing Academy go around. It's Williams Sim Racing Academy and the Ford Mustang Ewan that have hit the front in GT4.
You mentioned the better form that they've been having, the bad form that they've been having, and looking to rectify that with the very final round. Yeah, this is a good start for Pinter Zombie, although a very, very long way to go. Little bits of contact here and there up and down the field, but nothing too bad really. M&J Downforce are quite a long way off the back of the field in GT3, and you mentioned the spin for Williams Sim Racing Academy, but GT4 everybody's got away very cleanly, and so overall I'd say that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, you know, slightly smaller field is going to help long term with the traffic management, but on the start, the intensity, we've survived at the front, and so it's a pair of Ford Mustangs that begin to pull away with the Sol Acura in the field behind, blocking all the way to the wall in that second pack, and the top 4 have now got a 2.5 second advantage. Whereas all the fighting, it was one of the grey machines, so I'm assuming Additus Racing by WSR that went aggressive. A little chink to the inside as Simify and Ross McFarlane go wheel to wheel for a second, but intense stuff in this GT3 pack, which I think realizes Ewan, that the first time through traffic's the most important. So what happened to the Academy car up at turn 7?
Power drive there. Trying to identify who that is in the darkness, but that's quite hard. Somebody definitely hit the 17 car there, Williams Sim Racing Academy. Not spinning on their own, that is for sure. RD Simsport mentioned it was initially a clean start for GT4, but didn't last all the way around the opening lap. That was them getting themselves off the grass. Let's see how they ended up there. This is out of the hairpin. Oh dear, it's happening already in front, and that is a big mess. Oh dear, and the grid and go Porsche up in the air. Is that the championship leader that was up 4 wheels off the ground there briefly or not? I'm not entirely sure. It was definitely a grid and go Cayman though.
It was definitely not the championship leader, because remember that's Team 75, but second place grid and go in points. Yes, I do think they were involved. Don't think they've taken damage. You can see Finley Jones has just taken the Thomas Eng sim racing machine to pit lane. That's one of 3 GT4 cars with a meatball flag, which means iRacing is mandating you take repairs. Instinct Mechanic Racing, no pun there, they have a meatball though. RD Simsport as well, no surprise. 3 of those GT4s straight down towards the pit lane. At the front of the GT3 pack. Not expecting them to fight very much now, Ewan, given the advantage they have to those behind. It's a good opportunity to settle into the rhythm of things, do a bit of fuel saving, because in a long race like this, strategy may be early for us to start talking about, but it's always good to start settling into the fuel saving rhythm.
I think the team that benefits from this most, though, from the quartet is in second. The Falcon Sim Racing team, car 44, mentioned at the start that there's effectively 3 involved at the front of the championship. They're third, but they are 16 points off of grid and go in the number 2 car, and that's going to be a very, very difficult task for them to overhaul them, or indeed gain at least 1 place over PS Competition, which maybe is a more realistic aim for them here this afternoon. They've got to do well. They've got to start well, though, and get ahead of the rest. And with BS and Grid and Go starting so far down, Grid and Go, to be fair, are already up to 6th, but BS Competition is still only 10th. This is a real opportunity for them to distance some of their rivals.
Back up to the 992 leaders. I'll correct what I said slightly earlier now that I have just reviewed the race control sheet, which does have 5 post-race penalties in this 992 class for wrong car numbers. And for those wondering why that happens, well, because this is a new car on iRacing, the teams, unfortunately, forgot they had to manually set their car numbers as they had done previously in the year. And so what that's going to mean for them, a 60-second time penalty. And it does make our championship scenario quite simple in 992s. If the 901 is within 60 seconds of the number 1 at the end of this race, well, championship will be done.
Yes, it's going to give me headaches later thinking about what number that actually is supposed to be. But as you say, lots of teams have fallen for it. I mean, maybe I'm just being a bit soft, but that makes me kind of feel like the penalty should maybe not be quite so severe. But rules are rules and all that. But everybody's done it, or a lot of people have done it, rather, and that has rather uprooted our race, unfortunately, I think, in 992. It's very much going to split the field in half. Half of them are going to have a chance at winning. The other half are they're still in the race, but they're going to have to make up a minute throughout the 12 hours, which is quite hard.
Yes, it's difficult. And the other problem is, right, because it's post-race, you can't make it back up, right? They're not getting a 60-second penalty now and having a chance to fight it back. You have to establish the advantage and hope nothing goes wrong. It's a very weird way to fight sometimes. Meanwhile, after the switch in the GT4 lead, I just wonder if Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and those wonderful Spider-Man-esque liveries with the blue and white, well, if they are going to be just saving fuel and sitting patiently right now. Remember, the Ford Mustang, after its introduction into the championship, really did struggle somewhat, Ewan, and the Williams Sim Racing Academy team spent a couple of races mired in the mid-pack, and so back up front, but third in points and very much hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, they are really. They're 12 points behind Team 75 Bernard by SimRC coming into this race. I erroneously said earlier, of course, that Grid and Go were leading the championship. That's not true. they're in second place in there as well. But it is that momentum switch that has really cost them, you'd say, in this championship this season. You just wonder whether if they had their time again, they would do this, because it is not a bad strategy normally to switch to the new car in iRacing. It can be advantageous, but it also can be difficult to get used to. Maybe if your driver lineup doesn't quite get used to the new handling and whatever of a new manufacturer, then it can be tricky to maintain the same speed as before. And I particularly remember from the, I think we did the last couple of hours at Mugello, they were getting crashed into at least once every half an hour. They had terrible luck that day, so I'm not entirely sure we can put it all down to the Mustang, but they've had some pretty bad luck as well.
No, if you that is true. And Mugello in particular, I think, was a bit of a race where they had a magnet attached to the car at times that felt. You know, some of the teams may argue that they haven't had the rub of BOP, but you know, that's the nature of this racing. You pick a car and you hope that you'll have the strengths of the car at least help you overcome whatever maybe pace deficit that you have. That's the reality of multi-class manufacturer-based racing nowadays. Gap is starting to shrink between the top 4 and then the chasing pack in GT3, although it's just a tenth or so here and there. It's not really coming down hand over fist. Back on board with the second of these Simufy machines. Lucas Marrero under the rear wing of Sean Campbell, Cheza Esports, as they all chase down Mark Calver in that MAG Performance Aston Martin. It's a Ford Mustang that in just a week's time is going to be on track at Daytona with an Evo package, which means, you know what iRacers will be thinking, well, when do we get that on the sim?
Yes, especially those in a long series where they've already selected the Mustang and therefore consigned to it. But just shows you how old we're all getting. That Mustang felt like it came out about a day ago and in the real world, and now it's already had an evolution. So yeah, it's time's flying very, very quickly, and they've been a big success in iRacing actually as well. It's worth saying in this series, obviously, where they're leading the championship, but actually occupying 4 of the top 5 places, 5 of the top 7. Yeah, it's been a very good success story coming into iRacing, and maybe the way that the manufacturer just in front of them, the Aston Martin, hasn't quite been yet since it joined iRacing.
Well, relatively new, to be fair, the Aston Martin, but you know, I think a lot more people, and let's be real, it's not the Vantage GT3 that they're looking forward to, or had been looking forward to. It's this certain other V12 screaming prototype that allegedly races and maybe debuted here at Sebring in IMSA competition. So I think if we got a Aston Martin Valkyrie, that's the type of thing that will get plenty of momentum towards the manufacturer. And of course, so many of these manufacturers see so much value in sim racing nowadays. In this GT3 class, only 07 Racing tangled up on the opening lap and needing a trip back to pit lane. 3 minutes stationary. They have headed back out onto track, just I think 1 lap down from the leaders, as my timing screen indicates. Speaking of leaders, here's the championship leader, and Sean Campbell finds himself in a very comfortable position, I'd say, although starting to catch some of the traffic.
Well, it's only one bit of traffic. The 2 off the back are Delta V Racing and Hyperion Racing in GT4. So this is not the mad run through traffic for the first time just yet. That looks like Hyperion to me in the 444 that they're just getting around for the first time. So that's a bit of a starter, and they'll be getting into the main course a little bit later on with the GT4 traffic properly rearing its head. But Sean Campbell's made a very good start here, up to 6th place. All of that done on the first lap, by the way. Looking to get to the top 5 now, coming towards Sunset Bend.
Did you see what was happening behind? Campbell pops his nose, but his teammates, Niels Rotels, has made his way past BS Plus competition. Campbell is going to show his nose through Sunset Bend, the corner with a million different lines to take. Only a couple that seemingly get you through with speed. Why is that move important from the second grid and go machine, though? Gets them in front of BS Plus competition. Remember, second in points, and Ewan correctly said the momentum on their side right now coming into this race. Their BMW M4 mired outside now of the top 10 as they continue to pick their way through single bits of the GT4 traffic. They will catch the GT4 traffic, though, in full earnest next time around, Ewan. So 13 odd minutes in we are starting to get our way into what will be a chaotic cycle through first time by.
It's going to be not race defining, but you can certainly lose the race at this stage if you get unstuck in GT4 traffic, and you can just see up ahead there, it will be those 4 GT3s, I think, under the most pressure. Can they retain their advantage over the rest of this field? In fact, it's becoming less of a front 4, in fact, as well here. Simify and Falcon Sim Racing Team are both starting to extend an advantage over Share Esport and Altitude Freedom Esports as well. So that's splitting apart even before the traffic. So it really does matter for those guys. As I say, it's not quite make or break, but you definitely don't want any incident at this early stage.
Sean Campbell is looking hungry, though. I tell you what, a driver who, no matter what you throw him into, car and track combination-wise, he will rise to the challenge. How aggressive does he feel he needs to be here? That gap now up to 3 seconds to the leader. Change coming to this part of the track, by the way. They are building a spectator bridge that will lead you directly across to a new grandstand on the outside of the Almond straightaway. So Eric Fogueras posting a picture of that. There's some testing going on at Sebring currently. It'll be interesting to get a new perspective to what is a rather flat but still interesting historical racetrack. Of course, former World War II airfield. We're on concrete blocks right now before we pitch our way through turn 1 at speed, just a dab of the brakes, and then we slide onto some more purpose-laid asphalt. 992 leaders, it's still grid and go, not being let go by Carlar Esports and Luca Kita, who you and I have commentated on as part of the Apex Racing team. I go back even further, Urano Esports, he is one of the top in the world of sim racing. Impulse Racing looking very quick as well.
Yeah, Impulse have, I think, put up the best fight to grid and go so far this year. Well, this year being 2025, an extension of their 3rd place currently in the championship, but at stages this season have really looked like actually challenging that front 2, and they're just showing that again here, I feel, here today. Unfortunately, they have joined with the wrong number, it seems, and that's going to make life very difficult for them again as well. I think we might have to park the 992 championship chat, but it looks like it's going to be a decent race for the overall victory anyway, with a front 4, maybe even 5, breaking away in 992, and all the top names you'd expect to be there are there.
Yes, no, when I talk championship scenarios, I slightly discounted Impulse Racing earlier. That is because they also joined with the incorrect number, which I'll go back to a point you were making earlier. Is it too harsh a penalty, 60 seconds? Well, in the real world, if you showed up with your car
That's true,
slightly incorrect to whatever the regulations, required, you would not be allowed to race. So
yeah. However, it's different, I feel, to type the wrong number or indeed forget to click something than it is to actually place something on your car wrong, which it takes more effort to do so. Although I suppose registering you could get it wrong, I guess. Yeah.
That was the analogy I was more trying to make. If you made an error in registration, which is fundamentally what they have done here, you would not be allowed to take to the racetrack. I mean, you don't bring the right safety equipment, you don't get allowed on the racetrack sometimes, right? So, yeah. I do feel, I'll go back to what I said earlier, if the penalty happened at the start of the race, it allows them the chance to, quote-unquote, fight back. If you're just joining us, 60 seconds, that's the gap that the #1 gridandgo.com machine will have to build up if it wants to win the championship. Traffic, by the way, has slightly split up GT3. 1.3 seconds between Gabby Montoro and Jonas Rutten at the front of the field, but that chasing peloton, the gap between 4th and 5th, now almost 5 full seconds.
Yeah, they must have caught traffic in a bad place there, or indeed Mark Calver's been defending from Sean Campbell, which might be the likely scenario. Campbell, again, is less than a 10th behind. Is he going to dive down the inside in the background? No. He's still in behind Mark Calver, so this is going to get... Oh, wow! 3 wide! And that's scary for the GT4 leader. Goodness me.
That is shades of Hakkinen and Schumacher at Spa as Campbell seizes opportunity. And now he sees the gap. He's got no choice, Ewan, but to punch the throttle and try and fight his way forward.
Yeah, through into 5th position. And let's see it again. Spectacular overtake. I want to see how it really started. So outside line coming into the right-hander, and Calver here effectively just really gets forced to go around the outside. That's good driving from Campbell, because effectively what he's done there, he said to that Mustang, I'm going to be coming through on your inside line, so leave me some space here. And to be fair, I think credit has to go to Calver as well for recognising that was happening as well, and making sure that he left 2 car width on his inside, not just 1.
It was good all around. Love to see it. And to be fair, outside of the initial start, I think race control has been rather quiet in the opening now 20 minutes of the race. So our GT4 leader has seen most of the traffic slip through. There's just about 5 more cars yet to pass Pinto Jombi in the Williams Sim Racing Academy Ford Mustang, which now has a 1.5 second advantage of its own. That is the reality of traffic. It will open up some gaps. And look in the background, the tinge of orange beginning to paint the sky. Sunrise is moments away. And at Sebring, where there's not much track lighting to speak of, the sunrise will play a very big part. There goes TC Racing. Augustin Tolashi behind the wheel of the Mercedes. He's got Hyperion, Racing Lab Esports, M&J Downforce, and the second Hyperion machine running through the fields. Speaking of Hyperion, I did know one of their entries in the GT4 class, Ewan, got the call up about 2 days ago. Got sent a message, you're on the reserve list, we've got an opening, are you free? And the team said, yes please, let's see what we can do today.
Well, it's not the first weekend in January, is it quite? But it's very early on. Not many people have plans. It's miserable to be outside anyway. This is the time of year for sim racing, isn't it? So yeah, fair play to them for joining in so late. Obviously going to be really a step behind the rest of the field, considering they're not quite in the rhythm of the season in the way that everybody else is. But you know, they will have been doing some sim racing, I'd imagine, over the winter period. They'll have been keeping themselves sharp and waiting for their opportunity as well. And you know, for those sort of wild card teams, we could call them, it really is just about getting to the end and seeing what result you can get. They'll have absolutely no expectations at all, and that's probably not a bad way to do a motor race.
No, you know, and for the rest of the teams who aren't necessarily fighting for a championship, they're in a similar spot, right? No expectations. It's a chance to slightly different race to what we've had the rest of the season. 6 hours now, 12 hours. Just a chance to slightly shift gears going into what is, let's not forget, a very big and stressful weekend for lots of these teams next week. The iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. Lots of activity to open up the year as we jump on board with the Impulse Racing machine. Now, the previous generation of Porsche Cup car, which is what the drivers were racing for the majority of the season, actually debuted at Sebring with the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Incidentally, one of the only Carrera Cups around the world previously to have run with anti-lock brakes, but that is now standard around the world. And sometimes I think people are going to wonder why we're making such a big deal about this, but Ewan, fundamentally, the lack of driver aids on this car made it a bit of a unicorn in modern sports car racing, and that's kind of what has driven the change. Porsche have aligned this Cup car with modern GT3 racing to say, our junior drivers need to understand what traction control, what ABS does to a race car, and so we're going to make sure they race with it in our top single make series around the world.
Yeah, and I understand that point of view, especially from Porsche's standpoint, to do that. They don't want to be outliers in a negative sense, but I just wonder what everybody else thinks about it, because for me, it's almost it was almost a outlier in a good way, in a sense of this is a sort of top-level racing you can see with no assists, and obviously I think, you know, assists have definitely been a good thing to keep for GT3 and GT4 racing, especially in sports car racing and so on. And I just wonder whether it's, you know, everybody else sees it as a positive as well, to bring it in line with everybody else, or whether the uniqueness, if you like, of not having the assist was a selling point of the Cup car that they've not got any longer with this new generation.
Traffic for them, it has closed them up. Now does Paddy Noah Massey feel like he can pass his teammate Taz Dellin. Oh, Luca Kita shoves it up the inside of that GT Unit.de McLaren as they shuffle out through Sunset Bend, and that was about as close as you could ask for. But he is feeling the pressure from Impulse Racing, and all of this bringing in Byte 500 as well. Ivan Lenderoso has not been completely off the pace of the leaders, and so back up to turn 1 at speed they go. Closing in on 30 minutes complete here in the 12 hours of Sebring. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary, with plenty of racing to come and plenty more commentators to bring you through all this great action. Ooh, onto the gravel for a moment. Luca Kita might have lost a bit of momentum, but those front four through the traffic compressed up once again.
Yeah, and it does take them that little bit longer, these Cup cars, to get through. That was quite a late dive from the second of the Grid and Go cars, and they'll get away with it. But Kita's got a very good run coming out of the hairpin. Is that going to give him a half chance down at turn 10, or is he even going to bother trying? Because they're going to want to stay with the overall leader. No, he's not going to try. He might not have been close enough anyway, but it is taking them just that little bit longer. The GT4s are a little bit more spread out by the time they get there, which is a positive for these Cup cars, but they also are not quite as able as the GT3s to get past them in the same way.
They are also running with a 5% power cut, the Porsche Cup cars, so slightly neutered in a straight line, and coming out of corners as well, you'd say, with the reduced power, it will make it difficult to slide their way on through. So, race control updates. There are 4 time penalties for contact on the initial race start, and there is also now a 20-second penalty for impeding in qualifying. That is for the MAG Performance car that was defending like a lion, so slightly for naught for Mark Calvert. As that is not ideal for Taz Dellin. High and wide as he got stuck behind a GT4 car, and in the real world he'd be in the marbles and feeling the pain for a couple of laps, but fortunately it won't be so bad here in the sim. But look how close it's gotten once again, and Luca Kita, he's in a really compromised spot because he's having to look in his rearview mirrors at Impulse Racing while also trying to go on the offense as the Grid and Go teammates work together to block the road in front.
Yeah, effectively, a bit of a rolling roadblock at the moment as, again, they dive down the inside at turn 5 this time to just try and desperately put a GT4 between themselves and the team chasing them. It's also allowed a 5th team to catch up. The Byte team, 999, is very much here now in a way that they weren't previously. So it's all very close, but again, we've got that thing of everybody preserving themselves a little bit for later on because it is still so early in the race and they don't particularly want to fight too hard.
Say fight hard, but we've seen plenty of that. Here comes Luca Kita. He wasn't going to wait too much longer down at Cunningham Corner, but that is around the outside. Had he known Mamasi trying to roll the speed, it doesn't quite work out for him. And behind Impulse Racing, Byte 500 had joined the queue as well after sliding around Pinto Jombi in the race-leading Williams Sim Racing Academy machine. And so make it 5 at the front, Ewan, with 25 minutes complete.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff in the Cup class so far. They're a good 5 seconds in front of the rest, so any chance of a 6th team joining them in this stint are probably over already, because you've got to remember these stints are a little bit shorter than what you might see elsewhere in other series. But it's good to have 5 for the lead, and good to have a driver who's actually willing to fight this one out at the moment. Luca Kita there could have easily sat behind the Grid and Goes for this entire stint and just sort of idly sat by, but he's not going to do that. He's going to go out and try and get positions here, and he's up into 2nd place, just disrupting the 1 and 2 that Grid and Go have going on.
And I guess Luca, somewhat of a free agent after many drivers leaving the Apex Racing team, not seeing many expectations of lots of participation from them, and so great to see him lined up with Carlar Esports, who have shown us plenty of speed this season. There inside of the top 5 in the championship. Really, they're fighting for 4th with Team Checkmate Wallat Group, who are 7th on the road right now. But for Carlar Esports, it has been a up and down season with flashes of potential. Another note, by the way, on this 992 cars, it was given the option was given to the teams, Ewan, and it was the teams that voted to make the change. And I guess for them, because of the gap in time between the car coming out a month ago and this final race of the season, with it being rescheduled, and Mamasi re-shows his nose down at turn 10. Luca Kita covers it off. But I guess the teams had enough time to go away in the holidays, dive into the car, build their setups, do their driving, and feel confident in showing up and being ready to race.
The thing most surprising to me about that is the part they all voted for it. That's the bit that surprised me. There wasn't a single team who were feeling nostalgic for the old car and wanted to keep it. Not a single one. That kind of amazes me, really. Maybe it shouldn't do, but it kind of amazes me, really. Everybody wants to use the new machine, and you can definitely understand that. But as I say, I am surprised that not even a single team have wanted to keep. Not that it would have mattered; they would have been switching over to the new car anyway. But not a single team wanting to stay with the old car, which is I find a little bit unusual.
By the way, Impulse Racing have dropped down to 5th in 992. Meanwhile, focus quickly on GT3. Gabby Montoro 1 second clear of Curtis Rutan, while Raphael Renhofer, Cherry Esports, a bit of no man's land for him. Stretched apart at the front of the field, I think it's fair to say. And Daniel Lola in front of Ross McFarlane. Then Mark Calver, remember, who will have a 20-second penalty that will be served inside of the next 90 or so minutes. CB5 second car, Grid and Go's second car as well. And then BS Plus competition still all the way back in 11th.
Yeah, it's not been a good start for Elias Riker. You can be down the field in qualifying. That can happen to anybody, especially when you're still the best placed of your manufacturer. You can say, well, there's not much more we could have done about that. But you've got to then move forward in the race, especially early on. And Elias Riker's not even really in this group that Daniel Ola is at the front of for Chesney Esport. And that's really the problem for BS competition. Whether they've just not got the pace here at Sebring tonight, or whether it is just, or this morning, I should probably say, it's not looking good for them anyway, because Sean Campbell's inside the top 5. That position, by the way, would be enough for them to win the championship, even if BS won the race. So that is, maybe it doesn't matter so much anyway.
Yes, I think Grid and Go are showing us that, unlike in some of the recent races where they've had a couple of stumbles, they have being able to put themselves in a position to control their championship destiny, which is realistically all you can ask for. The tinge of orange is becoming increasingly pronounced in the background. Track temperature has not changed, by the way, and we are not expecting it to change. We are racing in virtual January, but as much as it's called the Sunshine State, I can promise you, January is cold. I was actually in Sebring this time last year with the Prodigy Racing League. We had some of the iRacers racing around here in the real world and some radicals. And you and I was so cold, it was so windy, that as we see Ross McFarlane shape his way up to the inside of Daniel Ola. That's another dive at Cunningham Corner where you can defend around the outside, and once again, haven't seen the move happen. McFarlane's going to set up for a good exit here from Tower Turn. McLaren not maybe fast enough in a straight line, but showing its speed through the corners.
Yeah, that's the opposite way around to what the McLaren used to be like, albeit not this model of the McLaren, the one that was introduced many moons ago. Oh dear, that was a bit of a bobble. I was wondering for a moment whether that was McFarlane looking for a real dive down the inside, but I think that was just a bobble over the curves there through the S's, and Mark Calvin now might have a chance to regain one of the places he's lost in the last few moments. Is he interested? No, he didn't look like it. Sometimes you see them pretending not to be interested and then dive down the inside late on, but Calvin didn't even do that.
I think he's also now aware of the penalty. Last thing you want to do, get involved in a race control investigation multiple times inside of the opening hour of the race. Go back to the point, it was so cold at Sebring that I stole Brian Till's jacket at one point because I was struggling to stay warm. Not really, but you know, we did what we needed to. But maybe more just about. Maybe more significantly, Daytona next week in the sim world, but the week after that in the real world. I remember a couple of years ago where they had a Daytona 24 where temperatures dropped below freezing, which is not what people expect, I think, when they hear Florida, Sunshine State.
Well, exactly, yeah. You hear people, you know, going to Florida to get some sunshine, they say. But, and, you know, it probably is year-round on average. It's definitely warmer than everywhere else in America, but or a lot of other places in America. But it can still get cold. I wonder whether the sort of humidity down that... I mean, I'm not a scientist, I'll say before I say this. I wonder whether the humidity that keeps the heat in so well throughout the hot months really almost acts the opposite, and when there's sort of not really many clouds around either, it becomes a bit of a problem for heat in the winter time. I'm not entirely sure. By the way, in the real world in Sebring today, it's 16 degrees Celsius, which to me from England that's positively balmy.
Yeah, that's the word I was about to use. That sounds very, very nice. That was connection issues, by the way, for the second of the Simify cars, not the race leader. Yes, no, it's an interesting theory on that humidity. You're not wrong. All I know is 2 weeks from now, I'll at least have a fire suit on in pit lane for the Rolex 24. So I've got one layer of warmth, and I've maybe told them so that they should give me as much warm clothing as I can put on top, so I don't freeze. I grew up in Singapore, okay? I get cold very easily.
I get cold easily, and I lived in England.
It's easy. Up to turn one, that gap between Sheza Esports and Sean Campbell now up to 3 seconds. So after passing Mark Calver, Campbell has really been able to actually not just build the gap to those behind, but slowly has been chipping away at the gap to the race leader, and not necessarily the target by any means, but showing us plenty of potential. Quick chat on GT4 as well, Ewan, because we really haven't talked much about them. It's Williams Sim Racing from Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Remember, they're flipped in the championship order. Team 75, the championship leaders, not really needing to win this race to win the championship.
No, certainly not. A top 5 will be enough for them, given the 9-point advantage they have over Grid and Go. And don't forget, the team ahead of them, Williams, are even further behind. They're 12 points back coming into this race. The gap, 12 points, by the way, in terms of positions, is 1st to 8th in the field for reference. So, and that obviously gives them a tie, in which point we really have to break out the tiebreaker rules, which we have got, and we'll keep an eye on them if indeed it comes to it. But I'm not suspecting it will do. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, have been very, very strong across the season in terms of consistent finishes, really. When you average out the scores per race into a per race thing, when you consider it's a maximum 80, I think, from 4 races with 1 dropped. That's a pretty good score of 76 they've got going on so far.
Having a perfect season is a difficult thing, isn't it? Especially in a championship like this, with all the various variables that can really impact things. Remember, we had that race with rain that was, well, hellacious, treacherous, all sorts of adjectives to describe that. What's happened here between the Cup cars? Bit of a shortcut through the grass as Fast Repair Motorsports take all of this in. They take advantage through all of that to slide in front of Jesper Eriksson in the Sim Race Sweden 24-hour series 937. That will be something that Race Control takes a look at. I can tell you, it's been another penalty that's just come down inside of that 992 class. 15-second time penalty for the 999 Byte 500.
Oh. Okay, that's one of the front 5. So, one of the 3 of the front 5 who haven't got an initial penalty for registering wrong have also now got a penalty for on-track antics, which is not ideal particularly either. So, effectively leaves us with the 901 Grid and Go and Carlisle Esports 960 as the early favourites, but there's such a long way to go. And again, interesting tyre strategy, although interesting to see how differently these tyres wear now that they can't be locked up fronts or spun up rear tyres anymore.
Looks like Simify is going to be rejoining, but again, remember at this point out of contention. Going back to 992, do they still change tyres and fuels at the same separately rather, or has that also been updated with a brand new car?
If it's changed, I'm going to be seriously upset.
Oh, don't worry, Ewan. You might be upset. I might. Oh, I woke up early for this. Don't get me mad. It will be the only car on iRacing, as far as I'm aware, of major significance, which does do fuel and tires separately, and so
yeah,
it will be a shame to be robbed of that.
Yeah, and you know, to your point earlier about it being an outlier in terms of not having driver aids as well, you know, I really don't see that as a negative, or almost as a positive even, that it's complete, you know, some would say dinosaur, I suppose, but you know, it's completely different to all of the other classes and cars, and just therefore so much different, and different is interesting in one of these races. So if that is taken away, then that'll be a real shame. I realised as I said it's not a given that it's the same, is it? But I don't know. We're about to find out.
But I would expect it is the same as the previous car, because it's a generational. It's not a major generational upgrade. It's just a slight tweak, an Evo upgrade, if you will. 992.1 added a couple of things to now become the 992.2. It is not a big shift by any means. To what you're saying about, you know, not having driver aids being not a negative, I don't disagree, right? But I think Porsche have also understood what their junior drivers need to be developing now, which is that feeling of ABS. You know, compare it to what Ford are doing with their Mustang Dark Horse R, which similar sort of idea to what Porsche are doing. You know, let's have a similar chassis to what is raced at the top level, so our drivers can go up through the ranks, and that includes going through GT4 as well, let's not forget. But the Dark Horse R has no traction control. It does have a Bosch ABS system, which is like some 11-way adjustable, if I remember correctly. What it does, though, have, Ewan, is 3 pedals and an actual H-pattern shifter. So
wow,
they have both embraced the technology with ABS while going old school with the transmission style that you get to deal with.
Yeah, that is an unusual combination, isn't it, to have on a car. I wonder how many cars in the world have both, race cars, I mean. Obviously, that's most people's road cars. But I wonder how many people have, or how many race cars, sorry, have that combination. So that seems slightly unusual. You know, as I say, I totally get it from Porsche's point of view, coming back to the Cup car, to, as you say, train their young drivers on the very assist that they're going to be using if they're going to be GT3 drivers or whatever for one of their efforts somewhere in the world. Then they do need to learn the ABS and the traction control. But it's just a shame as a neutral to miss out on that, really. But there you go. I'm sure another non-assist car will pop up somewhere in the future.
Yes, no doubt about that. And the previous generation cars aren't going anywhere. You know, they'll still race in various series around the world. Change for GT4. Pinto Jombi, Corin Tengunes, they're fighting. They are fighting. It was 3 wide with traffic for a moment as well for them. They are still wheel to wheel, heading out through turn 10 at Tower Turn. And this, remember, is championship contenders. We're still watching Carlar, but finally let's jump over to Pinto Jombi, Corin Tengunes, and this is where it gets treacherous. PS Plus, 3 wide in towards Jean-Louis Bend. No change for the lead just yet. The Porsche Cayman going to sweep the momentum around the outside, and the Mustang Grunt's going to get the power down and charge down the almond straight away and hold on to the race lead. But Corin Tengunes is done waiting here in Sebring.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that's because they're coming in this lap. We've already seen some pit stops in GT4, and they're going to want to come in this time. Here comes one of the Mercedes. Got to be really careful of this if they want to come in pit lane. They've got to be very careful they don't get hit. Really careful. Oh, and they're going to get hit. Oh, the Williams car there, just about. And the Impulse Mercedes wants to come in too. That was a saving grace there, because otherwise I'm not sure the Impulse Mercedes realised that the Mustang wanted to come into pit lane at all. And if they were carrying on the pit straight, they would have got turned there for sure. But luckily, the GT3 comes in with the GT4 leaders.
And I'm going to say this, sometimes the GT3s need a bit more awareness in these situations. The danger of GT4 and GT3s pinning at the same time. And Impulse Racing almost running over the GT4 leader. No driver changes expected here. I do see, by the way, Zenith Esports have got a meatball flag, so something's happened to them. This, I mean, I've seen some close entries on my days in sim racing, but there was definite contact there.
There was, and as I say, I'm absolutely sure if the Impulse car was carrying on there on the front straight, then they would have absolutely run over the Mustang. Who's going to get out first here? Oh, just about the Mustang. I mean, I'd be surprised if there's an inch between them, but it's just, they're inside each other. The Mustang just about is going to, well, it is going to lead this race later. There are two that have carried on.
Well, we may have a baby Porsche in about 9 months' time. But it is Pinto Zombie that continues to lead, although net race lead. We are waiting for two to come to pit lane. Team Checkmate Simline and Delta V Racing. This race, it is starting to intensify, because look behind, Corentin Gunes, Dennis Grabowski, Adam Isaacson, Timo Hayden. This is a 5-car train that has now got some GT3 traffic that will try and make its way through as well. Warming up the tires. I don't think we're going to see Gunes lunge to the inside just yet. Hold station.
Yeah, it's still pretty cold, by the way. Track temperature 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit, and that's because its sunrise, official sunrise, is only just about now. So it's been light for a little while, really, but proper sunrise is only about now, 45 minutes into the race. Still pretty cold, and that temperature's now finally going to rise. One of the Astons down the inside of Zombie, who just about gets away with that. A flash of the lights from the Team 75, Corentin Gunes. Oh, and a spin! The Hyperion Aston Martin goes for a spin.
Cold tires, that shows you just how treacherous it can be, even in GT3 with the help of traction control. Meanwhile, from the lead of the race, Maniti Racing pit, but that is just the last of the top 10 runners yet to make their way down on towards pit lane. Gabby Montoro will re-inherit the race lead, although with two in close pursuit. Scherer Esports, Raphael Renhofer is cycled in front of the Falcon Sim Racing team, and the only Acura in the field is on the charge.
Yeah, it's yeah, gained a place through the pit stops. This is, by the way, is the pit exit. There you go. Were they quite inside each other? Maybe not quite, but it was very, very close as they were coming out the pit lane. Slightly puzzled as to how suddenly there's so many GT4s all behind them, by the way, with the likes of Altitude Frim and so on catching up. The other Team 75 put up by Sim LC car actually catching up as well and battling at the moment with Adam Isaacson and Dennis Grabowski, those two driving those two cars. But yeah, Acura into second position, and interesting that Renhofer has been able to gain that position over the course of the pit stop phase, because his pit stop was 8/10 shorter than Jonas Rutten. Now, what is that down to? Is that down to a bit of fuel saving in the first stint, or is that a slightly underfueled Acura to maybe go one lap shorter in this next run, I wonder?
Other thing to consider, the Acura not a car by any means used with any regularity, I would say, in any major series. Let's look at, another car having an incident. This one's the M&J Downforce machine, and that looks just coming up towards Tower. Oh, no, never mind, onto the Almond straight away at Le Mans.
Could have done with a bit more downforce there.
And he slams into, he just avoids the wall, but that's right around where the new grandstand they're building would be. So the fans in that new grandstand would have a great view of all of that. Corentin Gunes, he's thinking about it, you know. He thought about it in towards Tower Turn. They've got a couple more machines stacked up behind for traffic. That's a 992, then a pair of GT3s. This is where things get scary.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? There's nothing quite like multi-class racing, is there? You can watch it a million times and never get... Well, I can watch it a million times and never get bored of it anyway. Maybe not everybody else feels the same, but it's absolutely excellent. Back down the inside, Zombie's going to be in trouble here because he got properly dived there at Le Mans, and he's going to have trouble defending as well because the 992 car's alongside. He's actually not got a very good run, Corentin Gunes there, and so I think the Mustang will get away with it, but that really should have been an opportunity there for Corentin Gunes to go through if he wanted it.
You know what's funny is I spent this entire last year on the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge pit lane talking with drivers who weren't in a Ford Mustang about how it was impossible to pass a Ford Mustang GT4 car because it was too fast in a straight line. It's kind of what it looked like to me there, although hard to make that case given how close Corentin Gunes has gotten before. GT4 leaders are back, and that might be a permanent switch because Gunes has established himself, I think, in front of Pinto Zombie. No, but into turn 3 he will. Change at the front, and the championship contenders going back and forth. But the big Mustang now sits in the tire tracks of the Cayman as they sweep out through Big Bend.
Yeah, let's not forget this battle is not really about the championship at the moment because the advantage is with 476 so strongly, but it's an interesting battle for the race lead anyway, and good to watch between the two. It just looked to me like a bad run off of Sunset Bend for Peter Zombie there, which just allowed Green a chance in towards turn 1. They were pretty much dead level, side by side through it, but on the exit and into turn 3, Gwynedd had the inside line and the ability to go through as well. Does that mean now he's going to race away and he's been sort of holding back through this first stint, or is Zombie going to respond? Don't forget, these two did qualify this way round with Gwynedd on the pole.
Love that shot through tower turn. What's happened to the Zenith McLaren? As mentioned, a meatball flag for them. Ooh. Oh. Now, that seems pretty cut and dry for race control, but for those that watched the 12 hours of Sebring earlier in 2025, I still feel like we're in 2025. But there was an incident at that point of the track where a prototype was deemed to have hit a Ferrari. When on further review of the footage of the in-car, there was no contact made. There was definite contact made there. There will be a slam dunk penalty. Into the 992 pit window we go, though. One thing just to keep in mind is that we do have a tank size restriction of about 75% on all 3 of the classes. And so 50 minutes in, all 3 of our classes, Ewan, down on pit lane at least once so far.
Yeah, that's been the great thing, in my opinion, about this series over the 6 rounds we've had it since August last year, is the slightly shortened smallened fuel tanks, whatever, and that has just created more pit stops throughout the 6-hour race. I think for a 12-hour it would have been exciting to see the normal stints anyway, but we're going to get even more of them in a 12-hour race this time round as well. And as I say, I think it's been a good addition, to be honest. It's allowed us to see more pit stops, a little bit more strategy as well, especially in 992. And indeed, it does look like we've got fuel and tyres happening separately because we've already got different pit stop times. Although not too many different ones. Delta Sport Sim Shop 5 seconds slower than the rest, but that's pretty much it.
Eye on pit stops and see if there is anything different to emerge. Back to the GT3 battle that we've been keeping an eye on plenty, although it is just for 6th position that World Sim Racing Esports and Sheza Esports do battle. 2 teams whose championship seasons have been up and down, to say the least. For WSR, their sister car, the Aditus Racing grey and highlighted yellow McLaren, has had a bit more consistency there in a fight for a top 5 championship finish, you'd say. Meanwhile, final couple of 992 pit stops, I think, are about to be on deck. So a 25 lap stint.
Sorry, I could just... I'm too excited because it happens every day, but I just saw the sun, so it's properly up now.
Yes. No,
sorry.
I was like, he's crashed. What trouble is there? Oh, it's just a nice sunrise.
Happens literally every day. I'm still excited by it.
Just a nice sunrise for you and O'Leary. No tires. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I think that's the reason for the uniformness across the board, actually, in terms of pit stops. You know, it's not very warm out there. We've not been racing very long, 50 minutes in the context of these tyres, so I wouldn't expect to see many change. Keita's out. He might have jumped them there. He might be ahead of the one car after that stop. We'll see where the other Gringo car is, though, and see whether he's in the lead.
So Taz Dallin, there he is, just heading into turn 1 at speed. He will clear Keita, so it will be status quo to remain. Keita back in second, although the gap has opened up. It's going to be 2 seconds or so once it stabilizes. Remember, there were about 4 or 5 cars at one point in the train. Bike 500 have dropped off because they've had to serve a penalty. It was actually 2 15-second penalties that they have accrued. So I don't know if they stayed stationary for the full 30 seconds, but they will have to at some point. So that's cost them a significant chunk of time. Outside of that, I see the MAG Performance, Aston Martin, they've served their 20-second penalty for impeding in qualifying. The Thibaut Courtois Esports Mercedes, they've also served their penalty for contact in that GT3 class at the initial race start. So all things considered, I'm knocking on wood when I say this, because I do believe in the commentator's curse, no matter what Lewis McLeod believes. Relatively clean start for race control to deal with. Yeah,
I think so. You know, I think when you look back at lap 1, especially when, you know, you're very fearful, even in a 12-hour race, to be fair, when everybody knows they've got a long way to go. Sometimes you're concerned about trouble on the way down towards turn 3, especially. Seen some messy starts in long races in the past here, but I think, yeah, it's not been too bad in this first hour so far. Remains to be seen what the rest of the race is going to be like, because it's not only dangerous at the start of the race as far as incidents are concerned. Multi-class racing, there's opportunities for incidents all of the time, pretty much. But yeah, I'd agree so far. I think it's been a good start across the board, and that has allowed us to keep a lot of cars in relative contention through the first hour, which is what you want, really, in a long race.
Absolutely. The 24-hour series has done some real racing here at Sebring in the real world. But at the end of last year, they debuted a new championship. They are partnered up with the Apex 1 Endurance Series, so expect maybe some more Creventic and 24-hour series involvement in real world at US Motorsports moving forward. Maybe a couple more races at this great track, which, no matter how much Ewan wants it to be repaved, is unfortunately never going to happen. Those concrete blocks that make up part of the track are about, what, 5 foot wide, 9 feet deep, 10 feet long. They aren't being moved anytime soon, and so maybe this part of the track will get a little bit of resurfacing work, but Ewan, the bumpy nature of this track is here to stay, and it's why it gets used by many teams and manufacturers, I should say, close with traffic there, to test their cars, to see if they'll hold up to the hardened nature of battle.
By the way, to anyone who's not heard me commentate on Sebring before, I don't actually believe that. I didn't say that.
It's a lie.
I didn't ever say that. What I said was this circuit would be nothing without the... sorry, if you repaved it, this circuit would be rubbish. That's what that's effectively what I was referring to. But anyway, the stories ran away with me now, and that's my fate at this venue. Easy to forget as well. Actually, I was doing a broadcast that required a little bit of history at this circuit quite a long time ago, actually. But easy to forget for someone of my age that this circuit has really only looked like this since 1999. It's been looking very, very different lots of different times throughout history as well, such as the nature of this layout. You mentioned a former World War II airbase, but it therefore changed quite a lot down the years.
Yes, no, it has, although nowadays I think we are at a point where it has stabilized. Haven't seen any changes of the track itself since '99, and any changes now are kind of building the spectator experience, which is kind of what you want to see. The spectators here are known for having a good time. How much of a good time? Well, to the point where they burn their couches at the end of the 12-hour race. So, I mean, if you have a couch that needs burning, volunteer it for March of this year. They're also coming up to turn 7, by the way, which is where one of the changes on the track has been. And at some point, I'd love to get a onboard look going into that corner, because you see the hotel in the background. There's some runoff that nowadays, Ewan, cars can take advantage of. But in the old days, you would go all the way to the basically edge of the facility, hit the brakes hard, and if your brakes didn't work, you were going straight into the public road, which just, is just another example of how far modern safety has come in motorsports.
Yes, you can't even get away with that amount of runoff at many circuits nowadays, even if there isn't a live public road behind the other side. And so, yeah, that's probably for the best.
Yes. Yes.
If we're honest. But yeah, I must say, I do find the new configuration of the hairpin rather strange. I know that it does make it a little bit different, but I actually think sometimes, because it makes the sort of line so narrow, it actually detracts from racing a little bit down at turn 7, at a corner that actually should be one of the better overtaking chances. Sometimes it's actually quite hard to stay alongside because of the unusual nature of the chicane after the, if that's still called a chicane, after the hairpin itself.
I call it a chicane. I don't think it's unfair. Although, you know, I got told off by Adam Blocker, my teammate, for calling Portland a quasi-street circuit. And I said quasi-street circuit because it used to be a street circuit, and now it's not, but it still retains the nature of it. So, yeah, you know, whatever we say, we'll get in trouble.
I'm absolutely with you there on Portland. That's to be honest, I thought it was a street circuit still.
Well, technically, you can still drive around some of the track in certain parts of the year, but not all year. That, by the way, did lead to a very interesting conversation about whether you can really consider the Nürburgring a public toll road nowadays, with the changes where it's becoming so much more manufacturer-oriented, and to the point where even public toll days are dominated by people doing silly things and going on outrageous bridge to gantry runs. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, we have gone off on a tangent, but we are coming to the end of the opening hour of this 12 hours of Sebring, our junior Kanki party, alongside of Ewan O'Leary. A long way to go. Lots more of our RaceSpotTV team to bring you through the action. Our eyes on this fight for second. Carlar Esports, Luca Kita. Well, they've kept their nose clean in this opening hour of the race. The car behind them, their nose has been clean, yes, but they misfiled some paperwork, if you will, and so they have a 60-second penalty at the end of the day. But Luca Kita at this point has got enough pace that he does not want to give up the track position.
No, absolutely, and you know, Green and Go could very much play the teamwork game here because of that, and sort of try and slow down Luca Kita almost by getting past him and getting in front of him. The gap already 3.5 seconds anyway, to be fair. I think Tastellan maybe has the speed to do this alone anyway, but either way, the gap is now increasing. It's decreasing, though, for the overall lead. Gavin Machoro under the pressure for the first time, really, seriously, I think, in the first hour, which is about to draw to a close.
That Acura is looking strong, I tell you. Raphael Renhofer flying in that number 16, and as they get balked behind a bit of the Porsche traffic that's also overlapping with the GT4s. Remember, the power cut to the Cup car must be hindering it in these situations. They'll slink to the inside, and relatively simple. Now, which of the Team 75 cars was that one? It's the sister car. It's not the championship leader. Oh, that could have been big drama.
Yeah, well, not least because, as you say, it could have been the championship leader, but it was their sister car. It could have also been a massive crash for Adam Isaacson. He actually did a good job to gather that car up before it ended up completely in the wall at turn 1, which would have been high speed, but thankfully they get away with it. It was a classic case of not quite, the driver on the very outside not quite realising that they were 3 wide and very nearly ending up in the wall hard there. Adam Isaacson did a good job to save that, and well, he lost 1 place to Timo Hayden, but he hasn't really lost very much considering. Look at this, he just doesn't quite realise there's a Cup car and a GT3 down his inside, and he has to pull off a remarkable save.
3 drivers in this car, in some of these cars, by the way, for the 12-hour race, as opposed to 2 that had done most of the season. Adam Isaacson with the car control to hang on after maybe putting himself in that position. The gap opens slightly back up between first and second. Ernest Rutan close once again. But with the first hour officially complete, let's give you a bit of a rundown and start in the GT3s, where Simulifying Esports put it on pole, continued to lead, although pressure starting to build in the rearview mirrors, courtesy of Scherer Esports, who have been flying in the Acura to open up the day, jumping in front of Falcon Sim Racing in the cycle of pit stops about 15 minutes ago. About 6 seconds down the road to find Altitude 3M Esports and James Baumy. And then 5th is the championship leaders, doing exactly what they need to do, Grid and Go, to win this GT3 class. Let's take a look at the replay for what's happened here as Shezza Esports tap the right rear of the McLaren. Clumsy to say the least, and then clumsy afterwards as well.
I've never seen that before in a race at this level. Goodness me. Oh, there we go. Wow, that's quite extraordinary. I don't know if that's a retaliation or just to get out of the way. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he thought he had enough steering lock to get out of that one. But it's a bit Benny Hill-esque, if you ask me. Let's continue with the rundown very quickly. 6th for World Sim Racing Esports and for Ross McFarlane. 7th for BS Plus Competition, who have jumped up a couple of spots through the pit stop cycle. And they're in front of 07 Racing, Additives Racing by WSR, and Maniti Racing, top 10 in the GT3 class. Ewan, take us through the 992s.
Yep, 992's in the middle of the field. Ganoso Tastelin has just extended a 4-second lead, a 3-second lead rather, over his teammates, battling with Luca Kita. That's the number 1 Grid and Go car. Erroneous number today, with Luca Kita just in behind. You can see them there, battling for second. A second and a half further behind them, Franizek Liska in 4th position, and rounding out the top 5, it's Conrad Zerabek now for Team Checkmate Wallach Group. That's because number 999 Byte has lost 2 positions actually with their penalty. They're also behind Williams Sim Racing Academy. Behind all of that, Delta Sports Sim Shop, Fast Repair Motorsport, Wizards Esports round out the top 10, and last in the field, might as well do them all, Sim Race Sweden Esports are bringing up the rear in 11th place of 11 in the Cup class.
And then last but not least, let's talk GT4, where we almost had some championship drama, but it is still Team 75 burdened by Sim RC and Karan Tengunes that lead. And now with 1.5 seconds back to Williams Sim Racing Academy and Pinto Jombi in the Ford Mustang. Altitude Free M in 3rd, closely followed by Team Floral by Impulse Racing, a brand new livery for their entry today. And then the second of the Team 75 cars that has dropped slightly down the road, courtesy of that bit of contact. Fiercely Forward 6th, Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing in 7th, Team Checkmate Simline, GTUnit.de, and then Hyperion Racing in 10th position. Remember, they had a late call-up to the day, and great to see that Jakub Magnowski, who I didn't know in chat, apparently his first ever stint in an esports championship. Well, he's done a good job staying out of trouble. 6 positions gained. Not much more you could really ask for, Ewan.
No, absolutely. And, you know, it's something I wish we could highlight more. Obviously, we're never really sure unless somebody tells us, whether it's somebody's first esports event or at this level or whatever. But great to hear those kind of stories from the teams, and that maybe not necessarily who are going to compete for the race victory, certainly not the championship, but for those running around elsewhere on the circuit, sort of, you know, either having their first esports race or, you know, team's first top 5 ever at this kind of level or whatever they might be able to achieve at the end of today. Yeah, it's good to hear those kind of stories. I like those kind of stories in sim racing. Good to know that people are still being attracted to racing at this level.
And apparently it's Jakub, so I apologize. It's just spelled it's spelled the more American way, not the traditional way, so I got fooled.
Yeah, you had a 50-50 chance there, and unfortunately it was not on your side this time.
Yeah, tricked is what I'm going to say. Back to that fight for second, where once again Luca Kita going on offense with Hadino Mamasi having slipped through in the last 5 laps or so. They are 3 seconds off of the championship leading, but also now race leading machine. I hesitated because technically it was a tie for the points coming into the race. The 901 and what is scored as the 1, both level on 76 points with an 8-point advantage back to Impulse Racing. And then a further 18 points to Team Checkmate Wallach Group to illustrate how dominant Grid and Go have been in this class this year, Ewan. It has been quite remarkable, the level of performance that all their drivers have been able to bring. It doesn't mean they've had it all their own way, though. They've had some misfortune, some bad luck, yes, but occasionally some mistakes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you say, when you actually look at the 4 scores that have counted to this stage, they've both got 2 wins and 2 second places from the 4 races that have counted. I think they both have the Mugello race not counting. Certainly one of them does, because Impulse Racing won that one. The only time a grid and go car has not won the race in 992. Only time this season they've not won any of the classes at Mugello on the 26th of October, round 4 of the season that was. So yeah, it's been a dominant season, apart from that one blip, and as you say, a couple of bits and bobs here or there as well. But for the vast majority of this season, it's been their year, and it was predicted to be fair. They came in favourites, but you've still got to execute, and sometimes there's even more pressure coming onto a season like this if you're the outright favourites, and especially for a team like Grid and Go, which don't have a long history of winning at this level, sort of year after year after year, like a Redline Coanda might. They come in with favourite status, and they have delivered for a team not quite of that calibre.
Their argument would be that we've been in operation for only a couple of years, so haven't had the chance to establish that level of dominance. But you know, we are getting to that point with Grid and Go, Drago Racing. You know, there's some teams that have cropped up in the last couple of years who are now consistently at the front of a couple of championships. Ewan, refresh my memory, please. Was it Misano or Mugello, which was the rain-affected race? My memory is saying Misano.
You are correct. Yeah, that, by the way, just another thing on that race. That was the time that Grid and Go won all the classes. The only time so far this season. Yeah.
Which is funny, because that was the race in which, you know, arguably there was the most external chaos that Grid and Go could not control, but it was the one that they were able to really control the most. Whereas the race after that was the one where they had a bit more misfortune. Those were 2 back-to-back rounds in new tracks to the championship as well, and tracks at which, to be fair, I don't think many of these drivers will have done much competitive racing at. I don't know what Mugello would have been used at previously. I know many people are surprised that Mugello's being used in the IndyCar iRacing Pro Series, which has just kicked off. Doesn't seem like the most natural of choices, but yes. Also, to go back to something, I was tricked by chat. It's not Jakub, it is Jacob.
I mean, how do we know that? He's driving. So how do we know that? It's said American.
The teammates are messing with me.
I mean,
yes,
they are. Yeah, this is why I get nervous always about reading chat and saying things out loud that they've said, especially about someone's first race, because you know, for all we know, this guy could be about 40 with years of experience in esports. You know, I don't. We just don't know.
Oh, I mean, could be also 40 doing his first race in esports, to be fair.
That's true as well.
Yeah, you know, the nature of sim racing nowadays, it's great though. The number of people who have started to embrace it, and you know, it's not as weird to talk about sim racing anymore, although I would argue maybe it's still a little bit. The number of hours that we spend locked away on those little margins, it's hard to explain to the casual folk.
I was going to say, have you tried to explain it to a non-motorsport fan even? That takes some doing.
I do think it's easier nowadays because, well, first you had the Gran Turismo movie, right? So I would say, well, I do Gran Turismo stuff, but it's slightly different. That's kind of what I would used to say. And now I say, well, you know, did you watch the Formula One movie? And that's a lot easier for people to understand, you know?
Yeah, no, I get that, yeah. That's the first response from anybody, though, isn't it? So you do F1? No, not really. You know, we're not quite at that level, I wouldn't say. But, you know, one day.
I was trying to explain to George Bryan III, who's a father of a pair of YouTube golfers, what motorsport I specifically did. I was like, it's sports cars with the manufacturers. And I could tell he kind of was like, yeah, I'll just let him have it. I'll just let him have it. Comments in chat, by the way, and I don't know if I'm believing this one either. He's my son, he's 16, and he deserves to be messed with when we're talking about Jacob. So I think we're all.
This is not territory I'm comfortable with now.
Exactly. This is where we're starting to get into places where you and I, we don't know if we believe everything that we read in that chat. Although I believe this more than when Vince Cusi will jump in and start talking about liking wet toast. we
that
have
will have
some
gone
weird
over a lot of people.
Yeah, we have weird conversations on RaceSpotTV. I should warn you all,
dear.
we have 10 hours and 47 minutes still left to go.
So, yeah, I mean, the middle hours haven't got anywhere near yet, so yeah, brace yourselves, because it's probably going to get weirder, to be honest. But yeah, I'm going to step away from the YouTube chat now because I'm no longer comfortable with reading that.
Our commentary crew, by the way, includes Jake Sperry, Lorenzo Bonder, Brad Dalton, Jeremy Scott, and I'll be back on for the final couple of hours with Peter Mackay, who has plenty of experience commentating 24-hour series racing in the real world. But I'm also very interested to talk to him as one of the commentators of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America about this 992 Cup car. He was there when the previous generation debuted. Curious to hear his opinions on the shifting nature of the class. Looking at that onboard as well, the crazy thing that I always think when I watch laps at Sebring is where they position the car sometimes. Even though it's bumpy all around, sometimes they put themselves in positions where I just think it must be even bumpier.
Yeah, it is fascinating the way that this circuit has evolved down the years, and the way that they have to drive them differently. I mean, this is the sort of corner you always think about, isn't it? When you think of the bumps through Sunset, it regularly wheels off the ground through there, and it's just so fascinating to watch them try and navigate that, use the different lines, and just make you wonder a little bit. That's something I always wonder about as well, how the lines would change if you repaved it. But that doesn't mean I want to repave it just to make it, you know.
That's what I heard. That's what I've heard.
Thanks.
Someone clip it, post it, and from then on, it will never be forgotten here on RaceSpotTV. To be fair, poor you, but there was a while where you had a nickname that really stuck for a while. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to say it. But
I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah, that's fair. There are worse nicknames. To be fair, nicknames in motorsports, that we're going very off topic again as we continue. There's not much fighting going on right now, to be fair. It's a fight for 7th in GT3 with BS Plus 07 Racing and Additus Racing. 2nd in GT4 has lost a couple of seconds to Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Bit of a train building up behind Pinto Jombi, but not much happening. For those that saw what happened to Danny Formal at VIR when his Lamborghini decided to spontaneously combust, fortunately Danny got out of the car with just minor burns, I think to his lip and parts of his face. But you never pick your nicknames. The team is the one that chooses for you, right? And so Danny's new nickname at Wayne Taylor Racing, it's S'more.
Oh. Again, it could be worse. It could be worse.
It's not bad though. It's a good nickname.
No, it is. Yeah, it was a very big fire as well. I've only recently watched IMSA season, to be honest, because I just got very behind. But yeah, it was a very big accident, and thankfully no harm in the end, and they can make jokes about it now. But yeah, that's good to make light of a situation after it's over.
Yes, no. After it's over, not while it's happening. What's happened to the 78? Best number in all of motorsports. Oh, they've got stuck on Hyperion. Oh, that's just... I mean, no one's to blame. That's not even a racing incident. That's just the joy sometimes of virtual motorsport.
Yeah, that's very unusual as well, to see two GT cars just jammed together like that. You more often see that with open wheelers getting locked together almost, with obviously their wheels exposed, but GT cars almost locked together there, and yeah, a little bit clumsy again, and Ryan van der Grit ends up spinning around. The especially clumsy part was when he backed it into the wall, and hopefully that was only aesthetic damage and he hasn't actually got that rear end hanging off the back of the car, because if he has, then some of these high-speed corners around here are going to be very challenging indeed.
Well, regretfully, I have to tell you that it did rip the rear end off on the Ferrari. The fortunate thing is that Ferrari, as we saw in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring a couple of years ago, it can change the rear clip in about 2 minutes. It's been designed much more like a prototype, so that in situations like this, much like Audi used to do with their LMP1 car, these sort of repairs can happen on the flick of a switch. Not really, but as close to that as you could hope for. It's now 3 seconds the gap between Corentin Gunes and Pinto Jombi. They were very equally matched in the opening stint of the race, but the sun is starting to shine. Not seeing the track temperature rise just yet. The balance on that forward seemingly starting to go away, or at the very least, speed starting to fall away. Pit stop window might be opening up as well, with an hour and 20 minutes complete. Remember, last time by, GT3s and GT4s pitted at exactly the same time, and it almost caused a bit of chaos.
Yeah, it's a bit early for pit stops yet. They came in after 22 laps for the most part in GT. That's 22 laps of GT3 racing overall. We're only doing lap 39 at the moment, so those who are in at the moment are going a little bit early. But you could very much say that the window is open now. And maybe that is the reason. I've just spotted actually a bit of damage on the front end of that Mustang and the front right. Not sure whether you've noticed that as well, whether that's holding him back, but it's interesting that Guin's suddenly been able to pull out 2.5, 3 seconds.
Yep, no, you are right. I did notice on the right front some of the damage earlier, but I mean, now even the main part of that radiator grille is showing the battle scars. It's still early on. Definitely not an aerodynamic profile, I would argue, at the team at Ford Racing, based out at Concord, North Carolina, will have been spending much of their time perfecting in the simulator with CFD, but also, of course, in the wind tunnel as well. Most part, though, it doesn't seem to have lost enough speed that Dennis Grabowski and Team Floral by Impulse have been able to fly past. And as mentioned slightly earlier, by the way, new look for Impulse Racing today. New partnership with Team Floral. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a new year, and it seems that new opportunities are rising for some of these teams, which is good to see in sim racing again. Just have a slightly different look to that car now. Always like the sort of iconic Impulse blue, if you like, but that has very much been replaced, and third place has been replaced too. Dennis Grabowski overtaken by Timo Hayden rather nicely, just as we're talking about them. Moving on up into the podium places.
Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. Let's jump back to 992 then to see Luca Kita, Haninoa Massey continuing to go back and forth. Kita back in front, and it's 4.3 seconds now. So another second lost here to Ganoso Tasdelen in the championship leading, race leading run and go machine that at this point, I know it's a long way to go, 10.5 hours, and it's not a large gap by any means, but remember, the car that sits third in class will have a 60-second post-race penalty. The car that sits fourth in class also has a 60-second post-race penalty, and those are the two championship contenders realistically. Tasdelen can't let the guard down, but at this point, in a very strong position, but still a long way to go. That's aggression, by the way, from Raphael Renhofer as he passes some of this Cup car traffic. A bit slower in a straight line, but plenty of grip still through the corners, it would seem, for the Porsche Cup car. And Renhofer having to get aggressive to close the gap up to your race leader and put some gap back to Jonas Rutten, who now looks to the outside in towards Jean de Bion Bend.
He'll get through nicely as well on the inside line. James Beaumay is next in line, but a long way further behind them. So it's very much free for the lead now. And none of the oh, spin in the background. Didn't quite catch, I was looking at the timing screen, didn't quite catch how it started, but yeah, it is involved. Oh, I think he did the spinning of that GT4 from what I saw at the very end there, but we'll see what happens. That's great news for Luca Kita. I was just thinking, actually, as we were getting those shots there, it'd be really important for Carlo to get away from the other grid and go car, because the ease at which that #1 car could just slow Luca Kita down would just completely interrupt Carlo's race, but they're clear of them now.
Absolutely. Take a look, so fiercely forward. Clambering over the curbs already. And then as Might have been a bit of net code, a bit of air between the two, but regardless, contact initiates the spin. And Massey is now back in 4th behind the Impulse Racing machine. Another look, try and see how big a gap there potentially could have been. No, can't even blame the net code on that one.
That's just not very good spatial awareness there, unfortunately, from the or maybe situational awareness from Massey. Really, there was not going to be a gap down the inside there, and that was quite clear to me. I know we were watching replay, but that's quite clear to me from quite a long way out. But he still went for it, and unfortunately has paid the price there, spinning that GT4 around through that final corner before the Ullman Straight. So there may be a steward's report coming through on that very soon.
There has been a few more things coming down. Most significantly was a 40-second penalty for the 977. Now, I'm not sure exactly which of the cars that misregistered that was. That would be the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. And a whole more, no further actions from race control, who have been a bit busier in the last 20 minutes than I think I'd really been expecting. The GT3 pit stop is starting to pick up. You would have called out about a 22-lap pit window, which really means within the next 2 laps or so, Ewan.
Yeah, so now that was their first pit stop anyway after 22 laps. Obviously, the first stint of the race is always a bit unusual because it is the start of the race, and indeed we have got the leader in. Yeah, Gavin Montoro is in the pit lane in the background there, so he's only done 21 laps this time round. Which maybe is in line, actually. Maybe I got that wrong, and it's 21 laps first time round. But anyway, it's somewhere around there. Gabby Monturo, interestingly though, the difference is with Rafael Brenhofer and Jonas Rutten, who have both carried on. Monturo is not able to.
They have similar fuel capacities in the Ford Mustang and the Acura, both around 84 litres. However, Jonas Rutten has saved some fuel behind Scherer Esports in the second stint of the race, and remember, Scherer actually had a slightly shorter fill time, but has still been able to extend the stint. That Acura might be light on its fuel tank. Something for us to keep our eye on. Remember, GT4 into pit lane at the same time. That pit entry hasn't looked as congested this time around. Corentin Gunes yet to trundle down the lane.
Look at them again. Is he behind again? Or is that the sister car right behind the Mustang?
I think that's the sister car, yes. Yes, Adam Isaacson is 2/10 behind on the timing screen, so very, very close.
Yeah, it's like watching a replay of last time, but obviously with the other car. It's remarkable. Either way, it's not a change for the lead, which is good news for Guinet, who's still a long way in front. But Miguel Freitas has jumped Zombie, and Isaacson, obviously, they just got past into third, got past Denis Grabowski. But Freitas now, it looks like he's in second place, as long as he obviously stays ahead of Grabowski. He's carried on for another lap.
Yep. And wonder if the damage on that Mustang for Williams Sim Racing Academy is now going to cost them, and if they can just try and sit in the draft of those in front of them with another 34 minutes to go until top of the hour, and we'll reach 10 hours left to go. There's a long, long road still ahead. Here comes Renhofer, Rutten. We see a driver change potentially here. Maybe be early, one more stint. A triple stint with the limited fuel capacity we have is about 2 or so hours, which is about the normal double stint for many of these competitors. The longest stint that I can remember seeing from a sim racing driver, outside of the people that try and do the event solo, which we'll have some people do the 24 Hours of Daytona next week for charity solo, but top split, Govan Keeney, a 10-hour stint to open up the 24 Hours of Daytona, and he handed over the car in the lead of the race. Still remember that like it was yesterday.
How many years ago was it? Is the next quiz question. Because I remember that 4. Too. I want to say 4 as well. If I was commentating on that race, it might have only been 3. But
well, it's 2026 now, so I'm adding 1 to whatever the thing in my head. You see, I had to think about. So maybe it is 3. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, but that's also 2023 seems like it wasn't very long ago, but actually it is 3 years. Yeah, that's well, I've set you a quiz question there. I don't know the answer myself, so that's not a very good quiz master. But yeah, I remember it as well, and it was Mark. From memory, he handed over the car only briefly, then got back in and crashed it.
Yes.
From memory. Yeah.
I was trying to avoid saying that part of that story.
Okay, sorry. It wasn't a happy ending, but that is true. That did happen as well.
Meanwhile, GT3, the pit stops have shaken things around. Vulcan Sim Racing now in front of Jonas Rutten. So even though it was a slightly shorter fill time from Simify compared to Falcon, they have lost out with the attempted undercut. Maybe traffic catching them up. And, well, that Acura, sun continuing to rise, albeit hidden behind the clouds. There's no orange for us to look at anymore. It's a new race leader here in the 12 hours of Sebring.
Yeah, he's still getting up to speed, though, on the cold tyres compared to Gavin Monturo. And with the new cold tyres in GT3 these days, it's an advantage to run a little bit longer in the way that Renhofer and Rutten did. But see, when you come out the pit lane, there's not much you can do sometimes to actually hold back the guys on warm tyres, as we just saw there for Jonas Rutten. Helpless, really, although it wouldn't have helped his race to keep him behind anyway. We'll see how close Monturo can get, but he's still got those slightly warmer tyres compared to Renhofer. I don't think he's going to be able to actually get back in front again, but he's going to get a bit closer than this before these tyres are up to temperature.
The worst of the pain is over for Renhofer, you'd argue. Our championship leaders, by the way, Grid and Go still 5th, doing exactly what they need to, but 13.5 seconds off of the leaders. So about 3.5 seconds lost in the last hour for Campbell, which is not a lot. It's not like he has to win this race, but again, just continuing to pace those behind him with 13 seconds in the rearview mirror. His teammate leading in 992, Ganoso Tazdelin, likely to head to pit lane in the next 15 or so minutes. And maybe we will see the first driver change, or big slide coming onto the Almond Straight. Ewan, do you think there's a chance that the 992s will triple stint the Michelin tyres underneath them?
If it's going to happen, then it's going to be now or at the very end. I personally, I'm going to say no. But, you know, to be fair, triple stint sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But actually, with the limited fuel tanks, it's not quite as much as it initially appears, is it? So, yeah, maybe it is possible. But I'm going to, you know, you're going to make me pick a side. I'm going to guess no.
No, I think I agree with you. Track temperature hasn't risen much, but as much as we don't talk about Sebring being a particularly high wear track on the tires, we talk about it breaking the cars through the bumps more. It's definitely still, I think, something where maybe you do right side tires only, then do left sides in the next one, because that is something that we've seen in the past. It's not just something that I'm pulling out of thin air. There's all sorts of things that they could do. Long stint, by the way, in GT4 from Olivier Jaziak in the Team Checkmate Simline Porsche Cayman. So we're watching what is effectively the fight for second right now, as Miguel Freitas just in front of Pinto Jombi, Dennis Grabowski, Adam Isaacson. Remember, after that little bit of contact, Adam Isaacson had great save, back in contention here.
Yeah, and yeah, all credits going to him for that save, because it's kept them not only in the race, but he's actually not lost very much time through it, and he's still very close to the leaders here. Oh, well, the battle for second anyway. Conte Guine very much the leader. Yaroslav Sebela is now going to be the new driver for Team Checkmate Simline, who, if they can continue on like that, will be entering an interesting scenario with the with cutting out a pit stop later on. 6-hour races that we've had so far this season maybe aren't really long enough for these kind of games to happen, but a 12-hour race absolutely is, and you wonder whether that's something they're targeting.
Yes. Now, I'm looking at the pit stop times. They're all basically identical for GT4s, so there doesn't seem to be much of a differentiation in terms of what they're doing with actually loading fuel in. It's all coming down to effectively lift and coast. That's the main way you're saving fuel around the lap as another 30 minutes burned off the clock. Out of turn 7 with the hotel in the background. Great swimming pool that you can sit in and watch all the action unfold through the day. And then down to turn 10, which is one of those places where allegedly the couch burning happens. I say allegedly because I'm going to find out for sure this year, Ewan. I'm going to Sebring for the 12 hours and I'm going to take a picture of the couch burning so I have evidence that it happens.
What's the origin of this tradition? Is there any information on that? Does anybody know?
There's not much to do at Sebring. People are quite inebriated and you can put 2 and 2 together and get 4.
That's not my first thing. That's not the first thing I reach for when I'm drunk, I must say. But, you know, each to their own. I'm not American either, so that would, you know, that changes things, I'd imagine.
It's a conversation for RaceSpot After Dark that I'm now very, very interested in exploring. Ewan O'Leary has opened the door. Meanwhile, close down into Sunset Bend with the Hyperion Aston Martin. Yep, not ideal. And Adam Isaacson has been able to slip past Dennis Grabowski as a result of that. Well, very close now as they head up to turn 1. The Mercedes will try and use a bit of side draft, and another GT3 machine following in the tire tracks behind is going to be a bit more patient this time around. Sweep underneath of Grabowski, 3 wide exiting the corner, and Isaacson back where he started.
Yeah, he did take advantage rather nicely actually of that Hyperion Aston, who really wasn't sure how to get through on these 4 into Sunset Bend, which you can understand. It's not the ideal thing to see when you're a GT3 driver, but there's even more of them to come here. A GT3 battle between 2 Mustangs. It's now going to have to split the difference. Oh, dear me, there's just about a Mustang length between them for them to switch from one side to the other, and maybe now Isaacson's going to have another chance here. The altitude car will just be pushed a little bit wide now. They're not going to quite be pushed wide enough. Their run out of the hairpin is good enough, and they survive, but I thought they were going to lose that position for sure, really.
Yeah, you know, the fact that we only started with 48 cars has made the traffic a lot more palatable than some of the previous races that I think we've had this year. Only 2 confirmed DNFs, Zenith Esports and Instinct Mechanic Racing, both in GT4, and potentially Maniti Racing's GT3 car might be the 3rd of the DNFs inside the opening couple of hours. A couple of changes between the sister cars in GT3, by the way. Additis Racing by WSR, Nathan Paris in front of Ellis Matheny for the white and black 23 now. Remember, the Additis Racing car needs to finish in front of the Simu 514, which after its technical issues is... I'm trying to look at the gap back to the leader now. 90 seconds off the lead, so they've managed to gain the lead lap back. And so that's why I think a bit of team help here, Ewan, and letting the stealth grey and highlighted yellow McLaren slowly pick its way forward.
Yeah, and the 97 car seems to be just that little bit quicker at the moment. Nathan Paris. We'll see what he can do now about Elias Riker, who's up to at 6th place. A good drive actually since those first couple of laps where Riker really didn't go anywhere. Excuse me. In the second half of the, in the second stint rather, and now into the 3rd stint, which he's in now. He's driving a lot better and he's making up a lot more positions now. So that's going to be a tough challenge now for Paris to actually gain another place. None of them are going to come quite as easily as that last one.
Report from race control. It's another penalty for a car that's already got 60 seconds to add at the end of this race. And they came into the 12 hours of Sebring tied for the points lead, but the 900 grid and go Porsche Cup car contact with a GT4 machine, and they'll have a 15-second time penalty to be served inside of the next 90 minutes. Well, really, the championship fight was already over before it started, but Ewan, these are those little mistakes that would have made the difference if the fight was still on.
Yeah, but, you know, even if it seems like a forlorn hope, until it's mathematically out of the question, you've got to absolutely just do the best you can and hope for a mistake, and that's not unreasonable to expect to see at some point in such a long race at such a difficult circuit. So as much as it looks like a very difficult challenge to get whatever position in the championship that those who are aiming for positions today are looking at, you've got to expect almost that the team you're against are going to make a mistake. Where are we going to be when we respond to that? You know, and if it doesn't happen, then fair enough, whatever. But if it does, then you're in position to capitalise on it. So you can never think that, you know, they're never going to make a mistake, so it's all over. You've got to put yourself in the best position possible just in case.
Pit stops for GT4. This one is for Justin Rem. At one point, Grid and Go machine would have been considered as part of the championship fight, but down outside of the top 10, Alessandro Quintai is going to take over in the second place fight, by the way. Miguel Freitas still in front of Pinto Jombi. They've got traffic exiting pit lane, though, and that was about as close as you could get. Dennis Grabowski saw it and was able to slide in line, and now Pinto Jombi under fire because already lost out to Grabowski. Adam Isaacson in the Cayman, nimble out through Big Bend and trying to force the Mustang into submission, out into the gravel. And I think Adam Isaacson should just be wise here, lift off the right foot, give up the ground, because race control might not take lightly to pushing another car off the track. Grid and Go's Porsche Cup car almost shoves it up the inside. This is the leader in class as well, let's not forget, trying to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and has actually lost quite a lot of time to Carlar in the recent past, so the nerves will be jangling a little bit there. But yeah, this is... oh, by the way, the Mustang there for Williams Sim Race Academy have also got a similar dent now on the other side of their car. So the front left and front right are both damaged now, as far as I can see. And you mentioned the repair that they might have been actioning in the last pit stop. I'm not sure they're getting very much of this repaired at all. And if they keep doing more damage each stint, then they're never going to get it repaired before the end.
I mean, at least now there's a bit of symmetry on either side of the bodywork, but yeah, it's not ideal. There goes Team Checkmate, or rather Carlar Esports and Luca Kita in the Porsche Cup class. And now Adam Isaacson increasingly looking at the gap that Dennis Grabowski has got. Miguel Freitas as well. Now 9-10 seconds off of the dominant Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Corentin Gunes paired up for this race with Kieran Harrison and I think just Kieran Harrison. So 2-driver lineup for 12 hours. We'll see how that gets on, how they divvy up the driving duties. Meanwhile, you know, so Taz Dellon, it's the second pit stop of the day for our race leader. We're about to find out if it will be a triple stint on the Michelin tires.
If it is, that'll be 2.5 hours on a set of tyres. Therefore, they'd only really need, what's that, 4 or 5 sets, something like that. But obviously, it's going to get warmer through the middle of the day, and they're not likely to, even though it's not going to get that warm because it is January, it's not going to, it could be a difference there. There's also a driver change, so I'd even more suggest this is going to be a tyre change now, as Edian Garaika begins his first stint of the day.
Yeah, it's not often that you see a driver go out on worn tyres for the first time. That was something that we used to see a lot in the BMW M Sim Cup when that used to be a thing. 2-hour race and drivers trying to avoid as much as they could spending time in pit lane. Whole flurry of activity in this class, by the way. And one of the details that iRacing gets right, the left side of these cars, the wheel nuts are red. The right side of the car, the wheel nuts are blue. I would have thought the wheel nuts, it doesn't matter which side of the car they go on, but you know, that's the details.
I mean, yeah, literally my next question. I've definitely asked you this before because you definitely said that before, and it's you know, I hadn't remembered it until you said it again. What purpose does that possibly serve? I mean, it doesn't seem to me that would really matter. I know it does matter, but you know, why are they different colours? Is there any really?
Well, I'm trying to now reason through it in my head. I guess because it's when they're on the ground. You know, you've got all 4 of your tires and wheels sitting out there, and you're trying to figure out which goes on what. The front and the rear tires are different sizes, so it's easy to differentiate those. And then once you've mounted the tires, and you put the wheel nuts. I don't know. Maybe it's easier to. I don't know. I can't figure out any logic for this. Okay.
No, neither can I. It's the most unusual way ever to decipher whether the car is on its wheels or not, because you know you look at the car from the front, you see, well, it's this colour on the right side, so it must be upside down or whatever. That's the only thing I can think of, but that's just stupid.
Oh, I'm just imagining if that's how people judge if the car is upside down. Anyway, Adam Watson.
Not the screaming driver.
Exactly. Great insight in chat, and maybe something we hadn't considered previously, but because the GT4 pit stops are doing fuel and tires, there's only about a 3 to 7 second window, depending on how much fuel is being put in the car, where damage is really being repaired. So unless you want to sit in pit lane and give up track position, which you would have to do, it's hard to get any of the damage fixed up.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that. You know, that's going to remain the case all throughout anyway. But my point being, they are going to get a few tenths of a second shaved off, or maybe a second or so of the optionals shaved off just naturally throughout the stop. And that's not really going to reduce the damage time if they keep damaging their car throughout their stints. So, yeah, I understand they're never going to get it repaired throughout their regular pit stops. If they want to repair it fully, they're going to have to take extra time to do it. But I think at the moment, they are just going to persevere with the car they've got.
Still waiting for Hadi, Noah, and Massey to come into pit lane in 992. Team Checkmate Wallach Group have come out and have decided not to change tyres. So in front of Adrian Greiker, who's got those fresh Michelins to boot, but also now has got Hendrik Augustin in the rearview mirror, replacing Luca Kita in that Carlar Esports machine. Impulse Racing have lost a bit more ground, although they have also done the swap around of 4 Michelin tyres. How long is this defense going to last? Because 2.5 hours on a set of Michelin tyres, it's asking for a lot. And slowly but surely, Greiker is probing outside, then inside, exiting out of tower turn. And just look how much better he's able to put the power down, even with the assistance of traction control. Team Checkmate Wallach Group vulnerable and into Jean de Bion Bend. It's effectively the net race lead that changes hands, and back in front goes the 901.
Yeah, to be honest, I was hoping for a 50-minute battle there with Team Checkmate Wallach Group just defending for their lives. That would have been a lot of fun to see, but you know, the realities of those tyres are not going to allow for that, unfortunately. Good to see somebody trying the triple stint. Simrace Sweden have also done it. Delta Sport seem to have gone for 2 tyres. Williams gone for no tyres as well, but none of the top names have done it, which suggests to me really that the right call is to change tyres after 2 stints, after about an hour and 45, and that maybe is going to be the same all throughout this race. But we'll see what Team Checkmate Wallach Group can do here and whether they actually gain anything out of all of this.
So Team Checkmate Wallach Group, remember, they need to finish, if they can, in front of Carlar Esports Group to hold on to 4th in the championship. And so I think that's where the strategy has maybe been derived from. Clearly, Carlar Esports with Luca Kita have got a driver of serious potential, and if the rest of the team can match that, maybe Team Checkmate Wallach Group have decided that strategy could be their solution instead. New driver in for the second Grid and Go Porsche, by the way. It's Erin Barber that jumps in. I believe that they did serve the 15-second penalty as well that they received for contact with the GT4 machine, so they have lost a bit more track position relative to those they were in battle with previously. Meanwhile, let's jump back up to the front of the field. With 13 minutes left to go till the top of another hour, we are officially now 53 laps complete into this 12 hours of Sebring. It is still the Acura for Scherer Esports that has controlled this second phase of the race after the second pit stops have come to a close. Still close in pursuit, though, are Gabby Montoro and Jonas Rutten. It's a battle right now between Acura and Ford Mustangs at the front of the field.
Yeah, an interesting combination. Interesting that the Acura, which is so unfancied by so many teams, have taken the lead of this race through this third stint of the race and are holding on to it rather nicely in front of Simify Esports. The difference really is negligible between the two teams and between them and Falcon Sim Racing as well in the background, so we can't read too much, I don't think, into these first 2 hours so far between these three. Only that these are the three that are going to be battling over the race win. I don't personally think we're any closer to figuring out which of the three it's going to be.
Definitely not. The final couple of hours is where we'll have the understanding of who's still left in the battle. We're not really seeing much of a strategy difference between these teams either at this point, right? There was 1 lap difference in the last pit stop sequence. Simify coming in that 1 lap earlier, but they don't look like they have committed to any major fuel-saving effort. And I don't think there's really much in terms of GT3 difference in strategy. The only cars that are slightly off kilter are those that have been involved in bits of contact. Looks like fight is on for second in the 992s as Hendrik Augustin has slipped in front of Team Checkmate Wallat Group. He's now got to close a 1.6 second advantage that Adrian Greiker's already been able to build up. It's amazing how quickly he was able to establish that advantage. It goes to show just how worn the Michelin tires are after about 2 hours of running.
Yeah, and you know, it's a tough circuit on these tires, so I'm not entirely surprised, but it is maybe surprising the speed at which Zerebik has lost these positions on these very old tyres, and if he's beginning to have regrets and reservations about this strategy already, well, brace yourself, because you've got another 20 laps or so on these tyres to come, if indeed they want to run out this fuel tank, which you'd imagine for their strategy they will do. As I mentioned before, it's probably the only stage in the race other than the last 2 hours and a half where you'll want to triple stint the tyres. I don't know if they'll be trying it again.
You say that, but track temperature is still pegged at 19 degrees Celsius where it started this race. So we were talking about, as much as it is the Sunshine State, it is Florida, it's virtual January, it's not going to warm up that much. And someone in chat, by the way, did have a comment earlier that I had kept in my mind, that you were talking about humidity being part of the reason why it was so cold in January. Of course, it's close to the sea as well, so maybe you are right, Ewan, that moisture element definitely plays its part there. Some other chat comment that I just kept an eye on, thinking out loud about the different color wheel nuts. Some slick tires are rotational and so need to be fit in a certain way, hence the different wheel nut colors. It's kind of what I was thinking as Impulse Racing now make their move on Team Checkmate Wallat Group. Not quite done out through turn 7, but putting the power down. Adam Katarski is working to clear himself off the much slower machine. It's getting close with traffic as well, because Aston Martin was feeling like it was being held up. And remember, 5% power cut on these Porsche Cup cars. You can understand the GT3's frustration. Oh, that got close for comfort. Impulse finally through.
Yeah, Katarski there was taking a bit of a risk, I would say, into the left-hander of Collier, and I would say he was pretty close to getting spun around completely there. But yeah, this is going to be frustrating for the GT3s. Again, they filed down the inside of a Cayman, though, those Porsche Cup cars. And so, again, no chance for the GT3s to come through. And that is a battle for position between Derek Heiberger and Jan-Philipp Springhob as well. Springhob is recovering from his spin through that section of corners there a few moments ago. And Heiberger is up so far 6 places, which is one of the biggest moves forward in the field, GT3 field. So a couple of drivers have been moving forward, battling with one another, finding it quite hard to get past the 992s.
Yes. I'll get back to what I was saying about the different color wheel nuts. That's what I was trying to explain when I was saying when they're on the ground and you're trying to tell what's on the left and right. So I agree with you that it's about the directionality of the tires that is why they probably have those wheel nuts. You see in IMSA and most normal endurance racing series, you just write left rear and, you know, LR, RR or whatever, right? That's what usually you do.
Just get a pen.
Right, just get a chalk, a bit of chalk.
You don't have to make the wheel nuts different, just get a pen.
Yes, exactly. So, At least there is some logic for it, but of course, sometimes the manufacturers make the life of mechanics, especially remembering some of these mechanics are on smaller teams, their life's that much easier. Williams Sim Racing Academy, Sam Hammerstead slips past Colby Warren in the Delta Sport Sim Shop machine. The Academy car dropping back on the initial race start, and in fact, if I remember correctly as well, was dinged with a penalty. And so any chance of a top 5 in the championship kind of on the back burner now for that Williams Sim Racing Academy crew.
Yeah, it is rather. It's all very congested in that part of the field, which really suggests the type of season that it's been, really. Outside of that top 3 where Grinningo's 2 machines and Impulse Racing have been dominating, really. It's been very close in the fight for best of the rest, and we're seeing that in some of the battles further down here with Colby Warren and Sam Hammerschmidt as well. I'd be very interested to see or hear why Delta Sport have decided for such a strange length of pit stop there last time round for themselves. I'm presuming that means 2 tyres, but why and how that's different to the rest in terms of their speed over this stint is going to be very interesting to watch.
Well, remember what I said at one point, which is you could do the left side tyres first, because that's what takes, I think, a bit more of the load around Sebring, and then do the right sides in the next pit stop sequence, which means you spend the same amount of time stationary in total, but you've broken it up into 2, which, you know, questions about if that is worth the benefit will only get an answer in about an hour or 2's time.
But it's not quite the same pit stop length in total. If you want to say, you know, the right sides might be able to do 3 stints, but the left sides can only do 2, then you are saving 2 tyres at least twice in the race, I'd say.
Yes, I meant just stationary at this point. If they feel like the left sides are going through more load and so need to be replaced more frequently, they aren't losing time necessarily by splitting it like this. Gabby Montour, by the way, is now 1.6 seconds behind, so momentarily losing ground in some of this traffic. And if you're just joining us in this 12 hours of Sebring, the final round of the 24-hour series Esports Championship presented by World Sim Racing Esports, great to have this championship back after a 1-year hiatus. Well, the championship is kind of defined by 5 6-hour races in which you can drop one of those races. So you can have a bad round in the first 5 races. The only problem is, Ewan, this final race cannot be dropped. And so any of our championship contenders, this 12-hour race cannot afford any slip-ups.
And it just so happens to be the most difficult of the races as well, in terms of the length of this race. And you could argue that Sebring is a more challenging racetrack than some of the ones that we've had already this season. Obviously, that's very much subjective and up for debate, but it's a good way to work out this championship, I feel, because I personally don't like the drop rounds being available on the last round anyway, not least because it makes maths more difficult, but also it just gives you a bit of a get-out clause if you're the championship leader. I get that it's maybe changes the championship because it's not quite the same rules for every race, but this race isn't the same length as any of the others anyway, so yeah, make it more interesting, put the pressure on this last race, and yeah, it's created some good championship for us here today, which of yet we haven't seen too much drama, but there is a long way to go still for that to happen.
Oh, you're asking for it. You're asking for the drama, aren't you, Ewan?
I'm a neutral, of course I am.
I mean, you and I, we believe in the commentator's curse. A certain Lewis McClade doesn't, but that's because he's wrong. It's as simple as that. Let's do a quick rundown. There are no pit stop sequences expected anytime soon, so we can quickly run you through the top 10 in each class. And let's start with GT4, where Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Corin Tengunes has now got a 13-second lead. The championship leaders coming into the season finale doing exactly what they wanted to do, ending on a high, but still a long way to go. Kieran Harrison has got to share the responsibility. Team Floral by Impulse Racing, they sit second in front of the Altitude 3M Esports crew, while Team 75 Bernard's second entry, after a bit of contact with lap traffic earlier on, able to hold on and now running fourth. Championship contenders, Williams Sim Racing Academy, losing some ground with some damage on the front end of their Ford Mustang. They're in fifth with Fiercely Forward. Vulcan Fasters by Glass Tech Racing. Team Checkmate Simline, GTUnit.de, and the Hyperion Racing crew called up on short notice top 10 in class. Ewan, take us through the 992s.
In 992, it is still Grid and Go number 901 leading the way, but a new driver, Adrian Greikit, getting behind the wheel of that car after the previous pit stop and a 4-tyre change, as there has been for the top 3. Hendrik Augustin now driving for Carlo Esports, and Impulse Racing have Adam Kutarski in their car. 4th place is for Team Checkmate Wallach Group, and that is higher than before because they didn't take tyres during their previous pit stop. The number 1 Grid and Go Esports car has lost a bit of time, and Erin Barber trying to regain some of that time now. 10 seconds the gap there, and then a big gap back to Simrace Sweden Esports, 25 seconds back indeed, and it's going to grow as well, I'd imagine, because they've not taken tyres. Neither has Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are 7th. Jasport Sim Shop have gone for 2 tyres, and then you've got 4 tyre takers below them of Fast Repair Motorsport and Wizards Esports with 999 Byte also taking 4 tyres, so plenty of changes to come down the back end of the 992 category, I'd imagine, in the next half an hour or so.
And then at the front of GT3, 3 at the front. Shera Esports and the Acura that have slid their way forward. In front of Simulify and Falcon Sim Racing, the pair of Ford Mustangs. And then Altitude 3M Esports in no man's land, a good 7 seconds behind. Championship leaders, gridandgo.com in 5th and doing exactly what they need to win this championship, while their main rival, BS Plus Competition, has worked their way forward to 6th, but now 17 seconds off their rivals. Additus Racing by WSR 7th, they're trying to fight for 5th in the points, while 07 Racing, WSR's second machine. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, top 10 in class. And Ewan, 90 seconds left before we hand over to the next crew in the broadcast booth and have a quick change up here ourselves. But it's been great to have this championship back, wouldn't you say? I know you and I, we've loved commentating on it across of 2025 and now 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic to have the series back, and I think some positive changes have been made as well in terms of the way it's been formatted. The limits on fuel tanks, I think, has been really good for an endurance series. You don't see it very often, but I think it's kept things very interesting, getting away from the just monotonous 1-hour stints all the time, especially in a 6-hour race. It's opened things out, and I'm sure it's going to in this 12-hour as well, of which it's been a pretty clean start for this race. Not the championship drama just yet, but I'm sure there's still plenty of drama yet to come in the next 10 hours.
I think the only thing you and I would have wanted is something that the organisers couldn't really accommodate, which would be to force GT3 cars and GT4 cars to do fuel and tyres separately. I think you and I would definitely agree on that. But again, a long way to go in this final round of the season. 6-hour sprints, a 12-hour endurance race to crown our champions. Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary walking you through the first 2 hours of this race. 10 hours to go. Let's hand you over to Jake Sperry and to Lorenzo Bonder.
Thanks there, and we will get ourselves in with the next 2 hours of coverage here from the Sebring International Raceway with some brilliantly set up starts to racing action here and a little bit of side-by-side as we run through turn number 1 to get things off and running. So a lovely day to start things off here in America. We got ourselves a time in sim of about 8:30 just gone, heading over towards 9 o'clock in the morning. So this will be the sort of race where you will get the main bulk of the hours in the sunlight, but it will fade back away into the night. Lorenzo, as far as an opening couple of hours have gone, it has been calm. It has been what I would call a stereotypical star race. It's not been crazy. It's not been to the walls. It's not been panic stations for many. But as you settle into the rhythm, you get the sense of a race, and that's what we're getting at the moment.
It's been calmer than I expected, Mr. Jake Perry. First and foremost, Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah, Happy New Year as well, and hopefully you had some good celebrations as long as I, and I hope all of you watching had great celebrations over the festive period too. So yes, a massive, great Happy New Year of racing that's come through, and from that Happy New Year, of course, iRacing's 2026 Season 1 build as we watch Sam Hammerstedt looking to try and navigate by the likes then with Gabby Montoro trying to work a way around in all of this too. So it looks like everyone just trying to give themselves enough room as Montoro tries to stay with Rafael Renhofer, who leads by about 1.3 seconds thanks to the traffic. So I think what we're seeing now is drivers trying to latch on to some of their rivals around as we focus on that number 33 Simify Esports team, the Spanish-based outfit, then really trying to make some good progress and never really getting a rest at the moment, because you've got Jesper Eriksson then, who is going to be in front, and as well Alessandro Quintayo in the GT4 grid and go-kart.
I was gonna say, I think it's been very close these first 2 hours of racing. You know, it's been very good. We normally expect, pit stops usually can break out between the teams. I know the traffic. I'm gonna go on a limb and say here, I think because we lack TCRs like you used to back in the seasons prior, I think might be a factor of, you know, maybe traffic is not as influential as it could be. But then again, it's just a wild guess from myself, having commentated on all these past seasons. But nevertheless, it's been a great racing so far between everybody. Close. The gaps are quite short. Very short in my opinion. Just 1.5 seconds separates first and second. Then first to third is nearly 2 seconds. 992 is something similar. GT4, of course, is more spread out, but still close. It's still raceable. So I'm looking forward to these next 9 hour, 56 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying it too. Now, the story of this race, I think, from the opening couple of hours started before there was even a wheel turned in anger out there overall, which is that 5 different cars were unable to set their number correctly, and all 5 of them just so happened to be in the Porsche category.
Yeah, people did some mistakes, and this is a round where you don't want to make those kind of mistakes. You don't have a yellow flag or something like that for you to catch that thing back, and you're gonna have to rely solely on race pace, a little bit of luck, a sparkle of, you know, good wishes and fortune here and there. If you have your wishes and you probably want to win some cash at the end of the season, if you're fighting for that cash, I think you want to spray some of that good luck and fortune right now.
Yeah, I think everyone realizes that they are in for a really good time if they've got themselves set up perfectly. If they haven't, and they have got their number wrong, which is pretty much 101 code of regulation, it's the easiest thing to get correct. If you can't get that right, then you are going to be absolutely hurting time and time again. It's a 60-second penalty that is not something you can serve during the race. It's added on at the end of the race, so you've got to drive and gain the 60 seconds. And you look around at a team, for example, out there like the 900, it's so easy the mistake they've made, because the issue that they run into is that their cut car effectively has tried to run the number that they wanted run in the GT3 car with the number 1, so they got that the wrong way round. So number 1 had to switch to the number 45 number then, which is currently running 17th with Noah Adair behind the wheel. So not only have they got 60 seconds, but earlier on it was noted they did also pick up a 15-second time penalty that does need to be served at their next pit stop for contact with the 412 machine out there on circuit, which would have been Fiercely Forward Pink, which is currently piloted by Connor Franson down in pit lane. So, you know, you're already down 60 seconds. You give yourself another 15. There are platforms to build winning races. This is not one of them. Norby Kish, Jakob Behrens in, and we're seeing a slew of GT4 in. That's Pinta Sombi and Miguel Freitas in. So Team Floral by Impulse down into the pits, the 457. Williams Academy as well in from third.
Yeah, I think the best analogy I could make about the mishaps from the 900, Mr. Jake Perry, is kind of like Jake Paul trying to think that he can outbox into Joshua, and you know you're going to fail miserably.
I think you know that you're going to be in for a little bit of a cuddle fight rather than actually throwing punches
like
at that point. So that you can very much say. Miguel Freitas in the at the moment still for Impulse Racing. Williams switching to their Belgian drivers. That is almost 4 wide on the front stretch. Jentel van Thielen then is behind the wheel there. But that was Shebila, Matteo De Feo, David Budek and Elias Riker all having a bit of side-by-side with Marvin Strel just in front for Team 75 Bernard, as we see Freitas flashing the lights as that indicates you're on the pit limiter, leaving pit lane behind there, the Williams Academy team. So Freitas happy to get away in that Mustang GT4 and look to build a little bit of margin out there. But I do want to touch on that 986 Wizards Esports car, because you do see this in sim racing from time to time here, where drivers will elect to choose a nationality that they want to represent, and most, I would say 90 to 95%, will represent whoever they want to out there or the country that they're from. Others will take the responsibility of, I will go and represent a country I feel like out there. And so for the moment, David Budek is representing the Papal State of the Vatican City.
I think Arjuna and you, and I don't know if they had a discussion something like it, but I remember remembering Johnny Vecchio being named, and I think Johnny had at the very beginning when they had this, you know, oh, choose your nationality with the new UI and everything. I think one of the latest builds. I think he chose the Cayman Islands or something like that. It was some Virgin Islands or something like that, and to represent his country, even though we know he's not from there, nowhere close, very far from it. So yeah, you can kind of like do that. You can go and appreciate and embrace the memes if you want to. Jake Sperry, I don't know if iRacing did that on purpose. It's 2025. Embrace the memes. Embrace, you know, the good stuff.
Yeah, you see it quite a bit. I know that Brendan Hyperstar, for example, uses the South Sandwich Islands as his choice out there when he's going out there and streaming. So it is a preference for those out there. And in fact, there is a group in the Lotus 49 community that have their own team because they run a Nations Cup in that championship. And they have liveries and everything where they get a couple drivers to say, we are the team of Sao Tome and Principe.
This is why I love the sim racing community from time, because it can be great for that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's big. That's Team 75 by Bernard getting turned around broadside through Collier Corner. And so that, and struggling there with the traction control to get that back up to speed. Now, here's a better look at it here through Collier. So he's left the room. Here comes the dive down the inside by, I think, the Impulse car there. And that very easily turns one of, if not the biggest favorite in the GT4 category around, and will cause a little cause of concern. Altitude Fraying now have the lead of the category. What they'll be battling is the 400 grid and go directly, and the 477. The 477 of Jentel van Thielen is in 5th overall at the moment, and that 400 grid and go car with Alessandro Quintalle is a couple of laps down and not as much of a threat. So I would say that's concerning, but that's a warning shot fired this early in the championship.
Yeah, luckily though, it did involve the leading car in the GT4s, right? It did involve Marvin Strel, for example. If that was Marvin, then we can hold our breaths a little bit more. But because it is the sister car, which is so far down in the standings, I don't think for, like, race-wise, of course, it's gonna imply or something, but luckily it did involve other people. I was just trying to wonder if that Impulse car that got involved, though, was the 91915, which, imagine if they get a penalty. That's a car that's fighting for the championship at the end of things, right, Jake? So you really don't want to be bogged down even more in a race where it's basically win. There's no other way about it.
Absolutely, and so it's a case of you're trying to mitigate your damages and mitigate any troubles that you run into. Speaking of troubles, I'm eyeing up car number 24 that has just been dinged out there, and that belongs to TC Esports and Valentino Santero. They got a 5-second rule penalty out there, but it doesn't look like they're out there on track at the moment. So at least right now, as far as I'm looking, they are going to be one of the teams that, in all due respect, are looking at this day thinking, yeah, we're probably parking this one behind the shed and we're done. Shame for the Argentine-based team. Always love to see Argentinian sim racing and the way that it develops, and their racing scene is absolutely beautiful as well. And their circuits as well in Argentina, I think, are the prettiest in the world, as we watch the Bike 500 of Mateo De Feo giving a good bit of love to our producer as well, Ramiro Cisneros, of course, repping Argentina.
Yeah, he's repping Argentina. Of course, I know his team choices might not be the best, though. And we often argue about it. Being a Brazilian, of course, the rivalry still remains. But yeah, it's good to see Argentina being represented strongly, you know, on top-tier sim racing. We had, like, Dino Filippa back in the old days, driving with Zenith, and maybe some other teams. I'm trying to remember the other teams that Dino was actually involved on. Also see now these guys from Bike 500, one of the main teams. Of course, they have SART. They arguably have one of the most active communities in TCR in the whole world of inside iRacing. I think it's the most active, to be very honest. It even might beat out the maybe something like the Brits, or I don't know who they can actually beat, but it's always active. They have championships going on, and they even broadcast it on TV. So it's good that they are promoting a very strong sim racing environment for them to not only collaborate but grow on and be within those top tiers of sim racing eventually whenever they have an opportunity.
Yeah, you're only going to grow and develop with the way that all these events continue to go on. And this is where I kind of want to get that discussion going in, because you see more and more that sim racing is gaining that legitimacy. There are more championships out there. We talk about championships of TCR on television in Argentina. The Finnish National Sim Racing Championships always on television in Finland and have been for the last decade now at this point when they run the Porsches, and they'll be very happy to have a brand new 992 out there to just give a little bit of boost to their category as they go about. There was a time where the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series was shown live on Motor. Oh, round! We're going to go completely away from that conversation, because bang, hard into the wall goes one of the Williams cars. It's the Sim Racing Academy number 992, the 17 car out there, as Sam Hammerstedt down the inside catching Jesper Eriksson and damaged a little bit there going along and straight into pits. We'll take a look. I think this is just being a little bit too greedy, trying to jump down the inside. You can see gets the run at the corner of 1004 lines. I asked the question, where are you supposed to go if you're Sim Race Sweden? You've held your line, you've done everything toward, and the Williams Sim Racing Academy car has just clipped the side of you.
Yeah, I think that's basically self-inflicted. I think you just chased an opening that I think on a corner like that is very hard for you to kind of like stick it on. I think that was kind of like a late dive, and unfortunately that happened. Sweden on Sweden incident. Would you call that friendly fire though, Jake Sperry?
Well, they're not on the same team, so I would not call that friendly fire. So it doesn't matter if you're both from the same nation. That doesn't classify as friendly fire in my books, because you've got to be on the same team for that to happen. But back to the point, as we get this brilliant racing between Aditis and 07, who are absolutely nose to tail now, heading along this front stretch over towards the very quick turn one. And there's the lunge by Alessio Bonino down the inside of Nathan Paris. Paris holds that outside line and gets the good run off for the exit through the kink of two into turn three. Bonino, he's too close. 1, 2, 3 nibbles of the the left rear of the Aditis McLaren, and it stays as it is. So close as you like, but the legitimacy of sim racing now is getting more and more, and you're seeing it more with the likes of the FIA Motorsport games, and something I'd like to see soon, Esports World Cup and a little jump that will be coming through with that being organised in 2026. I'd love to see a bit of sim racing there.
Yeah, even the Olympics, if you think about it, the virtual Olympics, I don't know, I cannot remember what was the proper name they actually given for it, as M&J Downforce have a little bit of an issue on turn number 1. Hit hard the car on the back end. Don't know if it actually broke any axles or something like that, but a little bit of an unfortunate moment as Alex Stromberg brought the car back to the pits.
Yeah, so Elia gets it back. The boot was open, so they'll need a brand new catch on that, or they'll need to just get a hammer on it to make sure it stays in its position. So for Elia Storsberg, that is going to be tough to deal with for M&J, and they are always a team that are out there putting the hard yards, trying to get up into that high level of sim racing, and I'm very happy to see the work that they're doing with that. 2.5 minutes for Sam Hammerstedt as well, as we keep the focus on this battle going on for 7th position. Nathan Paris holding steady and doing a good job. 59.7 played a 59.3 that last time by. They do have to get around the 2nd place Porsche 992 in a moment of Hendrik Augustine, but look at how much road they use on the exit of Sunset Bend. They are wanting to be aggressive in finding that pass, and for the moment, nothing there at turn 1.
Absolutely. And I think it's good that we are seeing also that stretch of, you know, concrete and paved concrete or something like that, or whatever you want to call it, being used as nowadays, back, like if we used to compare it to old Sebring, right? If we are bringing a little bit of history, right, Jake? Sebring back the old days, that runoff close to the tire barriers didn't exist, right? It was basically, not that it didn't exist, but it was basically grass. You have a stretch of grass, then the tire barrier. Now you have concrete that you can actually run on and take the corner appropriately, which is good to see. But coming back to my topic, I'll get on that topic because I think it's a very interesting topic as well, about the legitimacy of, you know, sim racing and stuff. I know Olympics used to do that, and also I know Brazilian TV was also showing a few championships and things like that, and it's also becoming a very legitimate pedigree for people to actually go on and start their careers in sim racing, and eventually maybe bump up to racing in general.
Getting very close there with Hendrik Augustine, who, remember, is not going to be too willing to let these cars go through. He's going to have to keep the pace up to keep Adrian Gericke in control in the gridandgo.com Esports 901, which is currently leading category out there as it currently stands. But that legitimacy factor is coming in more and more, and the argument will be in the next 25 years or so, and I give a big frame of window for this. Will sim racing threaten the legitimacy of karting?
It's a great point. I'm trying to remember something about what Max Verstappen said on a podcast. I don't know if you've seen that, but he participated with Bortoledo in a Brazilian podcast with Christian Fittipaldi and I think Felipe Giafone. And he was talking about, you know, maybe sim racing replacing karting or something like that, or as an alternate to karting for you to transfer your skills, because nowadays the young kids, we even see in iRacing nowadays, these 11, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kids who are just starting out in karting or truly getting into the professional levels of karting to prep into an F4. They are now getting to, you know, GT3s. They're driving GT4s virtually. Yeah, of course. But they are getting the hang of it. They are being fast in it. So there is a good chance maybe down the line that transition that you would have from, you know, doing these things virtually, of course, it won't replace being into the seat of a real car and feel. Normally you get that feel in your butt that you know what the car is doing. But there are, of course, there are risk and reward in all things, but there could be a chance of, you know, being replaced, if not running concurrent, in my point of view.
Absolutely. I look around at supercars for this season, and they've got a debutant in supercars called Job Stewart, who is lightning quick when it comes to sim racing in the Aussie V8 series. So Job is someone who definitely comes to mind in that regard as it's gone through. And there are some great sim racers that are coming up who are 12, 13, 14. And, you know, we've got to remember as we go back, we continue on this battle, we've got pit stops happening right now in GT4 at the moment with the likes of the 414 of Adrian Da Costa, who I think Porsche's just seeing Piotr Krasniowski leaving the pits there 14th in class as we go through. You got to remember that Sebastian Job, when I first jumped into sim racing, he was a 14-year-old kid at Apex Racing UK, as it was named at the time. And he was making statements, being top 10 out there in championships up against Gregor Hutu, Martin Kroenke, Hugo Luis, and the like, and being one of the names to watch out for in the future. So I would say that, yeah, if you are wanting to be lightning fast, I think you will see it at 13, 14. The maturity of what you need, though, comes when you reach about 18, 19, though, in the sim racing sphere. So I think it is a really delicate balancing act. Pace is eternal, but especially in a sim racing outfit, I think it needs to be managed. And when we've got so many teams like so many grid and go entries here, I can't help but go back to a driver of the caliber of Aaron Vasquez, who's left that team, and go, there's another driver who I think would be absolutely lightning fast and could do anything he wants to in sim racing if he just was able to settle down and you know, calm his emotions. He could be world class and not just a stat padder.
Yeah, we even had this discussion internally, right, Jake? It's like, I know these kids are still young, 18, 19-year-olds, when, like you just said, the maturity is starting to set in. I often talk to my friends, but of course, I'm 35. I'm giving my age away here a little bit to people. I normally talk to my friends who are a little bit young, who are younger, and they're still in university, about on their 20s and low 20s and 25s. I think the age for you to start doing things, you know, I'm not going to say the word that I really want to say, but, you know, doing the wrong things or, you know, screwing something up, I think it's right about that age. That's where the virgin, you start to, you know, self-assess properly what you just done. Of course, you can do that a little bit early if you have the, I'm not going to say proper education, but that's where your conscience needs to shift, in my point of view. And that's where your psychology, I think, needs to be strong. And I think that's where it's good that we're seeing maybe futuristically the job of, you know, psychology into sim racing being employed as well. Who knows?
Konrad Zarebiec then having to defend for the Team Checkmate Volak group against Erin Barber, who is currently piloting this gridandgo.com esports car. It's the second of them. It is effectively the #1 car in sim today. As around the outside, it's going to have to be at the hotel hairpin. Try and get a run out of the corner heading through Fangio, but Zarebiec is doing just enough to hold that position up, and heading over to Cunningham again, full defense over to the right hand side. I think that was a bit much going into the corner, and so now that's going to open Erin Barber with a chance through Collier, and so heavy over the curbs, going to need a bit of grip. Now you're going to have the tower turn, which is of course where the tower used to be here at Sebring. Oh, before when World War II was going on, this used to be an airfield, just getting absolutely boxed out was Erin Barber and painted into a corner. Now Jacob Toft is going to start breaking this one up. It'll be another half a lap to a lap before there's another chance back again.
Yeah, but you can see Toft, I think, kind of like went back a little bit, didn't want to go aggressively and break up. In Bob, I think, I got a little bit aggressive towards the corner, blocked what Toft wanted it to do. So good read from Toft before the corner, going into the Le Mans. But that's the thing, you know, I think Baba is just trying to thread the needle sometimes. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing as I do, Jake, but there are moments, even like, for example, Tower Turn, I think was a perfect example of him trying to go for a very marginal gap that if he really risks it, it's like threading the needle. It's either a hit or a miss, and usually that kind of stuff goes into a miss.
Oh, this is tough. And look, this is exactly what you need as a driver trying to make this move. Jacob Toffs, you saw how desperate Zerebiec was trying to get in for slipstream, and it was stalled by Erin Barber, who immediately lunged for it at turn 1 because you're going to have to lift you too close. Gets it done at 3, but at 5, going to come back. Here is Zerebiec, who's not getting this one yield around the Gurney Bend here, and they are bumping wing mirrors as they run themselves to the hotel hairpin. This is what sim racing is all about. Brilliant racing between them, just leaning on each other into the corners. A recipe of disaster waiting to happen is averted as the move finally scored by Erin Barber, and Chetmet Volak now starting to drop back on the tyre decision that they have made.
Yeah, I held my breath for a little bit because I thought Zerebiec or even Baba could actually go really aggressive on that door-to-door bumper. But fortunately, I think they have to play the, someone has to play the bigger man or something like that, and just, don't over risk. You still have about 9 hours and a half of 9 hours and a half minutes of racing left. There's still a long race left into this championship for you to fight on. And Baba, I think, now gone through, starting to make a little bit of a breakaway. But also, I wonder how much the ABS and traction control is made the overtake a little bit more easy for Baba to do on, and even engage themselves into some of those fights we've been seeing for the past 2-3 laps.
Well, there's definitely a sense that they've got a motor, because they're down 75 seconds overall in this race compared to the 901, who leads this field by 10 seconds over Carlisle Esports Cup, and that is just to try and win this one outright. So it's settle down, get yourself in play, and give yourself a chance. There's your overall leader right now with almost 9.5 hours left to go. Adrian Geraka, then of the category there of the 992s at the moment, and feeling very comfortable, I would say, at the moment with the way that it's done. Came into today tied on points with the sister car with 2 wins and 2 seconds. It's not often that you get to say that in terms of your best results. You go in tied on points. They've only had to try and box out Impulse Racing, who are currently 3rd at the moment, so they'll be very happy with Carlisle Esports Cup to get themselves in the mix of this, and a lot of that with the work of Luca Keita in the opening couple of hours, which shocked me actually to see Luca Keita out of a seat over at Apex, because they have been streamlining. They've lost Dana Moore. I know they've lost a slew of drivers at the end of the season because budgets and constraints are very much a thing. So seeing Luca Keita now to Carlisle, I love to see him make this team his own.
Yeah, especially with Carlisle going in strong in numbers. I think, I think having Hendrik Augustine and some other guys and being a German team, I think made the transition for Keita a little bit easier, being close to, I'm not going to say close at home, but I think close at home in a sense of, driving with people that are from your same language. So I think that makes it a little bit easier for you to communicate. But it's crazy if we're thinking about how much Apex has lost in terms of, of strength. I'm not saying they still have drivers in the team, but it's not like, for example, they lost basically their entire prototype team to now they are signing to a French outing. And it's insane to know that there are guys that still could be available in the market with how maybe sim racing is transitioning with the costs and everything. And maybe I was even thinking about it, maybe it could be dwindling in terms of popularity, but then again, it was a very quick thought that I had back a few days ago. Knowing that maybe I would say the numbers of concurrent users is still, I think, at all-time high, but I'm not just saying for iRacing, but also for other sims that we have around in the market.
Yeah, so there's always talent, and Apex are the great talent generators in sim racing. I think if you want a factory of how are you going to get a quick driver to work, I mean, you just go through the names that they've had or have at this moment. You go Sebastian Job, Graham Carroll, Peter Berryman, Johan Huff, Gail Valero. You keep walking down the list. Dan O'More is going to be another one of those drivers who is absolutely world-class that's come through Apex's system. Yeah. And you keep looking around, and they keep challenging. Luke McEwen's another one that comes to mind that's been through there. Kevin Ellis Jr. Keep naming names, and they are always in the picture. They have always got someone or something that puts them up at that level. They do have some down years from time to time, but they always find a way to build back up. And so you're looking at teams and how they go about it, and I think the difference you are going to find compared to a team of some quick guys who are just friends compared to a team that will generate talent and take themselves to the next level. That's why I think a team like Apex, for example, splits themselves away from a World Sim Racing team like Adidas by WSR. WSR, don't get me wrong, have some incredibly quick drivers. In comes your leader in the 992s, but at the same time here, you know, they're quick, but where are they developing? Are they hitting that next level? And are they bringing in that next level of talent? Or are they happy to sit on their laurels for 2-3 years? And then suddenly when the pace isn't there and they're falling backwards down the pack because they can't find the next generation, you know, that's when you're starting to ask, well, what did you do 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you bring a great point. I was even looking into the roster, into Sim Racing Wikipedia, if you would really want to call it that. For example, I was looking to some of the guys that we have right here, like Maxime Briand. I always stayed basically with Apex and now going to Bleu Mercure Esports. Alejandro Sanchez, basically another case of a strong driver, really good driver now in Coanda. And so many others. I go over here, like maybe Hugh Barcher, Alex Dunn, I think drove for them and also drove for PGZ and Drago. So it's insane to think about as we look into the replays of the race start. They all generate talent, but I think because now we have so many options and up-and-coming teams and stuff like that, and sim racing, and of course you have the money factor and stuff like that. That I think for teams in general makes it a little bit harder for you to, you know, prospect that next level talent. I don't know if you think the same as I do, but I think because you have so many choices and eventually that could be money factors here and there and the interest and stuff, because you don't know where the next big thing will be in terms of, you know, competition. It could be a little bit hard for you to do that proper prospect of drivers.
Yep, sometimes you find a driver who comes out of the woodwork and you go, where are you and how have you found that much pace? As in come now Hendrik Augustine and Adam Katarski for their stops. A lovely clean start by all then in categories as we watched that earlier on in the racing action through in the dark of the morning that they had to try and set themselves up together. But it was wonderful as we got note of how tough the racing has been. I look around and think whoever gets the signature of Henry Moore from Bennick is going to have a world-class driver really help them out over the next year.
I agree. I think it's that thing. I think the market I don't know if I'm going out on a limb and saying that we probably know that Porsche Esports Super Cup is going to happen, but then again we have so many other things that could go on. I think we're seeing kind of like a mid-season season. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Impulse Racing here. They've jumped Carlar in the stop. They came in nose to tail, and Adam Katarski has got out a car length and a half ahead of Hendrik Augustine, and that is a pretty big one for them in terms of their push. They've got to catch and pass Grid and Go, but then they will need some trouble for that 901 car to go and take the championship away. But Impulse is starting to build the blocks together right now here that says they want to mount a credible challenge.
Yeah, thinking about, if we think about drop points, the point gap they have is about 8 points, right? And if we disregard the drop and stuff like that, if they get, basically they cover those 8 points, regardless of what happens, they're not going to get the championship because they only have 3 third places, whereas both Grid and Go cars have second places already in the championship, and we know that second place on podium. On the podium hierarchy, it's much bigger than third place, so they would eventually lose the championship. So they need something like insane amount of effort for them to, you know, get into the lead, and then tragedy hits both of the grid and go cars. So that's why I think their mission is much harder than I would say arguably the GT3 side as well, which is still close, but not as much as this in terms of you know, dispute and all.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be something where you're looking at that discipline. You've got to be as switched on as you can, as there's another 5-second rule limit that has just come in. That's the 458 that has been dinged for that, and that is RD Simsport, who are running about 12 laps down at the moment, with Greg Daffron in behind the wheel. And over at their team at RD Simsport at the moment, they'll have Matthias Pentela and Callum Brandt, who I think is there helping them out as it goes. There are a few things still pending out there as well to keep in mind. So stewards haven't really had the chance to sit back and relax here in this race. It's not something that's ticked over and you got a little thing here and a little thing there. It's still very much in position as they go, and this battle continues on between Adidas and 07. They've refused to let go out there in this race, already 2.5 hours in, and they're already 50 seconds off the pace of the leaders. But at the moment it is Alessio Bonino who is just not able to keep as close as maybe he'd like to with Nathan Paris here. That is just slowly extending out to about 3-4 car lengths or so along the main straight. So that is a lot of time you need to find over the course of one lap to get close. But the moment that starts stretching more and more, you know, you can sort of rub your eyes, get out of the trance for a moment, and suddenly you realize that gap's a 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where I think top tier sim racing, and even top tier racing in general, it's interesting because you don't know how much driver, where they can actually find that extra 1/10 of a second or something like that to get really close and make an approach to attempt an overtake. It's hard because you cannot rely on somebody else. For example, in that sense, Nathan Paris to do a mistake and maybe that 3/10 of a second gap completely dwindles, and they can be side by side for a set of corners. No, you have to do your job. You have to push. You have to find those 1/10 of a seconds. You cannot do reliance on other people. That's a risk. So it's complicated, especially on a lap by lap basis. It can be very tiring, both mentally and physically afterwards.
Out to the Flying Fortress straight into Jean de Bien corner, and now looking over through towards this Ullman straight. So this is where you need to be looking at picking up the run. It's the great place to get the pass done into Sunset Bend, and at least for the moment they'll have Jentel van Thielen just in front, the Belgian driver who is there. And interesting note of linguistics out there, you can always, there are two main countries that use the van out there on the surname, and those will be the Netherlands and Belgium. If it's a capital V, that's the Belgian way of doing it. If it's lowercase v, that's the Dutch way.
Really? I never knew that.
So if you're ever wanting to have a guess on where someone is from, that's the way that you can differentiate from it. So Jentel van Thielen, capital V, Belgian.
Okay. Okay, interesting. I'll try to remember that in the future. Linguistics with Mr. Jake Sperry. I didn't know that. 101. Right, there you go.
On board with Alessio Bonino now, trying to work into the hotel hairpin. That Ferrari trying to find a way by that McLaren. Now let's talk dynamics here of Ferrari versus McLaren. Balance of performance aside, that Ferrari will be very, very good on the top side of the circuit. That McLaren will be very slippery on the straights.
Yeah, and in corners, oh, traffic. There you go. I think that's the grid and go. Is that the #1 car that is sitting right in front, though? That
yes.
could be blocking the path. So yeah, that makes it the life of both cars a little bit more difficult.
And so with that difficulty, they know there's a 5% power reduction in the Porsche, but it's still not enough, because actually in top speed, that Porsche Cup car, without the power reduction, would be quicker on the straights. Gonna get a little bit balked up by Dennis Grabowski in the Altitude Frame Esports white car. Former pro stripe Dennis Grabowski, back with the Pure Racing team about 6 or 7 years ago, has found his way to Altitude Frame, and now Nathan Paris has got a little bit of a chance to jump away, and has done so at just the right time. Very difficult, but as we know, driver like Dennis Grabowski is just going to try and be predictable, hold that line and make it easy when the opportunity arises. It was tough, but I don't think Dennis Grabowski did anything wrong in that scenario. He drove the race how he should do as a GT4 car in this field.
I agree. And I think Bonino didn't want to try to thread the needle with that marginal gap that he had going on in the Essex corners before the Le Mans straight into the Ulm straight. So I think he doesn't want to over-risk it. There's still some gap to be generated once again, so that's good to know. And onwards he's gonna do in his driving, as we are now looking at a battle between Impulse and Carlar for P2 and 3 in the 992 class. Good to see Carlar within top 3 once more. Always had a good strong feature, I think, last championship with the TCRs. Now being into the 992 is good to see them running strong.
Yeah, it's good to see a team having such good running out there. Same for Impulse as well. Impulse, a team that has certainly been about the sims and now has found its home and has found its, I would say, strength, and it is in these endurance style races. And they always do knock on the door and say, look, we can threaten in these races, and we can be a team that, you know, when the day comes and the stars align, we can go out there and win races and win championships. And they're proving it by the fact they're in the title fight here in the 24-hour esports series here at Sebring. So they find themselves happy in this position right now, slightly pulling away on that last lap. A 2:07 played a 2:08 as Manuel Cubo Torres is in GT3. So we're seeing that difference being made, but that's wonderfully done at the moment. Lead gap as well at the front. Worth noting, 2 German teams, 1 and 2 in the GT3 field. Luca Alpert here with Scherer Esport and the Falcon Sim Racing team, and Niklas Haider then in at the 44 in second position. And German sim racing and GT3, they go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think anything stronger than that in GT3. I was gonna, the only thing I can, yeah, it could be. I was gonna say maybe Italy and for like Ferrari and GT3 with the AF Corsa, but that's close.
It is close, and we're seeing the gap here fairly close through Cunningham Corner, and just trying to cut through Hendrik Augustine there is Zane Khan for Altitude Frame Esports, and that is them in 4th position at the moment. So Zane trying to build a gap on the gridandgo.com esports car, the number 2 that is out there at the moment, because they got Sven Haase in behind the wheel right now, and really trying to run on forward with the championship leading car. The worry is going to be Burasud plus competition and Falcon. Falcon 16 points behind, and they are second at the moment, so they need to jump up for the lead and hope that Grid and Go fall back more. Lucas Herrmann and the Burasud team, or Office South as it translates to from its German name, we'll be looking at this going, P6 is not what the doctor orders here in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Mustangs, 4 of the top 5 at the moment in the championship.
Yeah, I was taking a quick look over here and trying to think, you know, maybe, I don't know if they're gonna say, of course they're gonna argue about BOP. I think the eternal argument is BOP, right? The BOP. Oh, maybe the BOP didn't favor the BMW so much. Oh, well, now you can see basically all the guys in the top 5 are, most of them are actually for Mustangs, blah, 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 blah. Of course, that is a never-lasting discussion, even at the point that now IMSA actually impose penalties for BOP talk. You cannot, you know, go over the topic about the BOP. Otherwise, you're going to get a penalty, because just that's how things are. Some days you are going to be the favorite car. Maybe in the build, you might be the favorite car. Some other builds, it might not go the way that you think. That's just racing. fortunately for some people.
And at the end of the day as well, it's not just the fact that the quick drivers have all gravitated to one car. It's all about ease of driving as well. And if that Mustang drives in a style that makes it more favorable to go out there, and it's more comfortable and it's easier on your tires and you're less likely to loop the car around, then by all measure of metric, everyone's going to go jump for it. Let's go down to GT4, because it looks like it's getting a little bit chipper as well, as there is Marvin Strel allowing the likes then of, I believe that is Marcin Rabashuk there for Team Checkmate Volak Group to drive on by. Strel for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. They are driving away with this one in the Porsche 718 Cayman here from Grid and Go. If you wanted dream scenarios in championships for this is what you need to do in order to score it, first thing you need to do, control your own destiny. If you're in P1 in the championship and you're P1 in the race, there isn't a chance in the world that anyone's going to leapfrog you and take that away unless they do something truly special.
Yeah, and basically gonna try to, you know, cap off the season and win this. One of the most traditional GT4 teams, if you really want to go about that, right, Jake? It's usually the team that, if you see a GT4, I think 9 out of 10 times you would say that team is going to be the favorite or one of the favorites, because that's just how strong they are. I'm trying to think about a championship where they haven't fought for the championship. I think maybe 1 or 2 scenarios that I might be thinking of coming up in my head right now. But other than that, always when there's GT4s involved, just the level of drivers and knowledge of the car that they have, they always stand out, as the fourth Shell is going to come into the pit lane for his service.
Yep, so Marvin Strel, 9 hours, 12 and a half minutes left on the clock, going to come in, get that car serviced, so fuel and tyres you'd expect, and maybe even a driver change, but I think with Strel newer into the car there in the 4.76 team, I doubt that we're going to see him jump out again, as he took over from Corentin Grenier, who took over, or took the start of the race, I should say, and they've still got Kieran Harrison. When Kieran Harrison gets behind the wheel, he is about as subtle as a chainsaw in the way that he dives his way through fields. He is so quick for that team.
Yeah, he's been with the team nearly forever. Right? If we're thinking about it, I'm trying to think when has it been his joining. I'm actually bringing over here really quickly. He joined 2022, so I have an idea. We know that SimRC has been going for years. Ever, I would say. I was looking into Sim Racing Wiki. It's been 11 years. So it's been basically all my livelihood in iRacing, if I think about it. They've been going on around and bringing, I think, basically another great team farming talent, if we're thinking about the likes of Gianni Vecchio and such, right? And still producing really strong outings whenever they are around.
Yeah, they just do a really great job of bringing in drivers, and they are community first, and then that then develops into what they do as a team, as a community. I've known some very great guys who have come through the SimRC days. Christian Cook and Rene Osterkamp come to mind as drivers who I'd spent a number of years with talking to, and who are, yeah, absolutely. They just find drivers, and you sort of just, they gravitate over to, yeah, this is a great place to start cutting my teeth and making it happen. Sven Horser down in the pits, in the pits, making it happen, and also Adelheid Fortin down in 2. 0.8 of a second, the gap remains then in this race for second and third in your 992 category. And I'm just looking at the temperatures actually for the moment, because I'm not expecting it to get massive. Ooh. Yeah, that was wide.
Great skid, by the way, from Augustine.
Well, you can't accuse him of not trying right now.
Yeah, style points.
Lots of style points for Hendrik Augustine trying to push through. Track temp, only 21 degrees at an in-sim time of about 9:30. So I'm expecting it to get hotter, but by how much, I don't know. Maybe 4 or 5 degrees max is maybe what we're going to be looking for. We haven't even been able to burn the fog layer away.
Yeah, if that clears away, maybe in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah,
but then again, it's been so humid as well. It might not actually go away.
No, it's looking like at least for the next 2 hours that we'll be stuck with at least a 95% humidity out there. So just imagine you take your sponge, you dip it in the water, and you pull it back out, and you go, right, I want to dip it back in. You've only got 5% of air without it being filled by water molecule by comparison, so it makes it tough. Pinter Shombi down in the pits then for the 477 team out there. That's Williams Sim Racing Academy. You've got likes of Lucas Perret in for Simify, Alessio Bonino in 07 as well. So a number of pit stops taking its hold. And a little look at Barney there, who will be diligently standing there. You know, he doesn't even have a seat there to give himself through. He must have a lot of strength in those legs.
Yeah, and also the back, the core. Barney's a stud. We gotta him and Benny. You know, imagine also Benny, the pace car driver, being sitting down for 12 hours. That butt strain must be. Why am I mentioning this on a 12-hour broadcast? Might be next level, and people are gonna get back at me later. Oh my god. Why did I actually open my mouth?
Hey, look, if Martin Haven in the middle of the night can talk about heroin, then I think you're all right at the moment. You're okay on the level, as far as it stands. So at least right now, as it sets up in this 24-hour series esports finale here at Sebring, everybody is looking around and saying, what is on offer for today's action? It's not insignificant here in terms of prize pool. It is 800 euros for winning your class out there overall. GT3, Porsche Cup, or GT4. In GT4, it's 800, 600, 450, 300. They only play out the top 4 positions. In Porsche Cup, they paid out the top 5, 600, 450, 300, 150. In GT3, 600, 450, 300, 200. So you've also got to keep in mind as well that provided by Cube Controls, in GT3, there'll be 1 Cube Controls wheel, and in 992, and in GT4. So they're all part of, for each class, you can get yourself a Cube Controls wheel. And the top 3 teams, and this is the big thing, will not have to qualify through pre-qualification next year. That is also a huge incentive.
Yeah, that is outstanding in my point of view. Remember it, I think, if I remember correctly, I don't know if it was here, I think it could be in Ivro, which back in the Ivro days, before the season prior, Ivro was basically the feeder championship for the 24-hour series esports. So it was basically the top 6, I think, if I remember correctly, would skip qualifying in there, but I don't know if that translated back in the old days. But now top 3, it makes just, you know, that after you go in extra much more needful. You need to perform in the championship, and with so many quick rounds, it makes it difficult. And Augustine, again, listen, we understand it once, style points. Twice, you can start to be a little bit concerned about it.
And Connor Franson, who is trying hard to get by Tom Euler in the GT unit car, is now going to get the chance coming out the corner here onto the Ullman Straight. Light flash saying that was a little bit not great, Adam. Wasn't happy there with Kotsarski and the way that goes, but the way that GT unit McLaren is just jumping onto the power. There's not much that Connor Franson can do. He had a perfect run and he couldn't quite get it done, so they're set up very differently for the same car. Franson again in the 54 Pink's going to get a lovely run here coming out of Sunset Bend over towards turn number 1 as your leaders are in GT3, and also your leader in GT4 not quite going to get the run in at turn 1. GT unit, they're doing a great job of covering this off here. It's not often that you get to say it, but how often do we see a car like this have 2 different personalities?
Yeah, and knowing that at the earlier point of the race, they were actually being featured by one of the oddest incidents I ever seen in sim racing quite a while. So what a unit, quite figuratively and literally speaking.
Oh, here comes the move. Oh, that's so cheeky. Down the inside, Tom Euler let out a little bit too much for David Budak to go on through, and now Jakob Behrens will try and bring the Racing Lab Esports forward to run through the Norwegian-based team, then dancing by both of them and getting the clearance needed. But Connor Franson, that's just a lovely endurance pass. Understand what car's quicker when it comes to the brakes and slide away on by.
And also don't overdrive, I think, at the entry of the corner, and also for the GT4, don't over defend. I think that's what Tom Mueller did it perfectly. You know, I think at this point you cannot block the pass or something like that. Don't change your lane in the braking zone. You know you're gonna get penalized by doing that and being at risk of making contact.
Oh!
Falcon has a problem. Oh boy.
Nicholas Hyder is pointing the wrong way for a moment. So what has happened there? Coming through to Collier Corner, and it looks like they have just dropped it all on their own, and that an unforced error by Falcon Sim Racing. You can see just caught the curb, lifted up the car, and then the back stepped up, bang, into the wall, and the number 44 car there is going to be feeling a little bit red-faced. They don't have a black and orange mechanical flag to serve from the contact, but what it's done, it has meant that this field will know that 44 team is vulnerable, especially when that was on an outlap out of the pits.
That, I'm not gonna lie, they got really lucky with that contact they made on the concrete wall. Because usually, I would say if they had that been 10 degrees inwards towards the rear axle of the car, and maybe a little bit of, hitting the wheel properly, that would have been a black. Oh,
something's not right.
Yeah,
the way that fought. The way they fought off the exit there of turn 1, that wasn't right from the Falcon Sim Racing team. They were desperately diving down into the corner. Oh, and I don't think they actually tagged the wall there. I think they got very close to it, and because it's raised as you go in through turn 1 there, Lorenzo, I think they caught the bumps off the exit of it, and that's unsettled the car again.
I only wonder because on my speakers I heard kind of like the contact, but that could be like just net code. But then again, it's just a little bit unfortunate that overdriving from the first 2 laps of Haida. It's awkward. I know that Kirby, especially after Cunningham, is a little bit of a killer. That curve, there you go, right there, with coat tires, and it can easily offset the car. But turn number 1 could have been disastrous for them. When we saw a perfect clear example with the M&J downforce team earlier on, that turn 1, if you just take too much of an entry, it will bite you back quite hardly.
It certainly will. And now, Altitude Frame, they're just behind that wonderful Aston Martin of Timothy Friis Larsen there for Hyperion number 2. They're a lap down at the moment, and actually they're trying to get their lap back here on the likes of Falcon Sim Racing, which they have every right to do if they feel that they're slow. And that's the difference. There's Simmerfight, they're now in second, and they're actually just as we cut away was the pass for third. So Zane Khan and Altitude Frame, they're now up to 3rd position, and yet that damage is too much. Falcon are going to have to come in and serve for damage repair.
I'm actually grabbing the championship standings right now because I think they have a 6-point gap to Simufy at this moment. Of course, there's the drop round and everything, but not considering drop rounds, with the way this is going, depending on how big the damage is for Haida, that could actually prompt the Simufy team into P3 in the standings. And even so, I don't know, I know the number 14 is 12 points away, but that is also a chance, even though it's very remote.
Yeah, any chance you sort of hold on to it. Team Checkmate Simline also down in the pits with Yaroslav Sebela, who is currently in the car and is staying in the car and has just left pit lane then. So this is going to be a long stop, and if you're going to have to bite it and take as much as you can now out of your pit stop, as we just tick over with 9 hours to go here, ladies and gentlemen, 1/4 of this race in the books. You come in at a very dramatic time where the car that was running second overall in GT3 has hit the wall at Collier Corner, and so now has to be down in the pits to get non-mandatory repairs sorted. They are going to be looking at this going, well, our entire race now is on recovery as we now focus over to Sim Race Sweden and Delta Sport Sim Shop. Now looking to give themselves something to set up, locked in behind Alex Moore and the 475 Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. And you can get a look here, driver's eyes perspective here of what Colby Warren is dealing with right now. Little kick of oversteer through the middle of the corner, but Henrik Lindhoff doing enough to fend off this position.
Yeah, wasn't a kick in the head like Dean Martin used to sing in his songs, but that was really good. That was quite clean from Kobe right there on the corner. You can even see, trying not to see the wheel too much, and now a little bit of a mistake coming from the Sim Racing Sweden car here. There will be a little bit of a bump potentially, an overtake at the next corner.
Well, if you don't feel like you want to do it at Sunset Bend, you absolutely want to do it at turn 1. So obviously that's a feel of, oh, actually you'll just do it halfway through the corner because Henrik Lindhoff's going to run slightly wide. And there's going to be the run. And how much room are you going to leave on the exit here as they'll now migrate across the circuit and pinch. Clearance made then as Lindhoff falls into line, says, I'm not going to go back for it. Nice pass there by Delta Sport Sim Shop. It takes a lot of experience to make a move like that. And so now they'll be chasing down the number 903 of Diana Perez and Fast Repair Motorsport. 11 seconds to hunt down now for the number 9.
Yeah, trying to hunt down the very fast Spanish driver for Fast Repair, which is having a solid result so far. Meanwhile, talking about 992 really quickly over here, Jake, the gap stabilized about 5, 6 seconds between Gatica and Kotarski. And I think at some point, I even saw that gap coming down. I think at one point when we actually started talking about Kotarski in the Carlar, it was about 8 seconds, wasn't it?
It was. And so if you're talking about that gap of 8 seconds, Kotarski is now hunting it down. And now it's down to 5.8. And this is where the tyre difference is really making itself known here. Adrian Gerica is being caught by Impulse. And Impulse know this outright, that they have got to be a team that goes out, that hunts, that finds itself trying to score those points. But they will also know that because they've got the 34 against their name, they don't just have to pass that car in the 901. They've got to get a minute on the car in the 901.
Yeah. They have to pull a miracle or something like that if you really want to talk about it. And then pray to little Jesus that that grid and go car doesn't even finish within the top 5 or top 6. I was just doing stuff right here. If we think about it, they have to finish P6 and under if drop points and everything considered. I did that without the drop points, just normal points. If they finish P6 and that is considered, we can talk about maybe with Impulse winning the championship all over. But then again, it's a hard task.
Yeah, we absolutely can. It's not impossible. It is just improbable. I will note that Finley Jones, you can see there, a minute 33 pit lane time. They've just had to serve a 40-second penalty at their stop relating to contact that they had with the number 7 car out there, which is 07 Racing. So Finley Jones now in behind the wheel. and will try and pull the team up forward. And there has just been 15 seconds of penalty handed to the number 27 car out there. That is the 07 Racing Team car of Alex Cowon, so not the number 7 itself, but the sister car there. So they've got they made a late dive down on the 476 machine, which would have been your leading Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, caused the leading car to be pushed off track a little bit, and as such they get dinged for 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's why the gap was shortened by 3 seconds, I think, by that off track between Strel and Adam Watson. This is why we saw that. We didn't see the incident, but that's the reason why we saw the gap shrink for a short while.
Watching now here, the battle for 3rd overall between Altitude Frame and GridandGo.com. Here, the number 2 car out there, which is currently your champion-elect as it stands. If it were to finish like this, they'd get the job done, being in that 3rd place. They know that they are controlling their destiny here with Sven Haase, and they will look around at Zain Khan, trying to upset the apple cart a little bit here with the way that they're running. And at least for the moment, pressure's there, but I wouldn't say this is anything too alarming at this moment in time. 58-1 played to 58-4 on that last go around, which means I think they've got their quick driver in here at the number 2, and they are really trying to unlock Sean Campbell. Very, very quick driver on his day back in the Coanda days. Was absolutely elite, but now I look around and see drivers like Sven Haase. Everyone has started to catch up a little bit, and you'll see that some drivers will have a good year, some will have a bad, some will really like a build, others won't.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I know about Sven through the years, I know 2 things, right? One, his over aggressiveness. We know Sven never plays conservative. He always goes aggressive. He always goes flat out. If he finds a gap, he's gonna take it. It's nearly unapologetic, but it's how fast he is. Back, I think, in 2019, 2020, 2021 or something like that, when he used to drive for the Lamborghini Huracan, I usually often talked about being arguably the fastest GT3 driver in the whole world, because that's just how good he was in officials and also special events and all. He always found something else within the car setup for the Lamborghini Huracan, and maybe other GT3s that made him maybe a little bit above the rest of the competition, or close to like the likes of the guys inside Redline, Coanda, and others that made him stay side by side and fight toe to toe.
And with that speed, you get a sense that Sean Campbell has been great. And you look at Sven Haase now, who has really gone from strength to strength. That Grid and Go team just has so many amazing sim racers at it, and he's always up there putting 5, 6 cars in everything that they do. I don't think I know of many teams out there that can boast drivers of that caliber who can constantly challenge in any race. I think the only thing that they are missing right now, Grid and Go, in terms of a team that puts them up on that next level, that next echelon, is I think they're still waiting for that first big championship win, and they are knocking on the door with the driver pool that they got. On paper, they should be contenders, but as we all know, sim racing isn't raced on paper, it's raced on the sim.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that's all. I think let's just bring it up over here. They won the Daytona 24 last year. They won the Sebring 12. They won the 24 hours in Nürburgring. They won the 1,000 kilometers of Suzuka. They finished 4th in the Esports Global Championship. So I agree with all you're saying. I think they lack one A-tier, B-tier championship for them to, I think finally build up the confidence and, go forward and say, oh, we can fight these guys. Of course, we know that Redline and Coanda always stand above else in terms of competition, But this is the only team looking at the big roster they have. Like it isn't low. It isn't a low roster. It's a big roster. They can fight back. They have the manpower to do so. I think they're just lacking maybe. I'm not gonna say confidence, because they have loads of it, in my point of view.
Now here's something else I want to talk about here in terms of team composition, and it's the Evolution Racing team problem out there, and this is what I start talking about. So Evolution Racing team back 2017, 2018. Probably had one of the largest rosters that sim racing had ever seen. They had amazing drivers, but the issue within that team was there was a disconnect as we watched Racing Lab and Simify go at it. 5th place 14 at the moment. Jakob Behrens just dealing with Manuel Kubo Torres, tries to up and under at Sunset Bend, doesn't quite get there. But what you found from a team, it got so big that, you know, you'd only talk to 4 or 5 members of that team, and you wouldn't really get that feeling of community with everybody else. As here comes Manuel Kubo Torres to the inside of turn 1. Little wiggle through the middle of the corner by Jakob Behrens. That's going to get him stuck on the outside here for turn 3 that comes up. They'll have traffic in front in Katarski and Alex Moore. And around the outside, oh, this is brilliant in defense, trying to get it sorted. We'll try around the outside of 5, pick up the run off the exit, but it's well done by the Simify team who get that pass made. But the issue is the team got so big, they split, and that's how Altus Esports came forward. So you're looking around at a team like Grid and Go, you got all these drivers, but how do you keep them cohesive as a unit together without them going, well, we can do it better if we're just on our own as this little branch unit of what we do?
It's a great question, and I'll bring my man. I'll be very honest. I'm gonna remove myself as a commentator and bring myself into my managerial role that I have within my sim racing team. I do manage a sim racing team in Brazil that has, be shocked, right? I have about 30 drivers in my team. Yes, that much.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, but of course it's not top tier as we have in Grid and Go. It's always mid, some top tiers, most of them mid tiers and mid to low tiers. But I think it is hard because I think for top tier it's kind of like managing the egos and stuff like that. Of course you have options for you to go into the races, and you have options to go against the top teams and all, great. But how do you manage the egos or maybe the needs of one driver and such? How do you negotiate that? It's very hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's not easy. Maybe you need 2, 3, 4 guys doing that job for you as well, because that can be just as gruesome dealing that on a daily basis, especially having young kids, from young kids to old guys, air quotes like Simone Maria Marciano, for example. And others that I'm trying to come up on the top of my head. So it's not easy by the stretch of a mile negotiating a team like this, and there's always the same scenario that we could see that happen from Evolution becoming eventually Altus, like you just said. There's a risk, but if it is properly managed or they have the right mindset or they can properly communicate, it's always a good case scenario. But it's hard, very hard. I would say, I'm not going to say next to impossible, but it's a very, I'm not going to say ungrateful job, but can become an ungrateful job if you handle that all by yourself.
So if you manage it, it will be huge, and you'll see how everyone else then looks to try and put that in by comparison. Tom Euler, we focus here with Connor Franson, who has just been able to pull himself away and give himself just a bit of room here. 8 hours, 46 minutes remaining on the clock and get it sorted. But I do want to see how that Grid and Go team does look to form over the next couple of years, see what it does, if it does hit the heights that's expected of it, or whether it is going to be a team that does splinter and fragment and sees drivers go the other way with it. So I am really interested to see where they go, but the future very bright for them at this moment. I think they're very much within their operating window as far as the last 12 months are gone, and that's very close there with Henrik Lindhoff in the Sim Race Sweden Esports car there. So Connor Franson then getting a little bit too close, has got the move done on Tom Mueller, but again, hasn't been able to pull away, and that is the issue that you're finding. This Sebring circuit, what makes it so great is that for all of it being one of the most known quantities out there in sim racing, one of the most popular 12-hour races that you find on the calendar each and every single year, it also is one of those circuits where there is a lot of places to stay with cars around you, because there are a lot of higher speed sections of circuit, and the America's style of a track is, well, we want to go fast.
Yeah, 100%. And it's also a little bit of an old school-esque type of track, isn't it? Because you have the asphalt with the patches and everything, and they do not want to repair it. You have the concrete. You don't have large runoff areas, or like the FIA style runoffs with the sand trap and a little bit of grass and stuff like that. It is still a little bit of a grassroots. I'm not gonna lie. I love Sebring for how it is. I always rate highly. Okay, a little bit of a late move from the Buy 500 Porsche right there. But coming back to my topic, I think having that grassroots effect into the majority of the racetracks in America makes racing more interesting for me. Not gonna lie, and I think that's people might hate me for it, but I think that's what some of the racetracks we have around the world, especially these new ones that are Tokadromes and stuff like that are permanent, they do need that. I think they need some grassroots in their DNA to make racing great.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they need to be able to drive well for slow cars. I think they need to be able to drive well for quick cars as well. Things like Miami, for example, you'll see a lot less of, because obviously you're not going to shut the car park and the roads down every 2 weeks or so to go and get a race. So for what that does, I think it is a very good circuit, and a very good street-inspired circuit is the way that I would describe how that goes. But a track here like Sebring, the heritage, the lineage, what it brings, all of that, this is a circuit that does for any car and any sort of capacity that you put on it. It produces great racing, it produces brilliant action, and you just can't argue with just how good some of the running has been. Now, I did actually want to talk on a car that did just go by there, and that was Hyperion Racing. For a moment. At number 4, we've got Adam Wright, the Australian, behind the wheel at the moment there in that Aston Martin. Now, Hyperion are one of the best teams out there in LMP3 and LMP2. To see them in GT spec, I find that really interesting. I love to see what they do with this direction.
I agree, and I'm trying to find, I think there was a comment earlier on that they got called up very last minute. So minimal to no prep for a race like this. So it's good that we were seeing that kind of stuff, you know, from Hyperion in the championship, and knowing that they have a lineup that like I said before, for teams that we normally talk about, has grown through the years. They worked on their grind. They're grinded. They found drivers. They're slowly building the chemistry between everybody. So it's nice to see, you know, right from these past 2-3 years, they're growing from, some would say, the mid tiers of, you know, of the top level of sim racing to slowly get into that upper echelon of sim racing, fighting tooth and nail against guys from Grid and Go, from BS Competition, from WSR, and so forth. That is good that we're seeing them being more frequent in these top tier championships.
And that frequency, I think, is going to tell an awful lot about who is going to be that next team that comes out of the woodwork, that next team that heads to that next level and goes through the motions and goes up through and finds that success. Because you look at a team like Hyperion and what they've done and how much they've had to scrap in those divisions with the likes of Dilatra Automotive, for example, how much they've battled Nix Esports over the years, all those teams that consistently find themselves up there, Nürburgring Esports. It's very select, that group in an LMP2 and LMP3. So when you go to GT, and let's be quite frank about GT3 right now, it is the most popular category in all of racing games, period, at the moment. And you look at it and you go, why? Most accessible, easiest to drive, still has nuance to it that allows to go there, but I think is the truest test of skill. Great balance of performance almost in every single series that you run in with it. You look at it and go, yeah, you know, if you want to be a specialist team and do well in the likes of LMPs, that's great. That's how you get yourself known. How you get yourself known as a great team. Can you go and cut it in the big leagues?
Yeah, I agree, 100%. I think even more, I think if we're just staying to iRacing as a whole, also one other thing, what is the strongest field of cars lined up on a weekly basis in iRacing? It's GT3.
Yeah.
Some would argue, okay, Jake, I'll remove myself from this. I'll remove the GT3. Maybe this season, maybe the Porsche Cup could be the stronger strength of field, average-wise, because the new car, it is racy, it is good. People are clamoring it. You know, being one of the best developed cars maybe in quite a while now, being the best car in service. Oh.
That was slow. We didn't catch the back of that, but that was really slow coming off the exit there, and I would have been concerned if there was going to be a bit of contact down there at turn 1. There was actually a spinner as well at the final corner. I didn't quite catch who it was that had gone around, but someone had gone around as well at the final corner.
Yeah, scary moment right there. But I was going to, just to finish my topic, I was going to say Porsche Cup, I think with this new car, maybe the strength of field has increased quite drastically, and we know that there's always a topic. Oh, the Porsche, the Pask is coming around. When is it going to be Pask? And that's Carvar who might have had an issue in turn 1.
Oh yes, it was. Look at that. Back just steps out, bang into the rear. And they were running up in 3rd place, Hendrik Augustine there, and they have, I believe, not got away with it. So they've got the black orange mechanical flag, and there is the 986 of Wizards Esports also going around there to rears, and that was a very lucky rejoin, and they might get dinged for that, for getting up onto speed, but there goes one car that could have challenged for the win today in Porsches, and Carla, no fast repairs. Wizards Esports just with a spin, but Carla, oh, that is going to really hurt as we go on with Tom Euler.
Fortunate for Carlar, man, and it's a very honest mistake. And turn 1 usually is that kind of corner that is not easy for drivers to go in and go, regardless if it is the new car, the old car, if it is GT3, if it is GT4. It is not easy because the car can just offset because of the curb, the bumps and all, and the balance of the car being shifted quite violently sideways. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, that's just how strong GT3 racing has been over the past what, Jake? Eternity in iRacing, sim racing in general.
Yeah, it's always been good. I think when the first Blancpain Championship came to iRacing, I think that's when it stepped up and said, look, GT Racing is where you're going to see all the best action coming through. As in comes Marcin Rabachuk then in the number 28 Porsche to make a stop. Still waiting on Augustine, who needs to serve the black and orange mechanical flag, has 4 laps to do so on board with Tom Euler. But I'd argue with that Porsche, there is a new season bump with it, so I argue Yes, everyone's clamoring for it because it is a brand new Porsche and it does drive slightly differently to the old one. And I think it is a little bit more raceable than the old Porsche. I will give it that. The question will be, outside of first season buzz, will this be a car that people go to consistently? But because everyone's gone to it, I don't actually think the driving standard of the Porsche Cup races has been that strong. So if that's been the case, and it has been, I'd look around and say that category's only going to get better if the driving standards of that category get better.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Especially on the driving standards, knowing that because we have a growing fan base and we have more drivers than ever nowadays in iRacing and sim racing in general, like I said before, normally you would expect, maybe the sim racing aggressiveness could be a little bit higher, as we're going to see Seriously Ford maybe coming into the pit lane. Yeah, they are coming into the pit lane. So you normally expect, because now it is more aggressive, maybe the driving standards have dissolved, basically diminished. I thought about that for quite a while, but then again, knowing that it's been ever growing in terms of numbers, I don't think that has been the case.
So 2 drivers switching to the cars then, as there's Gunnar, so Taz Delet, who will be taking control of his machine, and we will see the likes then of Jan Winter in Fakala as they get repairs. Franciszek Liszka in at the Impulse 915, and just leaving pits, Octavio Rondoletto will be taking the car out for a little bit of a test drive out there. And also, Delta Sports Sim Shop also changed their driver. They get Matthew Deschênes in then and get themselves sorted. That Porsche there at the 901 out and away without any worry at all, as they are just behind Julen Fernandez there in the fiercely forward pink car as they exit pits. Yeah, and having to be a little bit cautious coming out of pit lane because they need to be right on the power and away once more, and manages that quite nicely. And Impulse now, that's the margin that you've got to try and hunt down. Impulse now, only just leaving pits.
Yeah. Wondering how big that gap is going to be. About 22 seconds, 22, 23 seconds is going to be the gap, and maybe a little increase, but I think there's a car just approaching turn number 1. And now the 900 have been now driven by Haiti Noam Masi, is going to come out in P4 in the 992 class. All right. Jake, I have a hot take. I don't know what's your take on this, but I know with your experience, commentating, leagues and such. I know there with Porsche Esports Super Cup, we always had these team guys that are teams, Coanda and Redline with big numbers, right? Coanda, I think back in one of the years, had 11 drivers. I think that's 2021, that if I remember correctly, had 11 team drivers in the championship. Redline had about 6 or something like that. Imagine now with Grid and Go, if that opens the opportunity, stacking 6, 7, 8 drivers in the championship as well. Are you like against or a pro with the movement of maybe limiting the number of drivers per team?
Wow, that is an open-ended question. It depends on how you do it. If it's just a case that, you've got 11 red line drivers and 11 Grid and Go drivers and 11 Coanda drivers all in at the same time as we watch Falcon and Racing Lab follow on through on circuit. If it's a case of just those teams and they're just in as they are, no, I'm absolutely not for it, because, racing is about the variety and having all those different teams that are in. If you phrase it in such a way that it is like it was done in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, where, okay, you've got Porsche Coanda, and then you've got AO Racing Coanda, and then you've got Lego Technic Coanda, for example, I'm more for that, because you're showing different sponsors, and I think it makes a big difference. It's the same if you've got Team Redline and Verstappen.com Team Redline and Fanatec Team Redline and BMW M Sim Redline, for example. If you've got differences in what you're doing, if you're showing the sponsors off, I think it's there. And I also think it comes down to where are the best drivers going to race? They're going to race at the best teams. They're going to race with the biggest budgets. And if there is a monopoly up at the top of sim racing, it is up to the teams who are a bit lower down to build and cultivate the talent to break those monopolies up. It is their responsibility because, as we all know with sim racing, this is the Wild West. Any team on any given day can turn up and be the biggest team in the world.
No, I agree. I just wanted your take about this because we always talk. I think I had this talk about maybe the monopoly, and and I agree with you. With the different teams and takes of the Lagnotronic and maybe different sponsors and stuff like that. Of course, people are going to say, but at the core, it's still Coenda. It's still 11 drivers with Coenda, even though they might be within different teams. Technically speaking, you would say, yeah, sure it is. Yeah, you might be right about that. But then again, of course, it's all business here, and you're moving money and stuff like that. Therefore, you're banking not only your drivers and stuff like that. It's all about money. It's motorsports. It's been always about money. Who has a better money, who can perform and have more budget towards the car would actually eventually win races and all. Hence Ferrari back in the early 90s, and also McLaren back in the late 80s and 90s. So, and Mercedes as well prior to the budget cap. So it is interesting. But we've always, I know, because I heard about maybe some people saying, "Oh, we don't want a monopoly." Of course, it might be different brands and everything, but you can work that out. Maybe you can have 5 slots for Coenda, or like Coenda can slot 5 drivers, even though they might be using different sponsors and all. Okay, cool. But I know people would say, "Oh no, you have to limit maybe only 2 cars per team into the championship, so you can promote some heterogeneous, make it more heterogenic, you know what I mean?" But yeah, it's a hot topic, and people might not always agree with my point of view, but then that's what an opinion is all about.
It is. From what I've heard about the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, I don't think this issue is going to be a problem for this year if the championship happens. I'll leave it at that.
Fair.
Meanwhile, we've had a number of pit stops come in, and Elias Storsberg there for the M&J Downforce team. They've been down a long time in the lane. That is nearly 7 minutes of pit stop time, and that is them driving the car down in and just having to damage repair, which makes me wonder whether they got caught in something somewhere out there, and it doesn't really look like they have. So I'm not quite too sure what's gone on here for M&J Downforce, if they've had a driver who's not there. No one's in the car, and so that number 22 machine, I think, might be being pulled behind the wall and saying, yeah, we're done.
Yeah. I don't know if they're, ever since they had that issue in turn 1, they actually recovered properly the car. That could be also another factor, but yeah, unfortunate to end the last round like this.
Yeah, and you never want to end on a dour note, but that's what we find. Drivers ending on a dour note and teams ending on a dour note. So there isn't really much more that can be said except that. Now, this is the number 2 grid and go kart leaving pit lane, and this is going to be big because that is cold tires and a loop around, and that is the championship leaders having a moment, and they're lucky that they didn't scramble in across one of the I believe one of the impulse cars there, the Mercedes 57 that went by them. So that would have been a huge moment. Bursa now officially are going to be ahead, you would feel, at this stage. But Sven Haase, rare mistake out of him. When was the last time you saw Sven Haase make a mistake of that magnitude?
All right. Do you want my blunt answer?
Yes.
Xperi. He does that in officials.
He does it in officials. Okay. Well, just it's when the cameras are on him. I've never seen him make a mistake. He's been, for me, a driver who's always kept it on the road. He's always kept it clean. I don't think he's a driver who gets caught up in it. But if he always does it in officials, he always does it in officials. That's fair play in that regard. Mark Calver down and into the pits and getting Mag Performance some service time at the moment. The number 50 team. It is Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonda with you, at least for the next 25 minutes worth of racing action, as Calver and Tofts have been giving Mag Performance what they need to. Spanish-based team. Are they Spanish or Italian-based? I know they're not British-based, even though they've got 2 British drivers.
Mag Performance, Italian.
Italian-based team with 2 British drivers behind the wheel. And you're actually seeing that quite a bit in sim racing right now, where the Italian teams are going and picking up British drivers, because you go to like Movano, for example, and they've had Marcus Hamilton as their stalwart for almost a decade.
Yeah, and Fraser Williamson as well.
Yes.
Being the most not understandable Scottish man ever in the history of mankind. I know Fraser might, if he's seeing, he is gonna message me later on Instagram.
Trust me. Sometimes you'll get people with a Scottish accent that is very lovely and crisp to the ear to go and listen to. If you listen to like a Billy Colony or a David Tennant, for example, you got a really nice sense of an accent. A Peter Mackay, for example, later on, as we look at Hyperion's number 4. Oh, that wasn't great. Who was that? Oh, no. Oh, they lost it halfway through the corner as well. Oh, that is a big off there for Hyperion, and they're lucky that the car still sort of points together in one piece. Adam Wright was there and had the massive tank slapper at Sunset. They're making that happen, so that put them back in the pits. I think that might be a Delta Sport Sim shot they were trying to get by, or maybe, yeah. So Danny's like, tight gap, leaves themselves no room, and then the car just snaps, because I think they try and unload the car there, Lorenzo, with what was there in front. They were worried about tagging the car in front.
Yeah, but then again, it was a very late lunge, wasn't it? Very late. I think he did a little bit of a steering off the wheel, so Wright was actually pointed into the wrong direction, and I had this in the tip of my tongue. But yeah, a little bit of unfortunate for the GT3 car right there. But you were talking about the Scottish man. Trust me when I say this. I work for Sky, so I know, in Sky UK, so I know there's a lot of people when I usually go in meetings that that are somewhat within. I need help. I need the translation button to understand the Scottish English.
Oh yeah, there are some people who are very tough to understand out there, as if they are trying to speak behind their bagpipe, so to speak. But Adam Watson in the pits right now and leaving the 411 Altitude Frame Esports white car, getting into the transfer lane, and now looking to get back up to pace once more, giving control back again to Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. So they now regain that control of the GT4 category and have the title in their back pocket if it were to finish as it is at this stage. No more penalties have come in since, just the one thing under review, so it's been a little bit quiet on that front over the last run, but we're firmly now in the GT3 pit stop window. Lucas Lindqvist then in from the 97 Adidas Racing by WSR, and also in Facundo Rago Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, another Argentine driver who's moved actually away from Voracious over into Impulse.
Yeah, going from one Argentinian team into a more international but more German-based team, which is always good to know about.
Very much so, and so we'll keep that. Andrew Caron also in there in the number 23 for the second of the WSR Esports cars. The Canadian out there making... Oh my! That's a lot of slide there for Watson, and that will be very scary to deal with in the car. The only good news for Adam Watson, he is a very capable karter, so he understands how to save a car like that.
Yeah, because that was not elementary.
Absolutely not. Oh, back tail kick out, and how on earth does that Porsche understand to find that angle to save itself away?
Oh, it's good that sometimes when you have hot tires, you can kind of like just grip up and go into a corner and not have any issues. Because that was cold tire issues for Watson, unfortunately.
Those cold tires make a big difference, and it does take, because of what we've seen over the last year, 25 into 26, as there is checkmate Simline losing out. Williams Academy will jump through, so Jentel von Phelan will get the move done on Yaroslav Sebula, and that will be, and that as well, with as damaged as a car as Williams Sim Racing Academy have on the front of that Mustang, they are hauling it forward. I would say kicking and screaming, that is being hauled forward.
Well, they're making sure those Mustang horses are actually running really strong in the car, so no problems about it. You know, trying to do their best. That's all I'm gonna say. But of course, they are fighting for something in the championship, though. They are B4 in the standings. It's a long shot, really long shot, 12 points away from that 476 Team 75 Bernhard by CMRC. But so far right now, they are managing to get some good old blink for their not only team account that is already deep in pockets, but also for the drivers as well.
Yeah, it certainly does help them out as they get by then the likes of Delta V, and they've also got fast repair in the middle of this, trying to get through the 903 Porsche. As we take a look at that absolutely brutalized front, through the grass goes Ismail Habib Jimenez, then, who is trying to run through this and just get the clearance needed to move on into the next stage, as we've got more drivers in. Nicholas Hyder back into pits. Adam Wright has had a 4-minute stop getting the damage repaired, and Callum Brandt in now in the 458 RD Simsport car as the clearance gets done. But checkmate here, Simline finding themselves through, and I do love Polish sim racing scene as well. I think it goes actually really under the radar what goes on in the Polish scene, how good their drivers are, actually how much of that scene helped to credit Drago's rise up through with the likes of Wisniewski and Lemonek and those drivers who really helped get Drago established when they were out there and running. And now as you look through and what was built off of Triton Racing back in the day in the iRacing sphere, you now see with the likes of Checkmate now bringing themselves up and saying, you know what, we are challengers in GT circles.
I'm trying to remember what was the Polish sim racing team that we had back in the earliest, because if you think about it, in truth honesty, Drago is Polish because of Nikodem Wierzbicki, right?
Yes.
But there was another team that preceded them. Was it Triton, really?
I think it was Triton.
Another one.
I don't remember, but Triton for me was the Polish team that got itself into the Blanc Pun GT World Championship. It had drivers like Marcin Skrzypczak in there. There were some wonderful drivers that came through that element of the team. So there are always teams that are out there that are proving it. But I look around, and for me, it was Triton that was the forefather that brought Drago to the party.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm actually trying to look into the old broadcasts that we had, like back in the 2023, 2024, I think, that had these teams. Had one of the teams, and basically was all from Polish, basically all Polish drivers. I'll take a look and get back on that.
Not a problem. 8 hours, 16 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock as Impulse Racing by TAM Livery have a mag performance problem behind them, and it will be that Mark Calver wants to get by and will want to get by Facundo Rago like yesterday, I think is the best way of describing it at this point. AMG Mercedes plays Aston Martin out there on track, and Aston Martin, the newest car out there in comparison to possibly one of the oldest cars in the GT3 field there, the AMG Mercedes. This is the Evo version, of course, that is out there and is running and rolling. But what you have is the most known quantity car against the most unknown quantity car out there in terms of a battle, and you really get to see a sense of style from the sleek run of that Aston Martin, and then that cadence that we always talk about with that AMG Mercedes, how good its gearing is.
Yeah. And it's been a staple car through the years of racing in real life. You know what I mostly associate them back when Jules Guillaume actually used to drive not only British GT but also in the GT World Challenge, that car, and it was always fast in it. And usually won races and all, and how good that team was in general performance. So it's, I know the AMG has seen a moment of down years and all, but as a car, you gotta respect the pedigree.
And you gotta respect that Franciszek Lischka here is just done enough to stay out of the way. Could have been a real pain here, but Facundo's not really got the best run coming out of the Gurney Bend here at turn 6, which leads Mark Calver now to a chance to do exactly that. Cut the beam, go to the inside here for the hotel hairpin at 7, and command the corner and take the place away. That wasn't well coordinated there from Impulse between GT3 and GT4, but that was more than enough to get it done. But Facundo's not taking this lying down through the Fangio S's, and now moving over towards Cunningham Corner. Is just not going to be in line to get that move. Good pass by Mac Performance, up to 7th in class.
Yeah. Took a little bit of a while, but managed to make it work. That's really good for Magno. Is going to try to break away. I don't think the Mercedes has the grunt necessary to make a standoff against the Vantage GT3, which back in the old days used to run a Mercedes engine, right? I think right now, nowadays it runs its own Aston Martin engine, V8 as well. But I think back in the early iterations of the GT3, the car they had, it ran a Mercedes engine, and some actually had a technical partnership, I think, with Mercedes, that some of the also technical stuff they also inherited or shared with the Mercedes as well. But this is all Aston Martin, so this is good to see.
Yeah, and we see some amazing racing that comes along here in this GT3 spec. As we take a look at Octavio Rondoletto. Oh, 1, 2, wow. I don't often get to see that much wheel hop at that corner there, going on through onto the Almond Straight. So for Rondoletto to get that much air off of the raised curb on the inside, how much spring load has gone through that car to make it spin, that shocks me.
Yeah, but then again, I think it's been more frequent with this new iteration of the Cup car. It's been bouncy, especially some corners. And when you catch the curbing, and I think for Rondoletto, fortunately, he avoided that. Avoided major damage in the car. By the way, about the Polish team, I got back to the Polish team. I actually looked. I think the season prior, the 2023-24 season. It is Apex 1. Basically a full Polish team. Meanwhile, still we're going to be looking into this battle as we have a good look. Look at this. Look at these basically car full up in the air, no tires on the ground. And fortunately, like I said before, Rondoletto managed to keep the car in the track. Most of it, and avoided the wall, and we're going back 12 minutes left before me and Jake Sperry go away and take a little bit of a break and hand off to the next. Not actually, Jake's gonna stay. I'm gonna take a break, and Brad Dalton's gonna take over from me, Lorenzo Bonder, as I think we have Jake Sperry back, and still looking into this action between Mac Performance and Impulse Racing by Tim Livery.
Yeah, our battle continuing on then, and proving itself to be, at least for Facundo Rago, a chance to just try and hold. It's going to be tough to keep that in range, so just keep that in mind as this goes, that Facundo Rago is still trying to find that pace, and it is tough that what Mark Calver is being able to do at this moment to build up this margin. It is a 10-second lead at the front of GT3, 25 seconds the margin in the 992s, and 20 seconds the margin in GT4. We are getting into endurance gaps opening here as we head towards the 1/3 stage of the race at 4 hours completed in terms of the racing action here from the Sebring International Raceway. This is your 24-hour series esports running here. It is, of course, this running that you've seen out there, and it's made some wonderful battling out there for the early part of it. Track temperature running up to 24 degrees right now, so it is slowly heating up this circuit, and I reckon we could be hitting the mid-30s by the time we hit the midday sun at this point.
Yeah, but still not going to make it a scorching hot track like we normally could see in the middle of the summer, isn't it, Jake? We could see it like up in the 50s, nearly 60 degrees that we could see on track. But I think you were away. I mentioned about Apex One being the team, the Polish team, besides the other ones we mentioned before, being another premium Polish team that we used to look and contend against these top-tier champions and teams.
Yep, Apex One definitely comes to mind now that you mention it. So, yeah, there's certainly a great heritage there. Chris Shorter from South Africa up against Adam Watson out there at the moment for Altitude Frame Esports White. Now, it is very interesting when you see the South African sim racers out there because they've made a lot of noise through the MSA, which is the South African equivalent of Motorsport UK Esports, try and get the national scene built and generated. And Chris Shorter, I think, is the best driver out of South Africa at the moment, with maybe George van Rensburg a close second as far as it goes. But when you consider that they only get 8 hours of electricity a day and they have to run on generators otherwise to go get the ability to race in races like these, I think it's incredible actually just how much the ability and the pace level is there from drivers like Chris Shorter.
It's amazing. It's really good, and knowing that Shorter was always was and is a great driver in GT4s and especially also in TCRs. Multiple champions, I think, also here in the 24 Hours Esports with Impulse in the TCR. So a guy that has been staying forever with them, and like you were saying, don't have that energy availability, and thus that's why we don't see lots of drivers coming out of there in iRacing. But good to see that, despite I think the strongest Polish, South African drivers being nowadays the Van der Linde brothers, arguably.
Yeah. Kelvin van der Linde and the like. Yeah, I can definitely see that they are incredibly quick and good at it. Marvin Strel then getting clearance through one corner on Tom Euler, and with Niels Rotela moving by through for Grid and Go's number 45 team out there. I think that they've just been able to get that clearance needed, and they're just managing the gap now at the moment as they have done so all season, and getting that Porsche to fire on all cylinders. Now, we talk a lot about GT3, Bob. It's probably the most common talking point out there. Let's talk GT4, Bob.
Yeah. GT4, Bob. Basically, I'm trying to take a quick look over here. P1 is a Porsche, P2 a Porsche as well, if I am not fully mistaken. So, and Grid and Go usually runs Altitude Frame runs a Mercedes. I know, of course, people. I know there's also the iRacing Roar going on right now, and on top split, I think the majority of the cars are actually Porsches. Knowing that the Porsche, I think, in this build might be the best overall car to perform, followed by maybe the Mustang as a potential close second. But nevertheless, I think the Bop over here made maybe quite of an interesting running field. We've seen Porsches fighting against McLarens, and maybe some of the Mustangs fighting against some of the Porsches and McLarens and the Mercedeses. So I think it's been decent-ish. I know some people were talking about Bop this killed on our broadcast chat, but that's like I said before, I know a lot of people might not like the BOP as it is standing out for their team, but you cannot have the benefit every single time. That's just how things are. Some days you might have the better car, some other days you might not have the better car. Unless you're Ferrari in WEC, of course.
Now, I think it is important to say, a balance of performance is not there to make all cars equal on the same track. A BOP is there to make sure all cars have an equal opportunity to go out there and win a race.
100%. And if the best team that is extracting the best out of the car might be a handful of Porsches, you know what I usually say about it? If it's the meta, hashtag deal about it.
It's as simple as that. As we look at the biggest gainers and losers in GT3, Impulse by Tam Livery, the 57, up double digits. They're up 10. Scherer 11 seconds clear at the front over Simify Esports. Luca Alpert is doing a wonderful job in that number 16 machine right now of proving that it's him and Raphael Renhofer who are making sure that that German-Austrian connection is working brilliantly in that Acura. They have got a wonderful gap, and behind them, and here's where it gets interesting, that's not the number 33 Simify Esports car behind. That's the number 14 Simify Esports car that's directly behind them.
Yeah, that is also standing within the top 5 of GT3 standings. Standing right behind their brother team or sister team, whatever you want to call it. But most importantly, that number 14 right now in the standings, standing about 11th place, is going to lose out to Adidas. Adidas is standing out right now in the field in 6th place, but tied on points. And that top 5 standings, if we're talking about at the end of the championship, is going to be big for them, especially with the money and that is also in place for the GT3 cars.
With that in place, you know how important it is that you just give yourself as much of a chance as possible as far as the GT3 championship is concerned. Grid and Go walk in 10 points clear of Burasud. Call it 11 if you go on count back. And Burasud in 5th. And that Grid and Go kart currently in 3rd. So the difference there between them about 17 seconds. And they'll be looking at the Falcon Sim Racing team, who did fall into troubles. So with both Simify cars top 5 at the moment in points, Adidas by WSR at the moment would jump up into that top 5 and get some prize money for it, taking over from the 14. The 33 are currently 3rd and could have a chance of fighting for 2nd in the championship as it is to stand out in the likes of your 992 category. Grid and Go 901, our favourites right now as we go and watch the Altitude Frame Esports white car having to scrap with Team Floral by Impulse out there. 0.3 of a second between them into turn number 3. So 901 and Ganonso Tajdalan, everything in control, and they've got whatever time they have ahead, plus a minute on Impulse Racing because of a wrong number submission. The other Grid and Go car is a little further down the order and not as much of a worry. GT4, Team 75 burnout by SimRC holding their station absolutely wonderfully at this point in time, and they are proving that this is going to be a day where you've got to hold. As we do get a note that's come in, 20 seconds of time penalty for the sister Team 75 car. So the 475 will have 20 seconds for dangerous driving when they come in for their next stop, as we focus with Chris Shorter, who is close but not quite close enough yet. But as you're going to jump away for a little bit in the next couple of minutes here, Lorenzo, your takeaways from the last 2 hours, because I think this has been some wonderful style endurance racing. It's had just enough tinder to add to the fire.
It's been great. I think it's been very, very good high-speed chess match between a lot of the teams. I think we're starting to fully see the breakaway patterns that we normally see on these long endurance races from, like, for example, Scherer, Grid and Go, and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. That's where we're truly seeing the beginning of a proper breakaway. But then knowing that we have about 8 hours left of racing. A lot can develop, even though it is a 6 kilometer track. There's still a lot for you to look for in the next 8 hours. It will feel short for a lot of people as they go on a lap by lap basis.
And so on this basis, you will be seeing who is going to be making the charges and who is going to start falling back, as Simrace Sweden and Delta Sport Sim Shop, they will go at it for 6th position. Delta Sport with a minute's worth of penalty at the end of the race, and Matthew Deschamps is going to have a lot of work here with Henrik Lindoff then just behind. So Henrik will be looking at this going, well, I'm only 59 seconds ahead of you at the moment, so I don't have to worry too much about how this goes, but it's maybe the other drivers that I'd want to try and stay with as far as this running goes, heading over towards the 1/3 distance in this race. By the end of the next 2 hours, we will get to the halfway stage. We've had a couple retirees from this race. Instinct Mechanics, Zenith Esports is a big one. Manatee and TC Esports, the Williamson Race Academy, the 90 Sesha Esports team out of the race. That will hurt the Hungarian-based team with Grid and Go and M&J Downforce, the most recent retirees from this running. Lorenzo Bonda steps out of the commentary booth along now with me for the next running that we've got going on. Hi, Brad.
Well, hello. Good morning, Jake. How are you doing? Well, it's morning for me. It's what, mid-afternoon for you? The fun of being across the world in time zones, but sim racing is international, so it doesn't surprise me. Lorenzo, go get you some rest. It's been great to listen here for the past 2 hours to Lorenzo, and it's really nice to be here at Sebring as I see side-by-side action on track, and this is a race that is the end of this season. Looking at info for 2026, that'll be coming up soon-ish. A little trademark beside that, because soon-ish is obviously going to happen when it happens. This has been a fun race so far. A lot of good battles, a lot of big implications here, and still no championships really decided. That was the one thing that I was, looking at getting ready for my stint, is where can championships end and who ends where with what? And it really isn't settled in any class right now. There are still contenders regardless of what class you look at.
There's no open and shut bookcase at this moment. I think you're looking around and saying, well, you're going to have to do what you can. A little bit of flashing on the back there of the 937 as Henrik Lindoff. We'll have to see Niels Rotela find a way through that number 45 car. But yeah, you're absolutely right here, Brad, in the sense that we are not in a position where this is write it off, call it done, start engraving on the trophies. I think this is very much a wait and see cause. I think when you get down to the final hour, that's when you're going to start seeing, okay, well, can we start naming names at this point of who's done what? That's going to be brave. You need to, because that's the dive through that's needed. Remember, they are even on pace with the 5% reduction in the on the power. They've put the restrictors on the motors of the Porsches. So with that, you have to dive in the GT3s to get by the Porsches, and that's what makes this, in 24-hour series esports, so tough. You have to be choice. Now, this is Thomas Enger's 434 into the corner. Are they just going to loop it on their own? Yeah, they just got a little scared going through the hotel hairpin, a little too much brake.
The interesting thing looking at BOP, I was looking coming in and I noticed that 5% power adjustment, and that's a big adjustment when you're looking at performance in a car, and as a driver you do feel that 5% is a massive change in those 992s, but it really does present for great moments like what we just saw with the Mustang diving to the inside there through Sunset, getting through beautifully, but it tightens everything up. It makes for some great competition here, and Sebring is a track that I think really favors the 992, especially when you get into this great infield section here, going through in really from the hairpin all the way through Bishop down towards Le Mans through this majority of the track. It's a great section for the Porsche that just seems to handle really well for the car, and it presents a great run through. So that 5% power really just makes sure that 992 isn't over advantaged over GT3s.
And you got to remember as well that while everyone's been jumping on the 992.2 out there, this is still being run with what is now referred to in iRacing as the Legacy 992. So because they started the season in this car, they've not decided, oh, we'll jump to the new car for the end. This is still very much the old school Porsche that you knew and loved for the last 5 or 6 years in sim racing. Well, in fact, 6 years. Well, actually 7 years now at this point in sim racing. So this Porsche 992, one of the more known quantities out there of a car. We've seen almost every single category have an update of some kind in iRacing circles, but this, one of the few that has struggled to do so as we watch on board with this battle or various battles out there. You really get a sense of everyone should know how to pilot this car, how to work this car, how to get this car to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, we're going into Daytona season in sim racing. I know we're at Sebring today, but that is something you have to acknowledge, the roar going on. We are very much heading into Daytona season, and I have a fun saying that I pull out around this time of year, and that's everyone should have a sim racing binder, and that should be certain cars and certain tracks that they should just be comfortable in regardless of. Sebring is up there. Daytona is always number one on my list. That Daytona is a track that you should be able to go out and within a couple of laps, regardless of car, be able to be fairly comfortable at. You should just know the track kind of off the top of your head. The 992.1, as we'll call it, is one of those cars that I put on that list. It is a car that very much, if you are in any sort of GT3, GT4 style road course run endurance setup, it's a car that a lot of people kind of, would put in that binder, and myself included. I think it's a car that you should be able to go out and, whether you really know the track or not, be fairly comfortable in driving and be able to get up to speed within kind of a handful of laps. I won't say it's something that you should be able to go out and just lap one, slap a time in, but these 992.1s, you should be fairly comfortable in, especially they've been running these since July, whenever this round of 24 Series Esports started for 2025 going back. I mean, so you've had over 6 months now in these cars at least, plus the 7 years they've been in the sim, as we see another GT3 trying to dive through, not able to make its way through Sunset, gets past one, not able to get past Delta Sim Shop there as they go through, and now will continue to just battle along and try to get past down the main straight. Should be able to without issue.
Yeah, that's Lucas Lindqvist moving through for Adidas Racing by WSR. So that gets the clearance sorted and does leave a line actually here coming out of one. This might be the chance that Henrik Lindhoff needed from one Swede to another. Lindqvist nearly giving Lindhoff the chance there to jump on through, but just doesn't quite manage it there with enough of a run into turn 3. So again, the waiting game having to be told at this moment by Henrik Lindhoff. And I just did the math actually. Got to love Google Maps for time to time giving a little bit of a understanding. You know, we're just the 3 hours away, Sebring to Daytona Beach, Florida, in terms of where they go. So it's about 143 miles as you pass along on I-4 East. Or the I-4E going through Orlando and Bay Lake to get yourself then through Orange City and then over to Daytona as it all sorts. So by distance, not that far at all in terms of track differences out there, but Florida has some wonderful racetracks time and again. Well, and of course, often forgotten in this conversation of why Florida's great, everyone says, oh, you got Sebring, oh, you got Daytona. Yeah, you've also got Homestead.
I love that you're bringing up Homestead. That's just... Homestead Road Course is also a lot of fun, too, just to throw something out there beyond just the Homestead Oval. And also, quick correction on the back end here. This is the new Porsche Cup. This is not the 9921. This is actually the 9922. Had to do a little bit of correction there. Yeah, believe we've gotten fact-checked here. So that is indeed the 9922. So, yeah, still... I still think my sentence stands that this is a car you should be comfortable in. The 9922, of course, getting some updates, making it a bit more modernized to the 9921. I still think it's a car that you should be able to get into and put in some consistent lap times there, as we see that
Lindhoff pit. We see Henrik Lindhoff in the pits and making that stop. So as they try and work it through, they decide, yeah, that is exactly where they want to be and how they run. Julian Fernandez as well in the pits, as well in the GT4 category. So we are seeing those coming in and making those stops and trying to get through. And yes, my eyes clearly are deceiving me, and I am very tired already over the course of my 2 and a bit hours worth of stint run that we have ran through. As we focus then a little bit over to the GT4 category, there's the 412 of Julian Fernandez, who has been black flagged. So at least at the moment there, that 412 fiercely forward pink is not going to be best pleased with that. Now, there is no, quote, incident limit out there that they have to be alert and worried about, but what they will know out there is that there is going to be a lot of, you know, panic to do, and I think that will be a slowdown penalty that hasn't been served, or they were speeding out of the lane. As that also goes, Hyperion Racing have been dinged with 10 seconds for a late dive in the contact that we saw on replay about 15 minutes ago.
Not ideal here in Fiercely Forward. You can see there in that replay on screen, just a late dive move, causing a little bit of contact there coming through. Not ideal for them at all here, as we have a battle for second in GT4 raging along here. The 411 and the 457 going through. Now, this is the point in an endurance race where you start thinking, yes, you're looking at on-track battles. Yes, you see the person ahead of you, but you have to start shifting that thought to strategy and runs towards the end, because that is where things can get really exciting. If you can get that stint strategy going, and this is something that every team will plan on as we get another replay here. The number 5, what happened here?
That's deep.
That was an optimistic dive for the best of them. That's GTP driving, if I've ever seen it, in a Mustang GT3.
You miss your braking marker by 5 meters. You grab a little bit of extra brake to try and compensate and realize you've still got to turn it in. The rears lock up. And so when the axle locks, there's not much really that you can argue against in terms of the car finding the barriers. So that's going to hurt then for the team there, number 5 Racing Lab Esports, powered by Ford, and that is, of course, Carl Frederick Herzog, who is there behind Carl Frederick Harschel, I should say, behind the wheel of the number 5, and finding out firsthand how tough the GT3s actually are to drive out there. Everyone thinks you can just jump in and be quick right away. You can't in these. It's very tough, and there goes the Simify car, lunging down the inside and giving a little bit of a pick now for what was needed for Team Floral by Impulse. They're going to get a very good chance then to get this sorted, and they have done with the pass through on Adam Watson. Jan Winter then also trying to work through with that car that's now 3 laps down of Carla, which was about an hour ago fighting for the podium.
Yeah, unfortunate to see all of those laps come down and shuffling in positions. But again, 7 hours, 45 minutes left to go. I don't want to count anyone out at this point. 3 laps is a lot to make up. I will acknowledge that. But 3 laps across 7 hours and 45 minutes, when you do the math on that here around Sebring, which is just under or just over a 2-minute lap for these GT4s, there is some doing that can be done, and sometimes pit strategy will play into it as we have more cars coming in the pits here, and that neutralizes that second place battle here. The 457 in, the 477 is in, the number 5 is in as well in GT3, so very much we have hit that pit stop window.
We very much have. So at least everyone now jumping in, and Chris Shorter making that stop as well. So that will be in as the 476 out of the box, 37.8 seconds, as we get confirmation it was speeding on pit exit that made the difference out there overall. And so everyone's thinking about how long do they need that stop to be? Do I want to change my tires, yes or no? Do I need that fuel to go in? Of course, they change fuel and tires at the same time here in iRacing. as the differences now really making themselves known. Over to 13th, where the 45 grid and go car of Niels Rottela has caught the back of Lucas Camba Marrero at a rate of knots of about a second a lap here, so I wouldn't think this would take too long to uncork as a pass, as that's a little wide off the exit there of the Tower Turn, and on to the greatest named straight in all of motorsport. It's the Flying Fortress Straight.
Flying Fortress Straight, where you have to have a flying fortress to attack or defend, depending on what position you're in here, as this battle for 13th is live. Now, this is Grid and Go 1. This is not the Grid and Go that's in championship contention here, but I will say for Grid and Go, it would be nice if their cars were a bit closer, because that would give a little bit of, I'm going to pull some Formula One quotes here, that gives some strategy here between the two cars as they go pass through around the inside, able to clear before sunset, and Grid and Go up past Semify here, the number 45 past the 14, mind the wall there. They take that exit extremely wide and almost hit that wall every time, and it makes me hold my breath just every time I see those cars come through. It's just so close to that millimeter perfection there. If you just turn the wrong way, it's a hard hit in the wall there.
Cameron Craft in the pits, and so too Sven Haase at the moment. So the second of the Hyperion cars then down in on the lane. Haase just leaving the pits, as Rottila will be in 12th with the move made with that wonderful lunge that we saw down the inside of Sunset Bend. So differences then being made absolutely wonderfully then with these passes that sort themselves out here as we move closer towards the halfway stage of this race. And Sebring is the circuit that has held a lot of great racing over the course of the years, held a couple rounds of the Formula One World Championship back in the late 1950s, has been known for the Sebring 12-hour over the years as the race that pretty much defines February now in terms of the racing world. You know that Monday is, or I would say January, Monday, wow, I really am losing it with flu. January is Daytona season. February is where Sebring comes to play.
I mean, Sebring is just such a classic track. It's one of those that it reminds me of Silverstone, but for the U.S. I mean, it's built on the runway of a World War II air base and the adjacent roadways. Like, this truly does feel like Silverstone in the U.S., and it kind of hits that iconic historic layout, you know, with that layout, because Silverstone is the same way, built with a World War II air base in that area. And this is just one that when you hit February, Sebring really hits the 12 hours of Sebring, of course, in real life, from sunrise to sunset, and hence the name Sunset Bend. When you think about it, going down through the Sunset Straight and going into Sunset Bend, when you get into those evening hours of Sebring, you can't see. And that is one of my favorite things in sim racing, is getting to run down that main straight heading towards sunset and just not being able to see. You have to trust your gut, a little bit of sight and a little bit of picturing, but a lot of trust in yourself, the car, and those around you to make that great final turn down the main straight. This is a track that produces such great action, has such a great variety between Cunningham, Big Bend, Bishop, through Sunset Bend, the Ullman Straight, Le Mans. It's a track that produces such great variety of racing, and it does what every good track needs to do and gives everyone something they can run and be good at, and an area of the track they can always strive to get better at. For me, it's always Sunset Bend. I am never good enough at this final corner of the track. However, diving into hairpin, I can always know that braking zone and go for a lunge there. I am very bad coming out of 16 into turn 3.
Porsche's then making their stops. Gununso Tajdelen then leading the line of that in the 901 out there at this point. We were just focusing on Luca Alpert and Scherer Esports, as we got another car down in here making just enough leave out of the pits. I think that's Alessio Bonino for 07 Racing, who will now be outside of the top 10 after this pit stop and getting themselves then into sequence. 7 hours, 42 minutes, 40 seconds remaining on the clock. But I do want to talk Scherer at the moment for two very important reasons. One, they're so far down in the championship as it stands. They came into today 13th on just 18 championship points. And two, only team this season to pilot the Acura.
stop the Acura hate. That is a controversial one if I've ever said it, but stop the Acura hate. The Acura is a car that isn't that bad. I don't really understand why people don't like the Acura, and I'm going to have to do some research on this on the back end because there's multiple organizations and leagues that I'm in, and I never see anyone driving the Acura or the Lamborghini. Those are the two that I don't see get near as much love. It's always the Mercedes, the Mustang especially, the BMW. Those are the three that I see get the most love, and then a lot of Aston Martin as well. And I understand those cars are, fairly stable, fairly consistent, but the Acura, at least, again, this is my experience, isn't that bad of a car to drive. I'm gonna find out why people don't like it.
I like it. I like all the cars out there, and I love the differences that you get, that there is always a little niche that you find from a car that gives that work compared to others. And maybe I think the way that this Acura rides over the bumps has certainly given it an advantage here at Sebring compared to the others. In comes Dennis Grabowski now, who will jump back in for the Altitude Frame Esports white team. This should give Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 476 the lead again. Kieran Harrison in for the first time. Then in the car, and will now be starting to fly on forward. Now, I am noting as well that Williams Sim Racing Academy, Kai Dalziel, the Canadian behind the wheel, fourth at the moment in class, has been given a 5-second penalty to issue at the next stop for infringing blue flags. Not often that you get to see that one in an endurance race, that there is a blue flag infringement.
Yeah, and of course, blue flags, that's a topic I feel like we could go on for the next hour and some change on. But of course, in blue flags, you need to help
put the coffee mixer on. Let's do it.
Through. Yeah, actually, that's one of those that I think everyone has an opinion on, and some of it just depends on really what what series of motorsport you watch, whether it's, Formula One fans who think you need to completely pull over off the track, hit the brakes and go get a coffee, or whether it's, endurance or NASCAR, where, especially in NASCAR, blue flags don't exist. So it's kind of interesting. Under the rules here in the 24-hour series, blue flags are considered informational. The faster car indicates a feasible overtake. The slower class car is not to defend the overtake and help facilitate the pass, for example, lifting at the braking zone. So you don't necessarily have to run off your line. The faster car is responsible for the clean pass. However, the slower car can't try to defend an obvious coming overtake. And I think that is how blue flags are most appropriate. I think it's one of those, it's always up to the faster car to get the pass done, but the slower car shouldn't be racing like their life depends on it. You're in the slower car, you're in the slower class, except that you're going to be overtaken by the faster car in a faster class. You don't need to defend it. There's no reason to do anything erratic. If you know they're going to go up the inside into sunset, just lift 20 meters early, let them do that.
Absolutely, and it's the sort of thing where, because there are different rule sets on how racing should be, there is, say, an FIA, which is a world governing body on what a racing series should be. But for example, because of that, you get different rule sets, and people race under USAC rules, people race under the FIA's rules, people race under NASCAR's got its own rule set. IndyCar, with the help of the FIA, now have a new rule set and a new independent body that's going to be helping them for this year in terms of their rules. Every racing series will run a different rule set, and you play to the tune of who's in charge and the race control and stewards and the rule books. And that's what makes racing great, because every car is built to a different rule set. Every category is built to a different rule set. When you say you go out there racing, it's such a wide verbiage of what you classify as, okay, I'm racing. Yeah, but what are you racing? How are you racing? What's the rules that you go? That's why racing, I think, is so encapsulating in every single guise that you get. Everyone's got a different chance to do it, but when it comes to rule set and blue flags, the argument, I don't think, from a sim racing aspect is, what should you do in blue flags out there on iRacing? It's why does every series have to fall to the same rule set out there on iRacing? Because I look around and see series like Lotus 79, for example, Brad, they implement a gentleman's agreement, which says, look, we know that we're in Formula cars where it's very difficult to lap because we're the same speeds out there as we go by. So let's not make it too difficult every time we go out as leaders come into pit then in GT3. What you find then as well is that you'll get people who go, oh, but iRacing says that the sporting code is that you have to facilitate a pass cleanly, as we watch Elias Riker now here for Burasud Plus competition, having to, on point, get turned around, one of your title contenders, bang, hard into the wall, and that might send the end of their run. That's the replay.
That was big in this race. When we go back at the end of 12 hours, that is going to be what really, I think, sets this race apart. Let's get another angle here, and this is hard competitive racing. I already know race control is going to be looking at this. Diving here, brakes, look inside, go through, and just a little bit of miscommunication on the braking zone there. I think BS Competition trying to brake a little bit earlier.
It looks worse than it is because the car pivots right and it looks like a takeout. It's not a takeout. I can say that every day and twice on Sunday that they've not deliberately tried to take Elias Riker out. They've just missed their braking zone, tried to maximize as much track as possible to take the opening corner so they don't run into the back. And the contact's there and it causes all the drama. But yeah, that's huge. And Burasud now pretty much that moment might just be what gives Grid and Go the championship. They've only got to worry about Falcon Sim Racing, who are 16 points back. And so Grid and Go start putting the crown on for them, even though they sit today in third position currently on the road as the battle for fifth in GT3 continues between Simify and the likes then of Falcon Sim Racing Team, who are now off cycle, by the way, it has to be noted, as in comes Nicholas Hyder to make that stop. But just to finish the point, the rule set is, and why people struggle so much, I think, is that, you know, you're all forced onto one rule set in iRacing, and the overarching rule set is you play to the iRacing sporting code.
Yeah, and, you know, looking at that overarching rule, just to kind of finish this topic off here, because I want to touch on that moment we just saw with BS Competition. It's kind of the beauty of racing, as you said, multiple different series sets, kind of the fun of leagues. There is the iRacing sporting code, which leagues have to follow, but leagues can, you know, sometimes implement different things. And as running in the league, you should be prepared to run what the league asks. And sometimes that can be a little bit different here, but at the end of the day, you know, we are on iRacing. If iRacing says, nope, this is the rules, you follow the rules every time. And if a league says, well, we'd like you to do this, being part of the league, you kind of take that gentleman's agreement of, I'm going to do this. And I do want to touch on for BS Competition.
Falcon. Sorry, Falcon, they've spun in pit lane trying to get going, and they've got to do an 1,000,000 point turn to get back going. We've not got the camera angle for it, but Luca Vunch, I think, has made a meal out of it.
Made an absolute major moment there, and that is not going to be ideal for him at all, as he now gets that Mustang out. But that was a long time in the pit lane, and as you said, doing the Austin Powers 74-point turn there to get that Mustang, which is already a big car in its own, going in the right direction here and out. Falcon Sim Racing now forward and going and out on track, but that was a long pit stop for them.
Yeah, so Jan Winter over 2 minutes down there in the pits, getting back out and going again. But there's the look, Vunch looping it. So took the service, and critically, this is coming out on the exit, and it is such an issue out there. You don't often see it. We just got the wrong camera angle for it, just where our camera just sort of sits on the exit. But the issue that you have, you're trying to get up to speed, and especially when you've got the pit limiter out there, you're trying to light the tires up, the cone is so close, so you're pretty much playing with the traction control, trying to get off the limiter as quickly as you can, that the back just stepped around, and there's nothing you could really do about it.
It's so unfortunate to see there, and that is going to hurt, and other thing that is not good for that too is think about the tires. I mean, when you light up the tires like that going out of pits, you're trying to get heat in, but then you slide and it just adds a whole nother problem. You've now got mismanaged tire temps and control there, and then it's a confidence hit as well. Just that's one of those things that, you know, it's coming out of the pits. It should be the easiest moment in your race is going in and out of the pits. It's some of the hardest pressed, but it's one that you should be able to do. Is 992 are getting very feisty here, dive up the inside around the GT4, make that through and continue to battle in traffic with GT3s in the mix. This is the beauty of multi-class racing. You get all three classes in a tiny period as Delta Sport Sim Shop there, a slight wiggle on the exit curb. That's going to open things up for SimRace Sweden to come through. Look around, outside, inside. GT3 is now going to block there really for SimRace Sweden into the hairpin, not help the pass through. But now can you tuck into the back there of the GT3 and go through, and can SimRace Sweden use that GT3 to kind of open a door for them that otherwise wouldn't have been there?
Yeah, that is Raphael Renhofer, the leader overall for Share Esports, who has just dived on through and made that progress out there. Matthew Deschênes then holding off now Oscar Fredriksson at SimRace Sweden Esports, who is behind the wheel. And now the difference out there overall with Simify coming in and making their stop with Lucas Perez, now up to 35 seconds almost at the front of the field as they set on through. There is Lucas Perez for Simify there, the number 33 car out there at the moment. Just looking at how they've been going about business, I don't think they've done anything too untoward. Or actually, now this is interesting here because they've had Gabby Montoro on lap 130 in the car for one lap before handing back to Lucas Perez. So I am curious to see what has happened that has instituted them to lose the lap or to take an extra pit stop, as it were, come back in and get Lucas Perez back in the car.
I gotta wonder if that's a hardware issue. That is the only thing that I can think of where you would do one lap and then go right back out, is some sort of hardware issue kicking in. That is what makes the most sense to me, at least. And that would be one of those moments that, you know, in real life racing, it's a tire failure, a suspension failure, spark plug loose, brake failure, name the 1,000,007 things that can happen, a loose lug nut on pits that you go out and come back in. In sim racing, of course, we don't have loose lug nuts. We don't have tires that blow on pit exit. We don't have, you know, reliability issues in that way. It is usually going to be a hardware issue, something with your PC, your frame rate is stuttering, you're having, you know, issues with your pedals, your wheel, force feedback isn't working, and that can sometimes facilitate and require you to have those moments where you're in and out real quick. And I think that's what's happened in this situation, is that there's more than likely something with the hardware, typically force feedback in my experience, that's required them to go in and then come right back in and make that driver swap again, so that way you can get the reset, troubleshoot the force feedback issue, then jump back in and race. And that, again, the fun of endurance racing, you have to pretty well race the race. You can't come in with a dead set plan. If you are trying to run plan A your entire race, you are wrong and you are destined to fail from lap 1.
Speaking of which, a full minute's worth of penalty has been allotted to Hyperion Racing 2 and Camden Craft after the incident there with the number 89 of Burasud Plus Competition. Burasud weren't best pleased about it, and so for their communication, the way they said, look, we're going to protest this, they've been given a 5-second time penalty if they get back going again.
Oh, Nathan Paris is around here in the hairpin. That is not ideal at all. We were watching that battle come through, and the 97 going around. You can see the Mustang being very, very slow there as well,
that's
allowing
a
the
redress.
pass to go back through. Yeah, that is a, hey, I did something wrong and let back through. Here we go. Flashing lights, look to the inside. Let's see how this one went. And I have a feeling this is just washed out wide.
That's tough, because I think they actually did very well to hold as much line as they did. They just caught the Adidas car in the wrong place, but they held their hands up, said, look, no, I made the mistake, and Lucas Perez then says that I'm not gonna fight it. I'm gonna fall back behind. I'll lose 6-7 seconds because of it, and you'll retain that position. So I wonder if the stewards will actually look at that and go, look, you've basically penalised yourself for it, so fair play, game on. It's something that gets talked a lot in the Australian side of motorsport, the redress, and how important that is. So there from Lucas Perez, a good bit of sportsmanship there. We'll see what the stewarding team do decide to have a look at then, as far as that one will go. So that there from Nathan Paris. Not great, because they were trying to fight hard then and keep altitude frame somewhat in their sights, and they're having a great run actually, altitude frame at the moment. But the fact that they are in third position at the moment, so the number 12 team having a wonderful run today.
Yeah, number 12 team looking good. They're on the pit cycle of everyone else. They're not, off of anything. Running times similar to the leaders here, actually faster than the leaders at times, looking at the last few laps. Kind of touching on this Lucas Perez, Nathan Paris moment here that just happened. I hope, for Stewart's sake, that they kind of just let that be. I think, that is another thing that has been lost in racing, again, as people get more sensationalized by, the dramatization of certain sports. I think at times we forget the race, the sportsmanship that comes in with it. And, with moments like that, if in the moment you're wrong, I think it's very respectable to just kind of throw the hands up and say, you know what, that was on me, I did it. And if there's a quick, recall and quick redress to fix that, I think it's a great way to do it. I think for Adis and Semify there, for Nathan Paris and Lucas Perez, I think that's a great way to handle that. And, it avoids time penalties and the stewards having to get involved. They have enough on their hands. They don't need to, be looking at an accidental dive to the or a dive to the inside and an accidental washout because you bumped the curb in your car. If something happened like that, I would implore everyone, regardless of what series you're in, just handle it.
Olivier Yanyashak, sorry, Team Checkmate Simline have been clattered by the number 14 Simify Esports car, and they're back in the pit lane again. I don't think I have ever seen a car so far off at Sunset Bend in my life.
Oh no. Hearing that from you scares me. I'm not gonna lie, because that's one of those, I've seen some wild things in Sunset Bend, but hearing someone say I've never seen a car so far off at Sunset is terrifying.
I think we'll need to grab a replay at some point then of what happened to the 488. I think it's a slam dunk penalty when they're going to go in for it, but the fact that you're using the club layout to get back onto circuit, I think screams that that's a pretty big hit. In my book, and they've already spent a minute on the pits as Adidas still have Simify Esports behind them, the 33, at a rate of 0.7 of a second. The difference there between them as it stands. So this is Team Checkmate Simline, happily running through. They get towards Sunset Bend. Here comes the Simify Esports car to the inside. They turn in, car is there, and look how far this is going to go. Bang! And turns around. I have not seen a car off that far in a very long time at Sunset.
I have not seen a car off that far in a very long time myself at Sunset. That was a hard hit there. And I can tell you that Checkmate Simline got a meatball flag out of that. So that is a very, very heavy amount of damage on that car, and I can say that it is under Stewart's review, so I'm sure they're going to have some thoughts on it. I will not give any thoughts just on the initial look in. On that one replay angle, of course, stewards are going to look at all of the angles. Race control will make a decision from everything they can see there. This battle in GT3 for P4 still continuing along. Absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, had a little flick over to your leader in your Porsche category. They're gridandgo.com esports. They find themselves good. If you are just tuning in here for the first time, that you've stumbled across us with the Raw that's also going on at exactly the same time, if you're Sean Campbell, for example. So what's gone on? The answer is, in the last half an hour, absolutely everything's gone on. We've seen Burosud, a title contender, effectively get written out of contention for racing action. We've seen what's just happened there to Olivier Janiaszak and Team Checkmate Simline. We've seen the likes then over the course of this race of some battles go through. And the thing that is worth talking about at the start, 5 teams in the Porsche category all getting dinged with 60-second post-race penalties for not submitting their number correctly.
That is so painful. Something like that of not submitting the number correctly and having to serve a 60-second post-race penalty. You're fighting an uphill battle from turn 1, lap 1. And it's something that, it's one of those small errors that can happen, but when it does, it sets you back so far, and it's an uphill battle that you're fighting, and it just weighs on you the whole race. It hurts, and I don't have a better way to explain it other than it just hurts, and there's nothing else that can be said about it here as we continue to watch cars carve through traffic. It's been, almost half race distance. We still have an hour and 21 minutes to get to half race distance, but think about that. We're still on the uphill climb of this race, and that's, kind of wild to say, Jake, is that we're on the uphill climb of this race. We haven't even hit half race distance yet, and I feel like it's all went off, and we've had enough action for 3 races.
Yeah, we're not even hit midday in Sim, and on what is a cold January 10th morning right now, they are all trying to hold themselves steady and say, look, we're playing the game and we're doing exactly what we need to. Not much threat of rain at all. In fact, there's no threat of rain on the horizon, but we are expecting a little bit of that humidity because it is 95% humidity to start falling as Adidas still have Simify in the mirrors, and that will be still a cause for concern about where the move gets done and how effectively and how cleanly it does after the contact that they've had. Next to no wind. It is going to start moving overcast, though, or partly cloudy, I should say, or mostly cloudy even, around the next hour and a half. So it is just going to get slightly more inclement as it goes by, but that slow weather front is just running in as it goes. But Adidas, at least at the moment, half a second over this Simify Esports 33, who are fighting back from adversity after having to make an unscheduled pit stop. They'll now be sitting down and going, well, we were fighting Sheriff for the win. We're now fighting for a top 5.
Yeah, and I think getting realistic expectations is going to be important for them, knowing that you're fighting for a top 5, not necessarily for a win. It sets the bar for where you want to go, because if you go... This is also something that I could go on a tangent about, is drivers with unrealistic expectations. You cannot always go in and expect to be fighting for first place all day, every car, every class. Not everyone can win. Only one driver and one team can win this race. You have to go in with those expectations and understand that sometimes you just need to do what you need to do. If it's a top 5, let it be a top 5. If it's a top 10, let it be a top 10. For me, sometimes I go into races and my only goal is to finish the race. I don't care what I place. I just want to know that at the end of the race, I finish and I saw the green flag and the white flag and the checkered flag. I don't care otherwise where I land in it. I think for some teams that is harder to do, and understand that, hey, we just, a top 5 is all I want, and a top 5 I'll be happy with. So that's one of those things that, again, I would say anyone who races, just remember realistic expectations.
And whose expectation is going to be the one that prevails out is often the next point that comes along with it, as you know that you are trying to fight hard for these points, you're trying to get this championship sorted, and you are trying to say, look, this is where I want to be. Top 5 is going to get my team money and it's going to get me money. It's going to be a case of we want to be racing for Cube Control wheels that will be given to us for each category. It's going to be a case of, I want the immunity from having to qualify for this series next year. All of that will weigh on the mind of the various teams that are looking to sort themselves out in the final stages. And if they can't quite manage that, you know, you're looking at where's that going to go. I look, for example, at Grid and Go's GT4 effort right now, which is now officially out of the race, 56 laps down with Alessandro Quintalle. So they are now another team that has retired the car. And so because of that, they were second in the 400. I look at Williams Sim Racing Academy. They look like they're going to jump ahead. And Team Floral by Impulse 457. They're going to jump ahead. So both of those teams right now, suddenly from Grid and Go looking like they were going to have a realistic shot of taking every category, suddenly their GT4 car is going to have to pre-qualify next year.
And that is a hard position to put yourself in, to need to pre-qualify. Now, that is one of those that you can do it, and it's, you know, doable. And, you know, if you are a team is... We're going to have a repeat of a move here. Down the inside we go. The 97 sticks to the outside through Sunset. A much safer move than the hairpin. And finally, after 15 minutes, I think it's been, since we last saw that move, Lucas Perez and Nathan Paris finally swap positions here for 4th place in GT3.
Good pass, and a comfortable one at that as well, especially when you consider that they are both in the wheelhouse of what Mag Performance is trying to do with Jacob Tofts and try and chase that gap down. So I think that was a really must-make move, that it gives them a little bit of breathing room, and now they'll be looking at how they go and tackle heading over towards 7 hours and then 6 hours to go in this race, which has proven to be tough as progress has gone over the first half of this run. But for the moment, Simify sitting themselves down in their rhythm and realizing that, yes, I am going to need to sit myself back down and give as much room to go out there and race as possible. The good news, at least for that Simify number 33, is that at least in the fair share rule, Gabby Montoro has put 66 laps down on the board. So they should be all right as far as fair share goes.
Yeah, and that fair share rule, a great rule there implemented, of course, means that all drivers need to run a fairly equal amount of time. You can't, you know, put me in there for 5 laps and then put any of these drivers in and have them run the remainder of the race and run through. It's got to be that fair share of drive time for everyone. So that is something that you have to plan. Again, you go into this race with a concept of a plan. You go in, a lot of drivers will run Excel sheets where they can live calculate fuel stints and get things figured out as the race goes, and they assign what drivers will be driving when as they need to. And then, of course, you throw that all away after lap 1 and then reassess and live plan a little bit as you go and sort of settle in. You've hit the middle stint of the race here, which is where really your focus right now is maximize fuel, maximize tires, and make sure that you've planned everyone out where drive time will not be an issue at the end of the race. And we have seen drivers get caught out on that as they go through. We have seen teams miscalculate that drive time and it come back and get them.
Yeah, and so with fair share, it's not much. It never is much. It's normally about, I don't know, about an 1/8 is what you've got to try and run to get fair share. It's not difficult to hit, but if you get it wrong, you get it wrong heavily, and people know when you get it wrong, and all your drivers haven't quite done it. There's your leader in the 992s, Ganonso Tajdelen. Effectively, in this race, Fast Repair Motorsport in 5th place is the only team they have to worry about that doesn't have a penalty, and by comparison to them, they're a lap ahead of them already at this point. So Impulse, who are 26 seconds down the road, I'd say they're almost 90 seconds clear at the moment at the front. As far as commanding positions go, it will take an incredible amount of bad luck to stop this 901 Grid and Go car from sealing the championship.
Do not speak things into the air, because as you and me both know, sometimes we say things and then they just magically appear. Traffic can take things away. Faster class, slower class. The dangers of the middle class is you have a group of cars that are faster than you and you have a group of cars that are slower than you, and that can sometimes come back and get you in ways that you don't expect. Battle for 7th here in 992. Sim Races Sweden and Byte 500 going through hard on the brakes down into hairpin. Oh, that's a little bit of a bumper to bumper check. Just a little tap there. He's just trying to give him the bump and run. Somebody's been practicing for the Daytona 500 early.
Yeah, this is what we call the old school brake of my car in front will use the brakes, and therefore I will use the brakes better. So Octavio Rondeletto into the back of Oscar Fredriksson. Then as Sim Race Sweden look behind at the Argentine team, Byte 500, who will be looking to try and give as much statement as they can at this phase of the race. So this is where you're starting to think, okay, can I go get this pass? Rondeletto, the long way around the Bishop's Bend and into the left and right. Oh, that's well done there to get that pass sorted. You need commitment to hold the outside line. And really, I think that's just a telling case that Oscar Fredriksson doesn't have the pace.
Yeah, but this is the fun of this being a team event, is that Fredriksson may not have as much pace, but if your teammate does, you can sometimes offset that. And sometimes this middle stint of a run, it's really just about survival. You don't necessarily need to be the fastest on track. If you're consistent, if you're putting in good lap times, if you're taking care of the car and getting it to the end, sometimes that's all you need. And that could just be the case for Fredriksson right now. And I'm not saying Fredriksson is slow. Fredriksson probably can run circles around me with his eyes closed. But this is a case where, you know, for Fredriksson, long picture, just survive. Don't necessarily need to be going elbows out, running overly competitive and risking the car with 7 hours left to go in the final race of the season. It's not worth it to go out on a DNF from just trying to be too feisty in the middle of a race.
Exactly. And when you're in an endurance race like this, you are trying to measure your effort based on what everyone's doing around you. Now, there'll be little duels or little scraps that you'll have over the course of racing, but all that will determine at the end of the day is one place. You know, a move full position with 7 hours to go is not going to be the defining factor that makes that race. It will be the pace that you are able to consistently upkeep that determines whether you've still got a shot at the end of the race or not. So I think if you're thinking too hard about it and you're defending into every corner and you're costing yourself 30 seconds to save one position, ask yourself how much time you'd actually save if you just sat behind them, lost 5-10 seconds, and you'd be 20 seconds further down the road and a quick pit stop and some troubles elsewhere, and you'd have the chance to still fight for that position or do even better.
And that's the balance of endurance racing, is you can't get caught in the moment. And that's one of those things where, remembering this is a team event, you have your teams around you. So for example, for Team 75 here, you have Kieran Harrison in the car right now in the 476. He's got teammates in his ear saying, hey, you are 25 seconds to the good right now over altitude. You don't need to do anything overly competitive. You don't need to run too hard. You don't need to risk the car. You've got the faster classes coming up. Just let them by. If you need to lap, if you need to do anything, just be smart about it. Don't risk the car. We have a 25-second lead. We're on the pit stop cycle. We're actually better on pit stop cycle because we have 2 laps over the car behind us. Just don't risk the car and just run your race. Don't get caught up in what's around you. Run your race.
And this race right now proving to be one where it will just find a bit of calm heading towards halfway after a very scary half an hour that we've just sat ourselves down in, and drivers now look to try and just sit down and go, right, how do we sort this one out, as fiercely forward pink down in pit lane at the moment with Connor Franson at this stage. And just looking at the way they have gone about it, I believe they have dived themselves down in, and now just leaving pit lane now on a 37.4 second stop, which is scheduled, I think is the right way to put it. But now that you sit down and look at it, now's a good time to actually talk setup and composition of teams, because I look around at how you set up a car, how you look to set a car up for yourself if you're doing officials and sprints all the time, is a lot different to how you'd set a car up for a 12-hour race.
Yeah, and so here are the setup considerations that I take in when I'm looking at this. You want to start with a setup that you know you're comfortable with. If you are, a lot of times these teams will have one driver that handles the setup, and then they send it off to the other teams or to the other drivers. The other drivers will run that setup, give their feedback, and then your setup driver will tweak it according to feedback, so everyone gets a neutralized run. You know, nobody's going to be 100% happy with the setup. Nobody is going to think, wow, this is the best setup I've ever driven. This is perfect for me every time. And that is something that, you know, you kind of just accept when you're running through a racing. For example, think about, 24 hours of Daytona, the Rolex coming up in real life. They have to compromise the setup between 4 drivers across 24 hours and through 24 hours of conditions. The car might drive really well overnight, may not drive the best in the middle of the day in Florida. You have the same thing here at Sebring. You have sunrise to sunset going through. In the middle of the day, the car might not handle 100% perfect to how you want it, but at the front and back end of the race, it may be great. And that is what you kind of go for. It's a very much a balancing act and a compromise between all of the conditions and all of the drivers, because some drivers like a loose car, some drivers like a tight setup. Again, I'm going back to an F1 elaboration here. Sergio Perez versus Max Verstappen, they want their cars to drive extremely different, and if you put them in the same car together, it's got to be a compromise between the two driving styles. What helps a lot, though, is when you and the other drivers in the team have similar driving styles. The more similar your driving styles, the simpler it is to do a setup.
Hyperion versus Grid and Go for 12th position overall. Camden Craft, who was caught up in the incident with Burosud, and then Noah Adair there just behind. The German looking to try and find a way through on the Hyperion driver, and not necessarily finding much luck of it at the moment as they pilot through. In comes Kieran Harrison, by the way, for Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. But back to the point of the car might not handle how it would do compared to it. Just consider, that's all when we're talking about a clean car. We saw a little look at the front right of 07, the 27 car out there. That Ferrari's got a bit of a ding-in on the front right, so they're going to be dealing with some handling issues out there all the time. And if you're going to run wide, heading onto the Ullman Straight, Noah Adair is going to have a chance to dive down the inside, but that is a big old lift going into Sunset Bend. It's not often that we see at this stage of the race drivers who are looking at trying to make their strategy known as in comes Camden Craft for a stop. A big old lift doesn't often happen in 13th place.
Yeah, that was interesting to see such a big lift come out there, and they're not near their pit stop cycle. I mean, they're only 15 laps now into this stint, so seeing Noah Adair do such a big lift there on the Ullman Straight down into Sunset Bend, not what I would think to see, especially with 7 hours left to go in this race. I'd like to just kind of pick the brain a little bit on whether that was just trying to, who's spinning in the background? That's a hard hit there into Sunset. Not sure what Porsche that was in the background, but one of the Porsches taking a big hit there on the exit.
Oh, it's Carla. It's Jan Winter who has gone into the wall, and this was running in third at a time, the 960. And I think this is all on their own, that they have just looped it into the wall. And you'll feel a bit sheepish afterwards as Kai Dalziel now and Adam Isaksson down in the pits. Swedish driver Isaksson, and very much like the football player Alexander Isak, so it's an E sound for the Swedish I out there. There's a little bit more of your linguistics here with Sperry at this moment in time. But pit stop then, cycle done by Camden Craft. Out and away again, but Jan Winter in the wall at Sunset. That is not going to be the easiest thing to deal with. A car that could have been fighting for the podium and now finds another mistake out of relative nowhere.
There's such a demand on the car through Sunset and through turn one, and I think it's something that sometimes, especially when you hit this midpoint of a race, it can catch drivers off guard. You know, you go through Sunset so many times at this point in a race that you are very much autopilot to a degree, and that can catch you out because you're expecting the car to do a certain thing. But whenever you get so far into a stint, you get so far into a fuel load, and the Porsches especially, will feel the fuel load or the balance of the car change with fuel load. If you have a full tank of fuel, it feels different than an empty car to a further degree than just, you know, the GT3 and GT4. The balance can actually shift across the car at times. So when you hit certain points in a stint, sometimes the car will do things unexpectedly, and unfortunately I think that has caught them out there going through. And again, it's one of those that you can't let it get to you. You've had the spin, you've had the moment, you got to get back in the rhythm.
Yeah, so back to control, I think, is going to be needed to be said as the next statement comes in for many. And this is Carla coming through the final corner. Oh, you see how much it hops. 1, 2, and then a third little hop over the bumps, and then the car just decides, I've not got enough grip to start holding the amount you're trying to pin this throttle down to the floor. And you are always looking at trying to keep a car as settled as possible through a corner. It's not going to be buffeted around, and that's what makes Sunset Bend so difficult. Drivers know if you go to the inside, it might be the fastest line, quote unquote, on paper, but because of those bumps, you are playing risk, where a more diamonded line, a later apex into Sunset Bend, you might lose a couple hundredths of a second, but you've got a lot more guarantee of making it through the corner.
I think they got away with that too, just taking a look there from those camera angles. I don't think they hit the wall on the exit nearly as hard as I thought they did. So they might have gotten away with that without issue. And also, did I mention that this track uses the runway from a World War II airbase? Did I mention that earlier? And if I didn't, I'm going to mention it again. This track has character that's built into it, and it's part of what makes it so fun here, as we see a lot of great battles continuing to form all across. Pick a class and there's a battle. It's so great. We've hit that point.
Yeah, so Simmer 5, for example, and Grid and Go now are going to get busy as Lucas Morero's next one with Noah Adair to deal with. They pilot by the Vulcan that's the altitude frame car, I'll correct myself, of Dennis Grabowski. That they'll go by as Jacob Tofts hits the lane from 6th position for Mag Performance 24-hour series. So they will jump in the 50 and make their stop. But we are very much firmly in battle season, and they'll head to the Hotel Hairpin, which is probably the second best place on the lap to go and get a move done. It's aggressive on the brakes. It's a wide open, expansive corner. But we are at that point where you look around at the various heavy braking zones, and any sort of asphalt that's normally a light grey is a very dark grey turning to black. So you'll find that going offline now is a little bit scarier with how many marbles are situated on the outside.
Yeah, this is the point where marbles can start to play in, track conditions play in, and there's nothing that's going to come and clean this track up. You know, we're not going to throw a caution and get, you know, a track scrubber out there and a road cleaner and scrape those marbles off so everyone can have the whole track. But the corners are going to be grippy. The tires are going to be able to hold onto that rubber on the track a bit more. But going offline is that much more penalized. I mean, this is a perfect camera angle. Look at that. The difference between the light gray, the dark gray, and even the curbs. The more they've hit the curbs here, especially on the exit into the Ullman Straight out of Le Mans, I mean, the more they hit those curbs, the darker they get, the grippier they get. And that just kind of adds to confidence in corners as you go through the race. But it can also go to a false confidence because you think you have that much more grip than you truly do. It's not a night and day difference of grip. It's more like a 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. difference in grip would be the best way to elaborate that.
I think so too, and we're seeing that now as it will be a case of a Grid and Go car to get by. Hadi Noah Mamasi is the car to try and get by. Oh, that's cheeky. Oh. That's cheeky. Now, I wonder what the stewards will look at that, because that, I think, would infringe the blue flag rule. There was a chance to lift and facilitate the move, but Hadi Noah Mamasi has blocked trying to help Noah Adair try and get by. Now, we don't often see that as we'll go on board there. Big, loud noise from Adair's engine, who lifts out, and there's the clearance that's going to be made, and we'll finally get that. Now, watch this be easy on the exit here, as they will now get themselves through. You know you never want to let a car through, especially when you look over to Hadi Noah Mamasi, who I was looking around and like, I haven't heard this driver before, and he's a 10K iRating guy, and so you look around and go, huh, well, obviously you're really quick. How have you built that?
this is the moment where you remember that this is a team sport and you know that Grid and Go are running together, and I don't think the stewards will say anything on that, although I will say we've seen plenty of drivers move out of the way through 3, 4, and 5, heading towards Big Bend and Hairpin, and really make that pass simple for other classes. And that maybe wasn't as simple, but I don't know that the stewards will say anything about that personally going through, because I don't know that a pass was on at that point. Again, I'm just speaking out of telling the stewards will make the decision, but remember, this is a team game, and there's teams running in all 3 classes. So when you look through, they're going to make it easier on their teammates. They may not make it, stop and go again, going back to blue flag rules, but they may slow down a little bit more, move over a little bit more. And then when your teammate in GT3 is running in a battle for position here, you may just, not be as slow going through to let Simify through. That's, I think, what we saw. Again, a reminder, this is a team sport.
It's not the sort of sport where you sit down and say, let's all sing Kumbaya and be very happy and merry together. This is a sport where, if we're going to be incredibly honest about it, each and every single driver, whether they actively think about it or they don't, take a look at a rule set. They look at any place they can try and gain an advantage. And honestly, you have to have a law degree to go and write a rule set for motorsport racers of any variety, because the moment that you say things a certain way, even on verbiage, you look at it and go, well, you say you might, that doesn't mean that you automatically will, so we've got license to do something. It's a case of how much can you rules lawyer? That's what racing is in a nutshell. How much do you try and circumvent a rule set?
My normal job through the week involves contract law and interpretation of contract law and going through and dealing with insurance, right? That is what I do. I deal with auto insurance on a day in, day out basis. That is what I do for a normal job. And then, of course, I get to do the fun commentary of motorsports for fun as a passion hobby that I just am fortunate enough to do. You are not wrong with the rules lawyer point. There's a famous NASCAR quote that if you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough. If you're not bending the rules, you don't try hard enough. And that is true in so many moments of motorsports. I mean, again, off the top of my head, I can think of about 10 different things that have happened across every motorsport race and motorsport series. You name a series and there's probably something somewhere where someone did something that wasn't against the rules, but it made enough people mad. I mean, we're already seeing it going into 2026 in so many categories of motorsport across the world, where teams are taking new rule regulations, finding that loophole, that little thing they can do, twisting it a little bit to get the advantage to win. Whether it's, hey, you have to have a 16 cubic whatever engine, but if we do this, we get more power, but it's still a 16 cubic engine. We see that in NASCAR. There's a lot of times where it's the slight tweak of the body to get a little bit better turn, a little bit better run through, but the body is still square by the rules of the templates that NASCAR uses. And insert ad nauseum examples. That is how you win in motorsports. You've got to be able to just find the gray area.
I'll tell you what, my favorite example of that, I always go to the 1995 World Rally Championship and what Toyota tried to do with their Celica, I think it was at the time, where they opened up the manifold of their turbocharger, I think it was, and basically they could put more air in it on a straight, and the moment they hit the brakes, it would shut back to a locked position. And basically, if it weren't for the fact that they had, I think, a mile as an opening stage, and they took like 3 or 4 seconds on their nearest competitors over like a mile, they wouldn't have been found out, and they would have been challenging Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz for championships in 1995. And basically, when they found out, they went, "That's ingenious. You're parked for the rest of the year."
And that's one of those two that I think as a governing body, if you find someone who has slightly tweaked the rules in that way, and they found that needs to be just celebrated. That ingenuity, then ban it for the next year. That's just where I stand. It's, hey, that's really great. That's really cool. You did that. However, as quickly as we can make sure that doesn't happen and keep some fair competition, let's do that. But, you know, I don't think it's something that people should be upset about. If you find a way to slightly tweak those rules, I think it's a great way to do it. I think you've done the ingenuity and it's celebrated. It should be, at least.
More pit stops coming in GT3. Lucas Perez down in, as well as Norbert Leitner in the number 57. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery. Floyd Kerr is also in there in the number 4 car at the moment. That is the Hyperion Racing machine that's just leaving. It is 4 laps down at the moment. Burosud are continuing on with Elias Riker, albeit also 4 laps down here in this race. Leader in the Acura, it is Raphael Renhofer, who is in for Scherer Esports, and they will take the 3rd to last box, get up on the jacks. It'll be fuel, it'll be tyres. Gabby Montoro back in at Semify Esports number 33, and no change of driver. They will keep with the Austrian for the moment. Leitner now leading pits.
I've got something fun to report here. Remember that moment we saw forever ago between the 33 of Semify and the 97 of Adidas? We saw the moment, and then the 33 gave the position back and waited. So the stewards did look at that, and they only issued a warning. There was no penalty issued because of the fact that the 33 gave the position back.
And so in that regard, you say, look, you've been a naughty boy, but we'll only slap you on the wrist this time. Anything more than that, and you will go to your room or sit on the timeout stair. And effectively, at that point, it's, yeah, you got away with one there. We won't tell you did too much, but that will do. Change of driver, though, in the 901. They will move back away from Gunonso Tajdelen, and they will head back to Adrian Gerika, who will jump in the 901 car. They're being chased now by Rafał Stolczek, who will be the next driver looking to chase on in. The 1 car also changes driver to Roger Fjellstrad Christiansen. So there's the change, and also a change in GT3 out there as Sean Campbell is behind the wheel of the number 2 and now effectively up in 2nd position as we focus on the car 8th overall at the moment, which is the Falcon Sim Racing team and Luca Vunch, who had to do an 1 million point turn and actually is sprouting damage on the front right from that incident in pit lane.
Front right damage is not the best damage to have here around Sebring. That is gonna hurt, especially, let's see how it affects into Sunset. If the car understeers, oversteers, how they have to handle the car here. Doesn't seem like it's affecting pace too much here, maybe a little bit in, and never mind, we're not gonna find out because into the pits we go.
Yep, hit the marks. Look to take some service as Rosso will get in the car for the team in 7th position at this point in time, which will be Bike 500. So for Rosso, we'll see how that goes for the next stint wrong. But down into the pit, 2nd to last box there for Luca Vunch, and so taking that service without too much of concern out there at this point. So some wonderful driving has been done. I think now is as good a time as any, 6 hours 49 minutes to go, to pay a little bit of love to some teams that we haven't necessarily had a chance to talk about over the course of the opening hours of this race. There are a handful of them in GT4 that we haven't really touched upon, like for example with Remy Fortin and the Delta V Racing 14 by Keyshop team. So they found themselves a little bit cut away and adrift, I would say, at this moment in time. Adrian da Costa has been the other car or other driver in there, and Johan Martin Meyer has been certainly keeping with them, making sure that everything is nice and okay. But Remy Fortin currently behind the wheel for them, and certainly looking to try and get a bit more out of it. But nice to see the French team Delta V making good progress, and I think they're about 3 or 4 years away from getting exactly where they need to right now. The building blocks look like they're in place.
Yeah, and I think right now for Delta V, that should be the goal, is get the building building blocks in place. Man, I've only been in the booth an hour and I'm already in the middle of tongue twisters here. I think getting the building blocks built is going to be beneficial for them here moving forward for Delta V. It's one of those, again, I said this earlier and I'm going to just reiterate it. Know the expectations you have for yourself, for your team. Sometimes it's not always to win. Everyone shows up and wants to win, but I think to a degree, every team and driver has to know a realistic goal here. I think Delta V is going to be one here to watch in 2026. I think for this run specifically, they should just be, content, run through, build, gain experience. I think moving forward, Delta V is going to be very, very competitive, and they're going to be ones to watch moving forward in future events this year. Battle for fifth here in the 992 category.
Yep, so fast repair, want this one in, and it's very good. I'm a professional streamer here because I muted my microphone and forgot to unmute it because I'm so good at this. Ismail Habib Jimenez at this stage is the one under pressure with Matthew Deschênes trying to go through and find that next progress. Of course, Deschênes will have an extra minute to try and find on Jimenez for that place, but at least for the moment, I would argue that this is going to need to be a calm move to be done because they've got Camden Craft trying to get through, and then they've got an impulse Porsche that will try and lap them as well in Rafael Scholtezek. So this is a very difficult scenario, and look at the way that Deschênes chooses not to make the move into Sunset because they know that I can just pick the run up off the exit, can't quite get the run, but now Camden Craft will stop any chance of a move happening into turn one. Watch out on the left-hand side.
Look at that rearview mirror there. You can see the GT3 just getting bigger and bigger, and there's the dive to the inside. Great way to set that up for everyone involved. And now here riding on board with Delta Sports Sim Shop, you've got to just pick the move here wisely. No moves to be made here through turns 2, 3, 4, 5. It's really going to be set yourself up, have a great run for the hairpin. No overcorrections, no errors here. Now we head through the bend and let's see, is there a move heading into hairpin? Do you want to dive to the right hand side and go for it?
Thoughts about it?
It's a lazy peak. It's a lazy peak, but it's a peak nonetheless. Now let's see here. Next big run really is going to be into Cunningham probably.
And the issue with Cunningham Corner is they're going to jump on Remy Fortin here, who is going to need to try and find a way to stay out of these two's range. One's going to clear, a second won't. So now you're trying to get the drive off the exit. Deschênes really struggling to get that launch around Collier, and now he's going to be lap traffic here as Gabby Montoro for Simify Esports is going to want to go through. Scholtezek's also there in play, and Rush Hour has just hit, or I would say it's the lunch queue at this stage. Matthias Pentila for RD Simsport is going to have to see the room being made, and now watch out inside. There goes Montoro, just jumping through the group, and now this battle for fifth will have a car of their own category try and jump through. Impulse that last lap, half a second quicker, and Deschênes overcooks it through the corner. That's going to cost them about a car length and a half along the Oldman Straight, and it will now open up the chance for Scholtezek to go through.
And there's the peak down the inside from Scholtezek. Move through, hold the inside, side by side. You know this isn't a battle for position, but it is you going a lap down, and nobody wants to be in that position. So now, let it through. Now just hold behind, hold the slipstream. Let's go down the front stretch here. You have more traffic coming, more traffic coming. Be careful what you do here. Hard on the brakes we go, and keep the dream alive. This is a case of survival right now. You are not trying to win the war right now. You are just trying to survive the battle. Careful on the brakes. And now just settle it in, get a good run. You're looking for hairpin at this point, but you're in the midst of an absolute...
Oh, they're going to get great runs.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing. Watch this down into hairpin.
Well, now this is where Scholtesek's got to be careful, because with Jimenez on the inside, Deschain's trying to follow and almost half boxes himself in, trying to get it sorted. He's now going to have to try and run around the outside to confirm the move. Can't get there. They'll come pretty much as close as they like, and there's a tiny push back saying, no, this is my corner, and it's still held for the moment by Jimenez. This is going to... Oh, he tried to cross the beam on him, and that wasn't going to be wise to do it, so has to run around the outside. Will have the inside here at Collier. There is overlap between them, so room has to be given. Leans upon it, but now here comes Jacob Tofts, wanted to go through, who will dive both of them down the inside. Outside line's going to be there. Oh, loses it. Bang, there's contact. Deschain, how is that not a spin around for fast repair? Magical, but Deschain, what a brilliant sequence it was that ends, unfortunately, for the SimShop 950.
Deschain's there. I got lucky because Jimenez was to the inside. That would have been a complete around into the wall and probably race over, if not for the fact that Jimenez was to the inside in Fast Repair Motorsports and kind of just helped save the car. Watch this here, holding a great battle to the inside, and what a decision from the GT3 to decide to take this 3 wide here. I would have sat behind. I would not have pushed the issue, but these drivers are a different breed, and there's the save. That is the save of the century and the assist of the century from Fast Repair Motorsports.
It's a very good save, because that one was pretty much asking to go around every time you looked at it, and so you're going to have to build that time up again and go and gather it back in terms of what this group now has to offer and where you're going to find that pace. And as we saw Mag Performance go through, they're only a couple seconds back now off of Adidas Racing by WSR. Impulse Racing are only 7 seconds off of that. Simify are only 4 seconds down the road from Adidas. So I'd say 4th to 7th right now. Very close racing in this GT3 field. I would say it's by no means a open and shut case with the way that everything is going at this stage. So I think this is really tough in terms of where they are going. So as we sit back then, as we go a little bit further forward, this is James Boomy for Altitude Frame, who is sitting back and is having a very strong race in that number 12. 3rd position, just 7 seconds off the back of Grid and Go. And they've had, of course, Zayn Khan in the car to do 66 laps in the middle. But James Boomy having a very lovely opening stint.
That he is here, running very consistent in pace, running pace in time with the leaders. Grid and Go in 2nd place with Sean Campbell running a little bit faster, a couple tenths a lap than the leaders, but still 35 seconds to make up there. Not ideal. Really right now, your goal is just lap times. You're looking for consistent runs, and if you can comfortably run a 58.7, you want to run a 58.7 every time. Again, the goal is to get to the end of a 12-hour race and take care of it. The sun is coming out. We're in Florida in January. The track is going to heat up a little bit. It's not going to get unbearably warm, but it is going to get a little bit warmer here as we go along. So for James Buemi, he just needs to be consistent in the car, and if he can make up some time to the leaders, do that, because the goal will be for the win. I would still say 41 seconds off with 6 hours 40 minutes to go. I think if you're Altitude Frame, a win is still in contention here. If you take care of the car, you're consistent and smooth, work your way through traffic, maybe a little bit of luck needs to be on your side, but you can do it on skill.
59.3 last time by for Raphael Renhofer. Altitude Frame on their last lap did a 158.7. A bit of traffic playing its hand in that, and Sean Campbell, of course, is quick. You did a 58.4 on that last lap. So we are starting to see the differences in terms of pace, that there is a level that everyone has got to try and hit, and they've all got to do what they can to go and get the biggest port of call result out of it, which will be wins. So on their roll call, they want to be, yeah, it's me, P1, out there and doing it as I normally have done. But that's the car they're trying to chase down, that number 16, which is on already its 160th lap of racing action, which, if we're going to extrapolate it, I reckon we're going to be in for about 340 laps worth of racing, maybe 350 if we hit that mark. So I think that we are in for a very strong race result here over 12 hours, because they've been running in what I would say idyllic conditions. We're just about to hit midday, and the track temperature is just a smidge under 30 Celsius.
It's not too bad, honestly, all things considered. So when you're thinking about this in terms of the run here for the cars and the tracks, I mean, 30 Celsius is only 86 Fahrenheit. I mean, that's like a late spring day temperature-wise for me. So that's not bad going through, and it's quite content here going around. I mean, this is perfect weather. This is perfect Florida January weather, honestly, is the best way I can explain it. Meanwhile, I'm looking outside at, it's like, what, 15 Celsius and raining is what it's doing outside my window right now. So I'm envious of sim drivers. What is this world we've gotten to where I'm envious of sim racers for getting better virtual weather than I get real life weather?
Oh, you get 15 Celsius. That, I would say, is, I would say, wishful in terms of what I would like out of my weather, because I've got, at this moment in time, a very, very hot 3 degrees.
Apparently, we're going to be getting like -1 tomorrow, so makes no sense
Enjoy
to
it
me
while
the
it
fact
lasts.
that. Yeah, I'm so confused why that's happening. That's a whole weather conversation, though. It's the third time in the past 3 months where we've went from like 15, 20 degrees Celsius down to like -2 in the span of 36 hours.
I can put you in touch with a meteorologist from America, if that does make you happy. I do have a friend of mine who does do the weather over in Wisconsin. So for the moment, Kieran Harrison is doing a good job leading out. Half a minute to the good, and a team here as well here at the moment, Brad, that pretty much are putting a title statement. When you're down to a championship and it's you versus someone else, control the controllables. They're doing exactly that.
Yeah, when you're looking at everything, I mean, it's just a case of, you know, for, again, Team 75, they are doing what needs to be done. You have a goal going into this race, and for Team 75, they just need a top 5 here. But why top 5 when you can win? You've got the pace, you've got to be comfortable. They've clearly been practicing and running laps and getting comfortable here at Sebring. So this is a case where they really are doing exactly what needs to be done. They needed a top 5 regardless of what Grid and Go do here today. And I mean, it can't be going any better for them right now. This is a case of, hey, we have the championship. We're going to keep the championship, and nothing can be taken from us. And hey, you don't have to do the calculations of points if you're the one in the lead of the championship and you win the race and the people behind you don't. So I think they're doing exactly what needs to be done here in this GT4 position and in this P1 position for Team 75. I still going to say this, though. They don't have to win it to get the championship, and I don't think that 411 is out of contention for Altitude Free Esports White with Grabowski in the car right now. 29 seconds back. Lap times, they're running a couple tenths faster a lap, but again, we still have 6.5 hours of racing to go here, and anything can change in 6.5 hours.
It can. The maths at the moment, I think, is the way to describe what is going on here for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. The 476 out there and really making the GT4 Porsche Cayman light up around this circuit, where it has been for the majority of the field in GT4 a really interesting championship by who's chosen what, because as we've gone into this final round, your top 8 in the championship on balance of performance is 2 Porsche Caymans, 2 Ford Mustangs, 2 AMG Mercedes, and 2 McLaren 570s.
All of these cars are so good to run too. Here's what's really crazy about it. I've had someone ask me before, and they've said, what car should I run? What should I do? run the car you're comfortable with, run the class you're comfortable with, run the class that you feel most qualified in to be good in. Well, what if I like, this car over this car? It doesn't matter. Just run the car that you want to run, and you're going to be just fine. Here's Grid and Go Esports, the 901 Porsche. Great move there on traffic down the inside and into the mid part of the lap, going through Cunningham, and now coming around and looking really good there as they've held a 30-second gap over Impulse as well.
So they've got their gap. Grid and Go are doing what they can. It will feel like 90 seconds rather than 30 that they've got because of the minutes penalty. And the car in third's got a minutes penalty. And the car in fourth has got a minutes penalty. If you're the 901, you turn up on the start line and you say, 3 nearest challengers at halfway are all going to have penalty on you. And the car that doesn't, you're already a lap ahead of. You'll go, right, who do I send my late Christmas card to?
I'll take a Christmas card if they really want to send one around. I'm more than happy to take one. They can send me a message for my address, my P.O. box, which I don't have, but I would totally get one if you were telling me that some teams were going to send me Christmas cards. It's a great position to be in for Grid and Go here as they go through, as everyone goes. This is a case of just run your race. Again, don't worry about anything here. You've just got to run your way through and hold on. And for 901, I mean, they're doing just that right now. It's breathe, run your team's race, and just feel really good.
Yeah, so they're running with a wonderful bit of poise, and the way that Adrian Gericka is getting about this business, I'd say they are doing this wonderfully at this point. And this is the chance where the race can cool down at the halfway stage, and really you get the report card out for whose race has gone well, whose race really hasn't, and who's setting up for what is a wonderful run. In terms of retirees then from this race, it is quite telling right now that we've lost, out of a field of 48, we are down to 40 runners in this field. We've lost 4 GT3s, we've lost 3 GT4s, and a Porsche. I would say very representative of the numbers in this field, that we've lost a fairly even amount.
The even amount to, you're going to have some retirements throughout an endurance race, throughout a 12-hour race. That's just kind of the nature of it. But the fact that it's so few as well, I mean, only 8 cars so far in 6 hours, that is amazing to me to really see. And I think it really shows the skill of all of these drivers out here. The fact that so few have retired out of this race today. It's, I'm very, very astonished that retirement number isn't a little bit higher even going through, because sometimes, again, you have moments where you're just bouncing through sunset, and it shows the focus and concentration that all of these drivers have built up to be able to run this race at just full beans for 6 or 5.5 hours now, going on to hour 6 running, and still have the car on track and in one piece.
So you tackle a circuit like Sebring here, and for all intents and purposes, with the exception of turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, and then the run along the Ullman Straight into Sunset Bend and into turn 1, it's asphalt. The rest of it is concrete. So how would you go and set up a car for a circuit like this, knowing that you've got, elements of this circuit where you brake and it feels completely different to what you would do under braking, say, at a different point of the track where it's a lot bumpier, the surface is different, and so you're going to get a different braking property? How would you set the car up for Sebring compared to anywhere else?
For me, for Sebring, I always plan for the infield. I don't think about Le Mans, Ullman Straight, Sunset Bend, or Turn 1. I am thinking about how the cars could react at Hairpin, Cunningham Tower, and that is my gauge. I think at Sebring, the most time is found through that back and forth twisty section. That is what I think about. So for me, it's a slightly higher downforce setup. It's a car that's going to be a little bit softer, a little bit more compliant. I gear my braking that way, and my drive style. You have to tweak your drive style a little bit as well for Sebring. to really just be able to focus on that narrow infield section. Because when you hit sunset, there's so much track here. You know you're going to diamond the apex. You know you're going to run it all the way out to the wall here on exit and go through and run a straight line into turn one. You know how you need to run turn one. But really, I think getting the car compliant on that infield section, you're not going to gain that much time down the Ullman Straight, through Sunset Bend, down the main straight into turn one. But you can lose tenths upon tenths of a second if you mess up the hairpin or Cunningham. So that is what I look at.
Yeah, it's a lot to look at there, and I'd say, where are you finding that time? That's key. Budosud then through on Hyperion, and this a pass then in class for 16th and 17th on the road, currently for 20th and 21st, as they will have to get by Checkmate Volak Group, they'll have to get by Grid and Go's Porsche effort, they'll have to get by Impulse, and they'll have to get by the other Porsche effort of the 901. So they are still a little ways away from jumping back onto the back of their representative category out there at the moment, and they'll have work to do. I am just looking over at chat at the moment here, because we do have a wonderful YouTube chat going on, and I believe you just been told that it's rookie numbers, Brad. -1, we've had about -22 the last week, and now it's only -10.
Where are you at in the world, though, is my argument. So
Canada,
-10,
Finland.
-10 is also not that bad. I've had worse here in my section of the world. We've had a unusually warm winter. I've seen it get like minus, I'm trying to do conversions in my head. I've had like -25 C, minus, I don't want to say -30 C. I don't think we've gotten that cold, but I know we've had like -25 C here before for considerable weeks. But I'm also down in South Central US, so
yeah, I can see why you go, hang on a minute, how can I have 1C when I'm in Central US, and it's starting to get a little bit more troublesome, as they will both dance by Remy Fortin, will Kerr and Riker, making their progress through. But yeah, it's something where heat and cold mean different things for different places, and people will look around and go, oh yeah, that's nothing, we get this weather, and we also get this weather. And it's, you know, you look around and you think, oh, you got it bad, just you try and live here, and everyone thinks they've got it the worst, as everyone has a race to the bottom, as I like to call it, as they say, oh, but I live in the worst conditions out there for what I do. But at least for racing, we know that it's a summertime sport, but running in the winter, it is places like Florida that say that racing is a 24-hour, 365 day of the year sport.
well, I'm thinking of this. So in 2024, the Rolex 24, teams were having such major issues at the Rolex because it was like 55 degrees Fahrenheit at Daytona, which was unseasonably cold, to the point where people in Florida, they don't put heat in their houses in most of Florida because it doesn't usually get that cold. And so it got 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and in Celsius, that is approximately 13 C. And it was so cold that they didn't know how to set things up, and there were people walking around with fur coats on and puffer jackets and layered sweatpants. Whereas for me, 55 degrees, I'm walking around in shorts and a t-shirt with flip-flops on.
Yeah, you basically walk around and see the difference then of what people think is hot and what people think is cold. And I think drivers will realise that there is a wonderful phrase that was conducted earlier on in the season between myself and David Haynes, and it's to do with track temperature. It's your dog walking to egg frying ratio, that if the track's too hot, you're egg frying. If it's cold enough, you're dog walking.
That is the best thing I've ever heard. I'm not going to steal that, but that is definitely getting filed in my binder of fun sayings. So I will tell you right now, egg frying is not fun, but dog walking is not fun. You want that middle ground. You want that middle ground where you could possibly do like an over easy egg, or like a sunny side up egg, maybe an over soft egg. You want that, but you also want it where, like, if your dog wanted to go run around for a few minutes, it'd be okay. You want that middle ground.
Yeah, just not enough where the paws start burning. I think that's pretty much where you want to be on track, and I think that's what we got with track temperature at the moment. Kieran Harrison in then for your leading GT4's Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, making that stop, and so Altitude Frame will now move into control of the category as it goes, and you start adding up what it means for them. If you're pitting with 6:23, you'll probably be looking at your last stop in GT4 at about 45 minutes to go if you're going to extrapolate what happened in the first 6 hours with the final 6. Timo Hayden also jumping into the pits in the 4-5-7 Team Floral by Impulse. So they also come in. So I think they've actually got this timed really well here of Team 75, because they will be, in about 23 minutes, be heading, at least as far as this season goes, into uncharted territory with your first 12-hour and only 12-hour race of the season.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good position for them to find themselves in. And just kind of as a reminder for how we got here for the schedule. So round 1 was all the way back in Barcelona. It was 6 hours of Barcelona, and then of course 6 hours of Silverstone. There was Misano round 3 in September. October was Mugello, Monza, and then of course we get here to Sebring in January, the longest run of anything. Everything else has been 360 minutes. Here today, 720 minutes. Double the distance, double the fun, double the opportunity for chaos.
And so that twice is nice opportunity that you see. They've all got it out their system at the moment, and they're happily sitting in. Jensel van Thielen into the pits, then the Belgian. Adam Isaacson also has jumped down in as well. So both making their calls. There is the second of the Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC cars, and Isaacson now leaving pit lane, looking to get back onto power and not lose too much time. They will have Marius Hibmer just behind from the Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. And that's a team I want to talk about a little bit, Glass Tech, because they sort of have come out of a relative nowhere. They find themselves in these championships. They do all right, but I look around at what they did in Motorsport UK, and actually what they did with I believe it was Andrew Danson, who was behind the wheel. They took pole position at the Cosworth Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone. And this is up against people like Matt Caruana, for example, who is lightning fast as a sim racer. So you look at that team, I don't think they've got all the pieces together yet, but if they could get 2 or 3 more Dansons in their team, they would be scary.
100% agree with you there. And I think the one thing I'll say is hard work pays off. A lot of hard work going on behind the scenes, and sometimes you have those unknown factors show up, pop up, and just be scary and be impressive and kind of catch everyone off guard. And you know, that's the thing with sim racing, is it's the same thing as real life motorsports. Again, just to draw the comparisons here, there's so many hard-working, hard-racing individuals that sometimes someone pops up out of nowhere and you kind of just look and say, well, where did you come from? And it turns out they've been going for a while. They just hadn't gotten that opportunity, that moment to really show up on the limelight. And then they do, and it's all anyone can talk about. And I think, again, I'll put Glass Tech in the same situation as other teams we've talked about here today. Just give it time. Give it time, and I think they will be one. I think there's this changing of the guard that can come in with teams as it goes. Sometimes you'll have a team that is just historic, great, and then every once in a while that new team pops up and it cycles a team around. So as you go, you're going to see teams go up, go down, go around. And I think, again, with some of our teams here, we could be seeing the next iteration of teams that are just popping into the scene and saying, hey, we've got the talent, we've got the drivers, we've got the skill, we're going to bring it to the big guys.
Yeah, it's a case of a don't forget about me in races like these, because if you've had a championship run, for example, Brad, that hasn't gone the way that you've wanted it to, and Shero's the prime example of that, who are 13th in the championship coming into today, and they're out there and they're bossing it. And you look at Altitude Frame, who is their biggest rival in this race today. That Altitude Frame team came into this championship 14th. in the championship. If 13th and 14th are first and second in this race, that tells you that they left stuff on the table through the season.
And I think some of it is going to go into next season too. I think some teams have left a little bit on the table this season, but what can they do next season? I think this is one of those that as teams go through, we're going to continue to watch them build. We're going to see more and more come from them as it goes on. So for some teams, this season is just a learning season, and next season is really where they're going to bring it on. So there's groups and teams that you should watch for. Of course, again, Grid and Go Esports BS Competition, Falcon Sim Racing, Simify, Williams Sim Racing Academy. Those are the big ones, that are in here. Those are teams that everyone knows the name of if you've been around sim racing long enough. But some of these other teams that, we've talked about now that we're kind of watching, we're saying, okay, where are you in the mix? I think over the next year, maybe the next 2 years, those teams could really bring it to those top teams and start to say, hey, we're in the mix, and really show up and make a name for themselves.
And so that takes time, and as the development goes, you'll get drivers that come up through the scene that nobody really knows about that are starting to get there. You'll find drivers who are jumping out of that scene that gives that space for another driver to jump in. I mean, I look at Team Redline, for example, and they had Luke Bennett retire, they had Gianni Vecchio retire, and you're looking around and you're saying, well, they're slimming down their operation a bit because they've got 3 drivers that they're not going to and they're not using. Redline's not a team that replaces without thought. This was a team, Redline, that were under threat back in 2018, and you thought, is Redline going to lose its dominance? They strike a deal with Pure Motorsport, buy the team out, get some amazing drivers in, like Gianni, like Maximilian Benneker, like, Patrick Wolf at the time. And you go, okay, this is now a super team. And you start looking around and going, so how are you going to maintain it? Because I look at the top teams in sim racing. They're the same top teams in sim racing from a decade ago. And it's not the point of, as it goes, you're at the top. It's one thing to be at the top. It's another thing to stay at it. And that's what I think the best teams in sim racing have done brilliantly. That teams that look at trying to be the next Redline, be the next Coanda, it's what they have to do. It's not just getting there that's the key. You got to stay there, because those teams that are up there, they don't like relinquishing top spot for very long.
Well, and I think, again, I'm going to go back to that same conversation that I feel like I've said now a couple of times. You have to know where you're at in the world. Not everyone can be the Team Redline. Not everyone can be the Grid and Goes. Not everyone can be the Williams Esports Academy. Hyperion Racing has done something to become a topic of conversation. Oh. Heads up driving from everyone around to avoid that. Goodness gracious me, I was not expecting all of these drivers to avoid that. Thought we were about to have a 5-car pileup like we were on the freeway in Florida. Somehow we didn't.
Well, that's so late through Collier Corner. It's one thing to have an issue through the corner. That looks like it's grabbed a gear, and somewhere in the middle of grabbing that gear and trying to engage the next gear in the gearbox, that the car's just spat it around because it's got no control in neutral.
It was a very weird situation. I almost wonder if it wasn't an accidental double shift. Looking at it, trying to maybe double shift up or double shift down, whatever it is. If you just bumped that paddle the wrong way, you could have accidentally double shift. I've done that a time or two. Again, these drivers have a lot more skill than me, though, so that would be one of those that you wouldn't think you would see. But just to kind of finish out the point on the teams really quick, you have to know where you're at in the world, and sometimes the goal shouldn't be to be Team Redline and be one of the top teams. Sometimes being there is enough. You don't always, again, I say this time and time again, you don't always have to be the best. Sometimes being there is enough.
There's Grabowski in the pits then for Altitude Frame Esports White, and so they will get their service. They should fall back to just second place in category, and we'll look around and see where Team Floral is by comparison. Timo Hayden is only making his way now towards Sunset Bend, so I think Denis Grabowski's got the clearance needed, especially as pit lane speed here is 72 kilometers an hour. Wait for the green cone now, and you'll see right in the back has shot the car that they need to beat going through turn 1. Where are you? There you are. And with Rafael Scholtezek going through, that next car will be Timo Hayden, as you've got the likes of Lorenzo Castellani in 07, Lucas Lindqvist still in at Adidas, and Ellis Mathene in at WSR Esports. So Mathene will now be making that next run through for the mid part of the race. They've already handed out the business cards. I think we're in the meat and potatoes of this race now. We're very much in this one here, I would say, Brad, at a stage where just get down, knuckle down, buy your ticket to the end of the race.
That is exactly where we're at here. And these teams would have been starting prep for the Rolex already. So these teams are aware of what it takes to run these long races. They would have been running some simulated stints, some simulated, endurance runs. So you're aware of what it takes to get through 12 hours of racing. None of these drivers or teams are slouches and rookies. They all know what they're doing here. And you just need to get to the end. Again, no unnecessary risk, no challenges. I feel like a broken record here because I kind of am one at this point. You have to get these cars to the end. You want to show up at the end and represent. 45 seconds in the lead for Rafael Renifer up front. That is not a safe distance with 6 hours and 12 minutes to go. In second place for Grabowski in GT4, that number 411. Again, 30 seconds back. Harrison in the 476 is not safe. It could still be a pass done. Any one moment in that 476 of Team 75 could lose out very quickly.
I don't know what you feel is safe as a margin, but I think the moment it ticks over 1 lap in terms of the front of the field, I'd call it a safe margin. Yep,
I would say you would need 1 lap of margin to be safe here, and nobody is near that right now.
No, it's very telling at this point as like some Matthias Pentler comes in. Kieran Harrison still out there leading this field and doing a very wonderful job of it at this moment in time, with a ½ minute lead over Denis Grabowski in the Altitude Frame Esports white team. But you have to also give the credit to the Williams Sim Race Academy GT4, because they've run effectively the first half of this race with a pushed-in front nose on that Mustang. Of course, it's got so much power off the engine that it can sort of almost mitigate the drama that you'd have around it with both front tyres being shown. But actually, how much time you've got to repair the car in pits if you're just going to take tiny bits of optional as you're taking fuel and tyres? You only get, 5 seconds, 7 seconds to do anything to it? So what's the best you can do? Effectively, at some point, I wish iRacing could have the ability to put massive reams and reams of black racing tape over the course of a car to say, right, that's fixed, go out and race.
I would love if there was like a half repair option. I know that some rally games will have like a repair or replace option. I feel like in iRacing, all we get is the replace option. I would love it if we had the choice of, taking the NASCAR style and just having the gas man elbow down and suplex in the fender and send us back out. You'd still have some damage. You'd still, lose some downforce, some different stuff, but it wouldn't be so detrimental. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know how that would even remotely be programmed or visualized or anything, but just imagine that. Just sitting in your car and all of a sudden your pit crew guys run out and just start elbowing your car and then send you back out on track, and they go, you got a little downforce loss, but you'll be okay to get to the end now. That is what you see, though, in endurance racing. I mean, think about it. If there's a incident, a minor incident, say, here at the 12 Hours of Sebring in real life, they don't necessarily take the car and put all brand new body panels on it. They'll just, knock the fender back off of the tire and send you back out on your way and say, good luck, let us know how it drives. That would be something to implement. That would take, I feel like, a lot of effort, though, but it'd be worth it.
I look at things that take a lot of effort and are multiple year projects. And the thing that always goes to me in terms of what took so much effort, I remember the April Fool's joke of #DirtConfirmed. And while that wasn't a joke and Dirt was confirmed and we were going to have Dirt Racing on iRacing, what that also said to iRacing's development was not only are we thinking about Dirt, but the way that Dirt Racing works, you have a dry state surface and a wet state surface. Implementing this is our first port of call of how we go and get to rain on iRacing. So it's the sort of thing that they probably do have something in mind. They probably do want to implement it. It's just how, if it's already in the pipeline, they're probably working on it quietly behind the scenes. If they haven't started working on it, I'm sure a multi-year project to get everything they want sorted is going to work for it.
This is the cool thing with iRacing. Think about this. iRacing has so many great multi-year projects now that they're working on. And I just want to give a big shout out to iRacing because I'm sure that there's a million things going on behind the scenes at all times that we don't know about. But the one thing that I do know is that iRacing has heavily invested in their team as of late. They have been really, really pushing through and getting a lot more people in. So they definitely, if there was a team in a sim to do this and make that sort of take the sledgehammer to the car and repair its setup, it would be iRacing. So don't discount them on that. The multi-year projects are there. They have things in the works that I'm sure we won't know about for years or may never know about that they've been working on for years. You never know what iRacing is cooking up in the background.
No, you never do. And so the fabled running of where we have seen over the course of the years all of the development that goes through. I look back to races of 5-6 years ago and you see it's night and day difference on what everything looks like now as Raphael Renhofer, your leader for share at Esports, leaves the pits and still in the lead because Altitude Frame and James Boomy are also down in the lane taking service at this time, and basically they've been the quiet drivers out there. Nothing's happened to them, no worry, no harm, and they're just trying to get this race back in favor. But remember that Grid and Go number 2 are off cycle by comparison to them, so if Sean Campbell and co find themselves the opportunity to make the race in their image, they could steal that second place away. But remember, Grid and Go only need a top 5 here right now. They're number 2 to confirm their championship, and they have dealt with Falcon, who have run into troubles, and also with Burosud, who have run into troubles. So at the moment, things are looking very pretty in Grid and Go land for 2 championships.
I'll tell you what's not looking pretty right now. Simify Esports, the number 33 GT3 entry, Gabby Montoro, has gotten a black flag, and I'm not sure from what, or not a black flag, I apologize, a meatball, and has to go to the pits for repairs, but I don't know.
He's literally just come out of the pits again. He looks slow going through turn 5 and turn 6, so we're going to have a look at this one here just before the halfway stage. I think Simify might have written themselves out of a podium place here in the championship with the way that Gabby Montoro is limping the 33 Simify Cup. In fact, they've just spun it around again, so they are really hurting here with the damage that they've got. And I don't like the sound of that "oh no" of what they've seen. And if anything, it is the rear that is broken into on the back of the car. So whatever they've done, they have hurt the rear suspension.
It's a wonder they haven't had to tow this car at this point. So see if we can dial it up here and get a good view on what happened. But this car is definitely limping its way through here as the Grid and Go entry right now. Sean Campbell is, just having a beautiful race at the moment. I will say, though, that gap, 38 seconds of pit stop for Grid and Go's Sean Campbell versus Raphael Rennefer of the Share Esport number 16 entry. Pit stops continuing to cycle through, and now the 33 is